Buju, Buju ni mishomash washkubune sikwe nindigo, mayangan and do them, Miss Gagame ways a gunning and dunjaba, Migwich wabanong, jawanong, giwade and nung, Ningabi nung, Migwich manamaki, Migwichish piming, Migwichish piming, Gijigud, Migwich Oasia, Migwich Bijiki on a group, Giwi duka wishinam, Gichi mani do, Giwi duka wishika. Giwi duka wishinam Nikomis, Gi minimin apane asema, Giwi duka wishig. Yeah, I've been asked to say this little bit of an opening prayer to start off in a good way. Offered a little bit of a sema here, just asking the spirits for guidance and as we embark on this journey. My introduction is short today, but aho miigwech.
Minogi Gijip, Buju Indawe Magani Duke, Minogi Jigad Indigenous Cause, Mi Gwitch, Pita Mayaye. Thank you for attending the Truth Project Symposium this morning. I have my notes on my phone. There are so many people here who I hold in high esteem, and it's an honor to convene you today. My name is Misty Blue. I am from and of this land, Minnesota Makoche. I grew up swimming in Straight Lake near the White Earth Nation. I grew up fishing in the Minnesota River near the Lower Sioux Indian community. I descend from these two sovereign nations. Born and raised here in the Twin Cities, my families were diligent in their efforts to keep me connected to my people, the Anishinaabe and Dakota people. Driving back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, this deep sense of belonging, it mattered to my families that I feel a deep sense of belonging to this place. For these efforts and the many, 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 many hours spent on the road, I'm incredibly grateful because I have been able to bring this deep sense of belonging into spaces that were not built for me. This deep sense of belonging has kept me sturdy and helped me endure. I am an alumna of this institution, the University of Minnesota, where I've been both a student and an employee. Having invested significant time, energy, and intellect into this institution, I was recently appointed by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council to coordinate the Towards Recognition and University Tribal Healing Project. Under the direction of Tad Johnson, who serves as the Senior Director of American Indian and Tribal Nations Relations within the U of M system, the Truth Project serves as a necessary initiation to a long overdue conversation that is tribal university relations. I have been in communication with many of you since undertaking this task last summer, because I feel passionately that this moment is a timely opportunity for the university to reckon with its origins as a land grant, land grab university. This project has been a collaboration between the 11 tribal governments, the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council, and the American Indian and Tribal Nations Relations Office. We have set out to learn as much as we could all together and within this short time frame of the project, leading us to today. Today, at the symposium, we would like to share at a surface level what we've uncovered so far. This symposium leads us to a written report being released next month. My intention within this process has been to center Indigenous voices and perspectives throughout the first foundational year. My hope is that this practice will continue. We have a full agenda today, and I will move us through the day. So let's begin. Okay. We will be taking all questions on Slido. So we have people joining us virtually and then people in person, and everyone can access Slido through their smartphone or on the online platform. And this, we just felt it would be easier given COVID and given the hybrid format of the meeting to submit all of our questions here, and then we'll be moderating questions up front and asking them for people. You can submit questions. You can put your name or do anonymous after entering the code truth. And then you can also like people's questions if you resonate with some of the questions that come through before you submit your own. There are bathrooms. If you go out of the auditorium, there are bathrooms to your right. There's also a quiet room. We're sharing a lot of, I think, sensitive information. So if you need just a time away, there's a quiet room in 205? 205. And there's also like a garden to sit outside if you'd like. There are masks if people want or need a mask at the front desk. Yeah. We have had some really great partners in this work. Of course, the Tribal Research Fellows and Tribal Elected Leaders. It's been a great honor to do this work with you. Minnesota Transform team, you've been excellent partners. This work has really demanded that we move at the speed of trust, and your nimbleness has been just really, really appreciated, down to the last minute even. Kira and the Resilient Communities Project, so Sarah Cheetah and Greg Lindsay, thank you so much for your support. President Larson and Shannon Gijik at MIAC for just showing excellent examples of leadership. I'm learning so much from you. Tad Johnson for your gracious mentorship. The American Indian Studies faculty and U of M Task Force for your support with the Tribal Research Fellowship. And the core team, Angel, Adriana, and Ben. Thank you so much. We also had a number of sponsors who helped us put this event together today. So, Miigwech. We have a full agenda. We are going to start with a Truth Project overview, and then we'll jump into a presentation by Kira and a capstone team. Then we will have each of our Tribal Research Fellows present their work that they've done over this semester, the spring semester. And we'll finish with another U of M history lesson around the founding Board of Regents. All right, well, I would like to invite Tad Johnson up. He's going to give a short background of the origin of the Truth Project.
Morning, everybody. I'm honored to be here. My friend Joseph Bauer-Kemper tested positive for COVID, so I just took this test and I'm fine. So I was in the restroom doing that. Anyway, it's great to finally reach this milestone. I need to shut this off. This started, I think this wouldn't have happened at any other moment in history. This is a unique opportunity. The University of Minnesota has kind of discovered that there's a lot of important history and a lot of important stories in the founding of Minnesota. And along the way, there were injustices, and we hope by going through that painful time, those memories, we can move forward in a good way. So I started here on this job, Senior Director of American Indian Tribal Nation Relations, in the fall of 2019. And the first day, somebody came up to me and said, well, Kat Hayes came up to me, who's an expert on the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, and said there are, the U of M went down and dug up 186 bodies. near the Memories River region between 1928 and 1932, and also dug up what are referred to as Memories pots, and still had the Memories pots in the Wiseman Art Museum. And I was like, I had worked on the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act in 1990 when I first started as deputy counsel on Indian affairs to Mo Udall's committee, which had jurisdiction over Indian affairs on the House side. And we wrote the bill while I was there, and I knew they were in violation of federal law. And so a couple of us did a memo. MIAC knew about it because they had gotten possession of the bodies, but during the summer of 2020, MIAC did a resolution on it. And by then, the university was already moving on it. And then soon after Karen Diver got hired, she managed to get everybody in agreement that those bodies needed to be returned. And the funerary objects needed to be returned, in spite of the fact they're worth somewhere on the black market. They're stolen goods, but they're worth on the black market between approximately 150 and 200 million dollars, which might have been why the Wiseman Art Museum wanted to hang on to them. But that was kind of naughty, and they were actually one thing on NAGPRA. If you're in violation, you can have all your federal funding withheld, not just for the Wiseman Art Museum, but for the whole university. And we wrote that into the act. There's also other penalties. Each violation is $100,000. And so the U of M finally read the law and got to understand it and talked the regents into returning those. And that's thanks to Karen coming on board, President Gable being here, and being a lawyer, I think having a woman as president who's also an attorney has been a great thing for Indian people. So anyway, she's a great deal of empathy for our issues and understands the legal process and the laws out there that apply to us. So my act during that summer of 2020 ended up passing a number of resolutions, which I think Chairman Larson will go through. But we have made some progress. President Gable meets with the tribes on a regular basis. And this dialogue that's beginning right now, this research that's beginning right now is going to be important. And I told the students, I didn't go through, most of the people in my little department went through a PhD program, so they went through a real academic process, where I went through law school, where you learn how to spot issues. And I said, I think all you have to have time to do right now is spot issues and leave a few breadcrumbs behind for the next researchers. And so these guys have been spending days and days in the library and the archives looking at stuff and finding new things and finding things that the next researchers can benefit from. But this, as a result of my act passing all these resolutions, President Gable formed the Truth Project, which Anne came up with the name for. It's an acronym, and she can tell you what it is. We spent 2 hours on the phone arguing what R was going to stand for, and I don't even know. So, but the whole thing is truth. So, but what we wanted to do was give Native peoples a voice, give the Indian tribes in Minnesota a chance to look into the archives of the university, look into their own archives, and start not only the conversations they have with President Gable, but also start a research process on the history of Minnesota from the Native American perspective. So each of the 11 tribes got engaged in, as a result of my act, kind of starting off with these resolutions. And then one day, our friend David Chang, who at the time was the head of the American Indian Studies Department, told us that there was money available. The Mellon Foundation was providing funding for institutions of higher learning to study matters of injustice. And so he said, you should really apply for some of this, Tad. So I had my excellent interns draft up the proposal, and they had been working without money for 2 years. I couldn't have done anything without these interns. So I said, write yourselves in so maybe you can get paid. And they managed to do that. But that kind of changed everything, getting that funding. And we decided early on the funding should go over to the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council because it was really a response to their resolution, and thought that they should get the funding and distribute it among the tribes as they saw fit. And they also ended up hiring Misty, which has been a great kind of brought everything together. So Misty and Ann have kind of become the leaders of the project. Then we provided some training. A lot of the professors that President Gable had appointed during the summer of 2021 ended up during January of 2021, ended up training the tribal research fellows. So each tribe sent in a research fellow to look at their own history. And then they started digging and they started writing, and that's what you're going to see today. So this symposium was an additional thing that MIAC had requested. And ultimately, there'll be a written product that'll come out. My last day is June 20th, and I'm going to go into sort of a phased retirement, although Melanie Benjamin from Mille Lacs tells me I'm going to be working for her. So I'm going to be going into a quasi-retirement of sorts. So anyway, life in Indian country goes on, and I'm really looking forward to working with the reservations again. So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to introduce Chairman Larson, or should I? Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. I'll have you introduce them then. So this is the culmination of a long time worth of research, and I hope you enjoy the presentations today. Miigwech Bidamia.
Okay, so as Tad said, MIAC passed resolutions in June of 2020. In the fall of 2020, High Country News published a sort of expose and also gathered a lot of data around land, specifically through the Morrill Act that was dispossessed. And then our project started last summer. And during the fall semester of 2021, we've been working with CURA, the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs, and the Resilient Communities Project to analyze that data. So that's what we'll be talking about right now. And then in the spring of, so this spring, a team of graduate students did their capstone projects around the data analysis. So that is our presenters. And I'm going to read their abstract and then they can get set up. On July 2nd, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Land Grant, Agricultural and Mechanical College Act, better known as the Morrill Act, into law. The act awarded states 30,000 acres of public land for each congressional representative as of 1860. The sale of these lands would provide the endowment for new colleges that would teach modern agricultural science and mechanical arts with the goal of modernizing the nation's industrializing economy. A 2020 High Country News report cataloged more than 99% of all Morrill Act acres, identifying their original tribal inhabitants and the principal raised for each university endowment through the sale of these lands. Their study revealed that in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the United States awarded 10.7 million acres acquired from 245 tribal communities through 162 violence-backed land cessions to 52 land grant colleges, which in turn raised over $17 million for their endowments. In exchange, the US paid tribal nations less than $400,000. Using the data provided by High Country News and through additional archival research and qualitative interviews, the student researchers you will hear from next aim to explore the economic impact of the Morrill Act as it pertains specifically to the University of Minnesota, as well as best practices the university can employ to address harms caused to tribal nations. The project leads for this research are Tad Johnson and Ann Gargiola, and the research was sponsored by the University of Minnesota's Resilient Communities Project and the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs, CURA. During the first half of the presentation, you will hear from Kyle Malone, a research specialist in the Community Geographic Information System, GIS, program at CURA, Madison Bozich, a Resilient Communities Project Fellow and doctoral student in the Department of Economics, and Shuping Wang, a Resilient Communities Project Fellow and Master of Public Policy student in the Humphrey School of Public Affairs. Richard Todd served as a faculty advisor for this group. During the second half of the presentation, you will hear from a team of planning and public affairs capstone students from the Humphrey School of Public Affairs. This team includes Danielle Fuker, MPP candidate, Adriana Goodwin, MPP candidate, Henry Paddock, MERP candidate, Madeline Titus, MHR candidate, and Professor Greg Lindsay from the Humphrey School of Public Affairs served as the faculty advisor for this group. All research from this project will be made publicly available through the Truth website and the University Digital Conservancy. Please welcome our presenters.
Can I work this? Sorry, give me a sec. I did not practice doing this beforehand. I was told it would be here. Oh, and it is. Excellent. So my name is Kyle Malone. I'm a researcher at CURA and a 2021 graduate of the Urban and Regional Planning program at the Humphrey. I'm part of a team along with Madison and Shuping, who you'll hear from, who were asked last fall to take a look at this data set that you heard about that was assembled by High Country News looking at these Morrill Act lands, and to try to put some numbers to it and really what this was worth to the university. So it's really a pleasure to be able to present this here today. Let's see. This is a story map I put together with the data and analysis I did. Gosh, it's moving really slowly. There's a lot more lag than I expected. Anyway, just a quick thing, that picture at the top is actually downtown Wells, Minnesota, and I included that because it is built on land that was granted through the Morrill Act to the state of Massachusetts. Let's see. So you heard the introduction to the Morrill Act. And so I focused here on a couple of key questions. One of those was, what was this land grab worth to the University of Minnesota in terms of dollars and cents? What did they gain from this? Can we put a dollar amount on it and on the lands that came from different tribal nations?
knowing full well that there are some aspects of land dispossession that you can never put a price tag on, but hoping that this way the powers that be couldn't pretend that this was some marginal contribution, that this was really significant to the university's founding and then later growth. But it wasn't significant just to the University of Minnesota. The second question here was about the lands in the state that went to 32 other universities throughout the country, were granted scrip lands because there wasn't sufficient land in the public domain in their states. So there's also the question is, well, how much did they take and how did they benefit and what is it worth today? So I don't want to jump too far. All right. So the university received over 94,000 acres directly from the Morrill Act. Most of that came in the Treaty of 1851, which you can see there in the map on the left in yellow, while the remainder for the university came from the Treaty of 1847. And I assembled these maps so that you could really get a picture of each of these individual parcels one by one. And if it'll work up here, hopefully you can click on one. Anyway, this is publicly available on the Truth website. So if it really won't cooperate up here, you can get on and look at it yourself anytime. But the idea was you can click on each of these individual parcels and actually see when the university, oh, there it is. Only took about 20 seconds. You can see each of what the size the university received it, its size, how much it was sold for to raise for the endowment, what the US paid for it, and then the multiplier, which you'll see later was extraordinarily high, how little the United States paid for these lands, and then how much the university was able to benefit from them. Scrolling down, you can see that the university sold these lands, all these lands between 1868 and 1904, and raised over $579,000 at the time when they were sold. Depending on some assumptions I made, I won't get into all the technical details here, but found that's worth somewhere in the range of $18.4 million today in 2021 that went to the principal for the university's endowment. And then, more of these things, the research you'll hear later looks at, when the university got that principal, they then turned it around and turned it into a whole lot more money. But the vast majority of this came, as you'd expect, just based on the distribution of lands, came from 1851, the Treaty of 1851. And you can see that in that chart here. I will say we used the small note on inflation was just that we used the last date they were sold was 1904. Depending on the year you used to adjust it, you could get a range, but this is not, it doesn't make orders of magnitude difference. It's the question of, is it 13 million, 15 million, 19 million? It's a lot of money, no matter what year you choose. So you can see 32 other universities, as I mentioned, received land in the state of Minnesota through the Morrill Act. Among those, I scrolled down too far. Okay, here it is. So these universities, these other 32, raised over $916,000. Again, that's equivalent to over 18 million in inflation adjusted dollars, including, in addition to the treaties above, treaties in 1837, 47, 54, and 55 formed the basis for these later land grants. And you can see the distribution there on the right in terms of value. Raised, spoiler, you already saw this, but Cornell did really, really well. They were very strategic in the lands they distributed. Adjusting for inflation, they raised well over $6 million. Two other universities, Penn State and the University of Illinois, both received more than $1 million. In fact, there were a few universities. You can see here again, this is a similar map to above where you can click on each of these parcels. I'm not going to do it here again and wait 30 seconds, but it does work, I promise. Actually, if you looking at some of these numbers, the University of Minnesota didn't even receive the most land in terms of area in the state. Penn State, Ohio State, the University of Kentucky, and Kentucky State, who split Kentucky's land grant, actually each received more total acreage in the state of Minnesota than the University of Minnesota did. Though the U of M was much more, I guess, strategic in how they disposed of it, and so raised significantly more for their endowment. I said Cornell, Penn State, University of Illinois, both raised significant sums from Minnesota lands here. You can see that in the map on the right. Yeah, okay. And the chart at the bottom just shows some of those numbers I was talking about. University of Minnesota stands out well above there. But in fact, I think I saw that my undergraduate school, North Carolina State, I believe, actually received some land here. So maybe I'll have to go back to them and say something. They wouldn't listen to me. So there's the money they raised, but then the other component of it is just how little the United States government paid for these lands. This chart gives you an idea of the returns. So in the case of the University of Minnesota, the US government paid about $2,300 in the Treaty of 1851, which works out to 2 cents per acre. The university was able to turn that around and raise 251 times that in the span of just a few decades for their endowment. See, Cornell also raised well over 100 times what the US paid for those land grant lands. And then even some of those other schools that basically just tried to dump this land to get money as quickly as possible. You didn't even have to work that hard, and some of those generated well over 10 times what the US paid for it, which really is remarkable and not in a great way. I think that's it for my section. I'll give it just a moment to keep scrolling to the bottom. Yes, that's it for my section. So what do we need to switch to now? Because Maddie and Shuping will be presenting virtually. Am I on the right one? Yes.
Hi, I think I'm just going to be screen sharing.
So how is that going to work?
Give me 1 moment. Okay, how's that? All right, so I am Maddie Bozich. I also worked with Kyle and Shuping this fall. I'm one of the RCP fellows, and a majority of what I did this fall was sort of a financial speculative analysis of exactly how much the university has or could have profited as a result of the Morrill Act. So as for what the RCP fellows did, throughout this project, we set out to analyze 2 primary questions with respect to the University of Minnesota's involvement with the Morrill Act, as well as some of sort of the long run fiscal consequences of the land grab. So the first question we were examining is that the Morrill Act stipulates money made from the land sale must be used in perpetuity. So those funds have to remain on university ledgers. And we were tasked with figuring out how much interest have these funds accrued since they were sold. And then the secondary analysis was to use some of the data from the High Country News report and try to determine how much, if anything, the university is currently making off of the violence-backed cession lands of the Morrill Act. So after sort of an initial examination of the data, some of these questions were refined slightly. As for the secondary one that I mentioned before, as of 1904, all of the land that the University of Minnesota received from the Morrill Act had been sold, although a tremendous amount, as Kyle was mentioning, was made off of this sale. The University of Minnesota doesn't still currently hold these lands and isn't making profit as a result of direct land holdings. That doesn't mean that there isn't still sort of an indirect profit as a result of the investments that they made from the initial sale. And that's what I will be talking about. So inflation adjusted to 1914, which was sort of one of the scale years that the High Country News report used, the University of Minnesota made around $600,000 on the sale of 94,631 acres of land, which all went into the University of Minnesota's endowment. Unfortunately, when we're trying to look into how much the university profited off of interest, we would need very detailed financial ledgers going all the way back to the late 1800s, as well as sort of an exact investment breakdown for the University of Minnesota's portfolio, which is something that is just not publicly available. So instead, a majority of what I did was sort of calculating based on potential investments and speculative portfolios what the university could have made out with. So for some bounds on this interest calculation, there were three main assets I looked at. T-bills, which were pretty short-term and very low interest at around 3% on average. T-bonds, it's a longer maturity, a little bit higher return at around 5%. And then I also included the S&P 500 index fund, which mimics a little bit more sort of the movements of the market and hopefully more what a portfolio would look like. It's riskier, and the overall return annually for the time frame we're looking at was around 11%. As for the data we utilized, it's an NYU data set of sort of historical stock and bond returns. Unfortunately, we're trying to go back over 100 years, so some of this data gets pretty spotty in the early 1900s. So I used for the government security portions, the T-bills and the T-bonds, just average returns from the decades following the 20s, and I used that to fill in the earlier missing info. And as for the stock returns to the stock market, we didn't have data on the S&P 500 because it did not exist. So I used just average decade returns to the market overall to sort of fill in the yearly returns there. As a brief aside into the University of Minnesota's endowment, it's divided into three main investment pools. The first is the group income. The second is the consolidated endowment fund. And third, and what is relevant to our discussion today, is the Permanent University Fund. It's a public endowment from various sources, and this is going to be including state mineral taxes, royalties, and federal land grants. Currently, the University of Minnesota endowment is worth approximately $3.87 billion, of which the Permanent University Fund comprises approximately $600 million as of 2020. So to do my analysis, I wrote just a code script that would analyze for various investments and returns what total spending since 1904 would look like. I'm not going to go through exactly how the code works, but I'll introduce a couple of the relevant variables so all of the data makes sense. I looked at worth, which is just the yearly value of the land sale that will be scaled to it'll be inflation adjusted, so we're not all working with historical values, and it will take into account the investment ratio and how much was reinvested into the portfolio. So we can see how the original amount that went into the endowment has grown. There's also the spending ratio, which is the percentage of accrued interest that was actually spent. And then potential spending is the total amount of spending that the university could have engaged in if they spent all of their investment profits. Then actual spending is just the combination of the spending ratio and the potential spending. So for example, the university could sell or spend 50% of the investment profits they made and reinvest the other 50% of profits back into the portfolio from the original sale. Then using these different interest values I talked about earlier, so the government securities and the stock market returns, I figured out yearly returns to each investment type, and then I calculated a range of yearly spending values based upon different fractions that the university would use as discretionary spending and different values that they would use to reinvest into the portfolio. Overall, I'll be reporting on the total amount of discretionary spending that the university will be able to engage in as a result of these investments. And I will also be presenting sort of the current book value that the Moral Act profits would be comprising in the Permanent University Fund, just sort of as a grounding so we can see how realistic some of these numbers are. So in the figures I'm going to be presenting on first, I have done an analysis in 5% spending increments from 50% to 95% of investments. So if you reinvest half or if you only reinvest 5% of things. Following this original analysis, and I'll talk about this in a moment, I did run another one that would give some more estimates on the higher end of things. Things I'm about to show are sort of more conservative estimates. So here's a potential sort of combination of current book worths that the Permanent University Fund Moral Act could be comprising. So if the university is, right over here, only reinvesting 5% of their interest profits every year, then the fund hasn't grown much. We're not going to be seeing a lot going on. But more realistically, let's assume that the university is spending 50% of their interest profits and reinvesting 50% of it. In that case, we're going to have a current book worth, if you're investing in the market, of around $23 million, which would be sort of a lower end of something we would expect, considering that the Permanent University Fund overall is around 600 million. So keeping that in mind, if we're assuming that 50% reinvestment rate, if we want to look at total discretionary spending associated with that, for the S&P 500, we're looking at almost $140 million just of free spending that the university has had since 1904. Again, if we're going way towards the lower end of things, even just assuming that the university has invested very little into making this fund larger over the years, we're still looking at almost $60 million in university profits, not even taking into account the value of the portfolio. So following some of these results and considering that around that $23 million mark is pretty small, a pretty small component of the upper bound of 600 million for the total Permanent University Fund, I reran this analysis for higher reinvestment ratios. In addition, I was able to find sort of the last decade or so returns to the current university endowment, and that was around 8.7%. So I constructed another portfolio that was some of the market and some of the government securities to target that 8.7% mark. And that's going to be the figure I'm mostly talking about, as based on the current information we have, it's the most realistic. So again, similar figures as before, but if we're now going to focus on that yellow combination asset, and we're going back to that 50% reinvestment mark, again, we're seeing something very low in around the $20 million range. But if the university is instead investing 70% of the interest back into the portfolio, then we're seeing around 220 million that the original Moral Act sale has grown to in the endowment. Considering that, again, the Permanent University Fund is worth around $600 million, this is certainly a potential value we could be looking at. So focusing this analysis on figures between 50% reinvestment and 70% reinvestment, we're going to have the following amounts of discretionary spending. As discussed on the lower end, for the S&P 500, that's around $140 million in discretionary spending since 1904, and around 120 in discretionary spending for that combination asset I was discussing. If we're pushing things more towards a higher bound and assuming that the Moral Act profits comprise maybe around 200 million of the current permanent university fund, then we're looking on the higher end at discretionary spending around $450 million. And if we want to dial that back to a more conservative estimate range of that 8.7% yearly return figure that the university is currently getting from their endowment, we have around $250 million in total spending that the university has had access to as a result of these Moral Act lands. Unfortunately, we don't have enough information at the moment to really pin these figures down, but regardless of the assumptions you make, on the very lowest end, the university has made tens of millions that they've had access to in spending, and on the higher end, hundreds of millions of dollars, which is something that should be certainly taken into account by them. Thank you for listening. I am now going to turn things over to Shuping.
Hi everyone, I'm Shuping, and I will continue this presentation. And I work in this project since last fall with Maddie and Kyle, and I use archives and historical documents to answer basically two questions. First, were all university land granted by the federal government? And second, how did the university manage the revenue and interest generated from the land? So here we are talking about like basically two kinds of land. The major part of the land where we have been talking about, it's a federal grant land from Moral Act. It's also called this permanent university fund land. And they were granted by the federal government in 1851 and 1857. And there are 144 sections in total. And this land were supposed to be used on the establishment of the state university specifically. And only a little small amount of land were owned and managed by the UMN, and the university bought them from individuals, but it's only just small amount. And another important topic is the mineral rights within the land. We know that a significant portion of the permanent university fund land contains valuable deposits of air ore and taconite. The lands were first leased for natural iron ore exploration and mining in the 1891, with the first subsequent revenue from royalties occurring in 1970s. We know that all the land had been sold in 1904, and but however, some mineral rights were reserved in the later sales. And here is some current situation about the land. We can see that this map shows the permanent university lands are managed by the Department of Natural Resources, and currently the land base is over 25,000 acres of surface and miners, and only over 21,000 acres of miners only. So how did the university manage the revenue and interest from this land? Well, before 1992, the income from investment of revenue in the PUF fund was used to reduce the debt incurring in establishing the university. And starting with 1992, the revenue from management of the PUF fund land has been split among 4 accounts of the PUF fund. They are endowed chair account, the endowed mineral research account, the endowed scholarship account, and the endowed Masavi range account. And also the revenue are often distributed within the count. So for example, all the revenue received after July 1st, 1992 from royalties for mining permanent university fund land under state mineral lease is split equally between those two accounts. So in the future, if someone want to look into how the university manage the revenue, they should also take this into account. And last, the interest from fall accounts of the pub fund is also used in 4 different ways, which is similar to the revenue. So to sum up, the revenue from land comes from selling, leasing, and investing the land or natural resources in it, especially mineral resources. The revenue and interest from land are distributed on endowment support for professional chairs, financial support for students, and related research. And that's all for my presentation. And I think capstone team will take on from here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adriana Goodwin, and I'm a citizen of the Red Lake Nation. And I have been honored to have been a part of this capstone team working on this really important research this semester. And I'll let the rest of my team introduce themselves. Miigwech.
Hello, everyone. I'm Danny Fuker. Guess we'll just pass the mic.
I'm Henry Paddock, MERP student, master's student.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Madeline Thaisa, Master of Human Rights student.
And I'm a Master of Public Policy student, forgot to say. Thank you to Kyle and Madison and Shuping for their presentation, and we'll keep it going with our capstone project. Just to quickly go over our research questions, building off of the previous semester's work, our first research question is looking at resources that have been taken from the lands, finding out if there's a monetary value that we can associate with the extraction and how we can make that information accessible. And then our second research question is, to what extent are other US universities evaluating and addressing harms done to their tribal populations? What level of support have those projects received? What barriers have they encountered? And how does the University of Minnesota compare to their peer institutions? So just as an overview, the Morrill Act land grant was just one of the land grants that's held in the Permanent University Fund. We heard about the Morrill land from Kyle, and we're just briefly going to cover 2 other land grants. Both of them are state-specific land grants. They're still federally granted, but only to Minnesota. And those are 1851 and 1857. Both granted 72 sections of land to the University of Minnesota. And so total of these 3 is about 186,000 acres of land that are all held in the Permanent University Fund. Just to get a visual here, in this map, we have the Morrill Act land grant lands in the blue parcels on the bottom there. So as Kyle was talking about, those are almost entirely on Dakota land. All of that land was sold to pay for University of Minnesota debts. And in the red, we have the red parcels are the current university land holdings that came from the 1851 and 1857 Minnesota specific land grants. The current holdings are on Ojibwe land. And not all of that land was sold. Those are our current holdings. We don't have a complete historical mapping like the Morrill land. And to fully connect that back to land cessions, this is just a map comparing the 1855, 1854, and 1837 land cessions from Ojibwe and Dakota tribes. All of those cessions were then granted to the university, and you can see on the map the overlay of current University of Minnesota land holdings and the cessions that they stem from. So all of the land grants we've just reviewed are part of the Permanent University Fund, which holds the endowment of the University of Minnesota. So money from the sale of land, as well as from resources extracted from these lands, are held in the Permanent University Fund. This picture on the slide here is from a 1916 state auditor report. So it's just to give a feel of what kind of resources were being tracked and profited off of early on. So we have land, all of the Morrill land, as we heard earlier, sale of land, sale of timber, mineral permits and leases, bonds, royalty on iron, etc. So from the fund's establishment in 1851 until 1992, the income made from investing the principal of the PUF was used to reduce the debt that was incurred in establishing a university. And in 1992, as we heard from Shuping, the PUF was split into 4 endowment accounts. And as of 2020, the total sits at 591 million. This is just a brief timeline meant to give a picture of the administration of the PUF over time, as well as where I was able to find records in case anyone wants to dig in a little deeper. From its establishment in 1851, before Minnesota was even a state, until 1963, the PUF was accounted for by the state auditor. And I was able to compile a pretty solid spreadsheet of what the fund looked like in the Minnesota Historical Society archives. That picture from the slide before was from those reports. After 1963, the administration of the PUF fund was turned over to the University of Minnesota Board of Regents, and it gets a little more difficult to find similarly detailed reports on the fund. I was able to find quarterly reports from about the 80s and 90s in the university archives, but it was more of investment style reports and not broken down by resources. And then in 1992, the endowment accounts are created, and today the Board of Regents is legislatively mandated to produce biennial reports on those endowment accounts, and the next one is expected this year. So there is so much that we can take away from looking into the Permanent University Fund, but from doing this archival and mapping research, we decided to focus on 2 main takeaways. The first takeaway has to do with the investment of PUF funds, which we heard a little bit about. From at least 1869, as this picture shows, the Permanent University Fund has invested in municipal bonds across the state. With my limited time, the latest example of such a bond that I found was in 1975, but there are many folders in the university archives that document these like individual bonds with low interest rates. I was finding 2 to 4% interest rates. But from early on in Minnesota's history as a state, this fund has helped to circulate money through colonial cities and counties. The aggregate records that I found don't reflect the potential return on this type of investment, but does represent money that those cities and counties could use so long as they were making their payments back. And so this type of investment likely resulted in low returns to the Permanent University Fund, but to us it has huge implications for the transfer of wealth from tribal nations and tribal land to colonists and colonial cities and counties. Our second takeaway has to do with mineral rights. In Minnesota, landowners are able to sell land and while retaining the mineral rights underneath that land. Tribes did not retain any of the mineral rights after the quote unquote sale of their lands, but the University of Minnesota did retain those mineral rights after they resold them. As a result, the university continues to bring in revenue from those lands. And I'll pass it over to Henry.
Thanks, Danny. So the DNR creates revenue from these mineral lease lands by selling or leasing the land. They lease mineral rights to mining companies, and the revenue is distributed 80% into the Permanent University Fund, and 20% of it goes to cover the Department of Natural Resources administrative costs for managing the land. And since 1891, iron and taconite leases alone on the Puff lands have accrued $184 million. This is not adjusted for inflation. I did a rough calculation of what that is in 2022 dollars, and we're looking at somewhere around $560–70 million, which is hugely significant. And this is just the mineral leases. This isn't the sale of land. This isn't return on investment. We're just talking about revenue from the mineral leases. And these maps show the university's historical mineral leases in green and the current mineral leases in red in relation to the remaining land grant lands in the Permanent University Fund, which are in black here. And the map on the right is, on the left, sorry, is Itasca County outside of Hibbing. And the one on the right is St. Louis County, about 50 miles north of Duluth. These maps illustrate that even though most of the land grant lands have been sold, there's still quite a bit of overlap between the remaining land grant lands and these mineral leases, even today. And so kind of to summarize these findings, the university has made over $180 million on land grant lands from mineral leases alone. And that's not adjusted for inflation. It does not account for the money that was made on returns from reinvesting this revenue. This number does not include the land sales or any mineral taxes that were collected either. This is just revenue from leasing mineral rights. And additionally, this money has historically been used to provide financing to settler municipalities throughout the state, as well as being used to pay university debts. So this had huge significance in beginning the state of Minnesota and the university. And today, this money helps to reduce helps to resource mining-related professorships, scholarships, and research. Given these findings, the university has the opportunity to begin investing this money in Native students and staff, as well as put together an exhaustive investigation into the history to build upon these findings. Instead of just having data available to those who can find it and connect it to the history, the university could present this in an in-depth report to the public and begin to reconcile with its history. Pass it on to Madeline now.
So as my colleagues discuss the depth of the land dispossession and extraction of minerals, I'm going to pivot a little bit to talk about university relations with tribal nations and the best practices for university action. So just centering again, my research question, or the research question was, to what extent are other US universities evaluating and addressing harms done to their tribal populations? What level of support have those projects received from their institutions? What barriers or pushback did they encounter? We're essentially wanting to know, how does the University of Minnesota compare? So then our methodology was, our goal was to identify best practices in peer institutions. Our approach was a qualitative interview. So we interviewed 9 different universities, all are seen on the right side of the screen, and did 2-hour interviews with each of the universities. So I would say this was probably one of my favorite parts of the project itself. It was really informative and also learning from the wisdom of other people. But we use purposeful sampling of educational institutions based on the client needs on the Truth Project. So, and also current relationships with tribal nations, other land-grant universities, and the relationship to the University of Minnesota. For example, like, are they in the Big Ten Conference? And as well as having a representation of geographical location. I would say just a caveat, the University of Michigan never responded to any of our inquiries. So, but otherwise, I know Cornell in particular, as well as MIT, were all also Mellon-funded institutions. So kind of going back earlier, they received similar funding that the University of Minnesota did in order to have the Truth Project. And then from our analysis, we just pulled out different themes. So key themes from our peer interviews were land acknowledgements, tribal office location, tuition support, student and faculty demographics, collection and reporting, academic programs, and Native American tribes, faculty, and students. So I'm just going to go through each of these quickly. So land acknowledgements, 7 out of the 9 peer institutions had land acknowledgements. This tab code is from the University of Oregon that a land acknowledgement is like someone who stole your bike, acknowledged that they stole it, and still rode off with it. And so it's like a critical first step, very important first step. But at the same time, we wanted to make sure that it requires administrative support and funding post land acknowledgement and throughout the entire process. We found that when a land acknowledgement is created by university with tribal input is really important, as well as the opportunity for University of Minnesota is that it's my understanding that tribes have come together and written a land acknowledgement, as well as given it to the University of Minnesota. And that is currently sitting in committees right now at the university. So really making sure that they push forward and continue the momentum and not just stop at a certain point. And below is an example of the University of Arizona's land acknowledgement. They coordinated or consulted with 2 local tribes in drafting this. And they went over through the course of 11 meetings. And so like, while it's a 3 or 4 sentence land acknowledgement, it's critical to have that tribal input in it. So our second key theme was tribal relations and tribal relation office location. So 4 out of the other universities had their office location in the president's office. We find that this is important because, like, if the president of the United States came to the university, they wouldn't be hosted by the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Office. They would be hosted by the president. And so recognizing not only the sovereignty of tribal nations, but also that they are tribes and sovereign nations and need to have that nation to institution relationship, not as a DEI initiative. So the power dynamics also at play at the president's office is important. And currently the University of Minnesota has its office location in the president's office. So it's kind of a good thumbs up there, but there's more work to be done. So for tuition support, 2 out of our 9 peer organizations have some degree of tuition support for Native students. It's important to note that the University of Minnesota, the Native American Promise Tuition Program, is based on need-based, not on affinity-based. And so families that make under $70,000 annually are the ones that qualify for the full tuition, with a caveat that family incomes over $125,000 are no longer eligible. So it's kind of proposed as an affinity base or promoted, but in reality, it's not. And so, for example, a huge at University of Hawaii has a program where Native Hawaiian faculty teach courses and incorporate Hawaiian ways of being and knowledge into core courses, which are only offered to Native Hawaiian students over the summer. So while they don't have a tuition waiver program, they offer additional ways for Native students to be involved in their university and with Native faculty. Oregon State Legislature also passed a budget that offers a supplemental cost of attendance, which also includes room and board after other federally funded and private scholarships are applied. Currently, it's only covered for 1 year and has to be re-evaluated or repassed. So it's not like a full-on kind of initiative, but they also have graduate scholarships for 2 years for Native students of any discipline. So the opportunity for University of Minnesota is to expand the affinity-based Morse tuition waiver that is currently in place at the Morse campus to the entire University of Minnesota system and offer other non-academic supports. such as reciprocity, also to include tribes who were forced to move into the North, was now today North and South Dakota borders during different treaties. So the choice is not where to go to college, but if. Oh, the choice is where to go to college, not if. Sorry about that. So the next theme was emission identification. So currently this very much varies across all universities. Sadly, a lot of universities don't know how many Native students attend, don't know what tribes they're affiliated, don't know if they're citizens or just kind of affiliated as Native. And so you can see 6 of the institutions use self-identification, 2 use tribal identification. So where students have list their tribe as well as their citizenship status. And 1 is inconsistent, which is really interesting. Like, for example, Brown University says that the data has data privacy over the total number of Native students, but then in the same form, will list the Native students by tribe. So a little confusing on what numbers are, but some universities also prioritize race when classifying 2 or more and will automatically slot one into one or the other. So multiracial people don't count in certain categories, which is very unfortunate. Some universities, once again with data privacy, but it's really cool because the University of Oregon was the one that pioneered this, where they asked for tribal affiliation and citizenship number in order to really build the community and know which students are coming from which tribes in order to create fellowship and to create those relationships. So opportunity for University of Minnesota, expand admission demographics to include tribal affiliation and citizenship. So peer academic programs. Well, our research went more in depth into a lot of these into this table. This is a key area because where the university spends their money to build their academics is also where their priority is. And so as you can see, the University of Minnesota only offers a major at this point, but other universities have PhDs, have masters. Unfortunately, some don't have anything and others just have minors or certificates. And so it's important for the institution to have robust self-criticism and reconcile with their own history with Native populations such as this project. And it's really an opportunity for University of Minnesota to put their money where their mouth is, or to build up this program to be intergenerational, but also to be a master's and PhD level program. So to our last theme of Native students and faculty, Native students and faculty are underrepresented at all peer institutions. Is also the University of Minnesota has no way of knowing how many Native faculty are currently on campus, or they don't make that publicly available. The number I did find was like after me digging for like 2 hours on the university website, so it's not readily available either. And a lot of these numbers range. For example, 90 to 310 is a pretty big range, or 21 to 500. So there isn't really a way to know, but at the same time, even the higher estimates are still underrepresented. So I would say this also comes into a part where geography matters. Whereas you see on East Coast cities such as Brown or Cornell and stuff, you see the cultural erasure a lot more prevalent. Whereas at University of Arizona, you have more robust Native communities, as well as having that seen through, whereas the process of colonization as westward expansion happened, universities follow that same historical trend. And so I think I'll pass it off to Adriana.
So some additional insights that we received from the various interviews that we conducted. A big one was institutional will. And so that's where individuals in leadership positions really utilizing their power within the institution as a catalyst for change. We heard from various interviews where they had a project that they wanted done, and with the support of the administration, they got it done. And so that was a really big takeaway for us. Another really big takeaway was that the needs of American Indian students are unique. Representation matters. When we see people that look like us, that talk like us, and those kinds of things, we do better. We're more prosperous. And another thing is that Indigenous ways of knowing have equal value to Western academia, and really just placing the value and emphasis on that is really important. Another really important thing is that we need a space to gather. We need a space, again, where there's images and pictures on the walls that are representative of who we are as a people. Even the space that we're creating today, seeing all of you guys out there is a really beautiful thing. It makes me feel more comfortable as we're presenting. And so thank you for showing up today. Another thing that we found, or that we know, is that, Indigenous peoples are less visible to the broader public. When we were interviewing Brown University, the person that we interviewed made a comment that people don't even know we exist. And so that's the same story across the country, is that we're fighting so hard to be visible. Another really important thing is that we need creative programs unique to the context of the land and to the space and to the university. And another really important thing is that we need access to the research and to the archives. So kind of to restate, the first research question is, in addition to the land itself, resources have been taken. Is there a monetary value that we can associate with this research extraction? Again, to kind of highlight what Danny and Henry mentioned, was that we really encourage the university to design a self-study to identify strategies for strengthening tribal relations. There is exhaustive documentation of the permanent university funds and other funds stemming from tribal lands that we still don't have benefit from to this day. And again, there is an opportunity for a creative use of the permanent use of university fund for tribal investment. Money made from mineral rights could fund these tribal endowed chairs or scholarship or research. And another opportunity for the university is continued funding of an expanded promise tuition waiver. To restate the second research question that we focused on, to what extent are other U.S. universities evaluating and addressing harms done to their tribal populations? What levels of support have those projects received from their institutions? What barriers or pushback did they encounter? So some key takeaways from the data we collected from this research question is that, land acknowledgement is really important. But again, there needs to be that tribal consultation. There needs to be tribal people included in that process. And beyond the tuition-based waiver, we really encourage an affinity-based waiver. It's really important that our Native students have all of the supports that they need, whether that be childcare, housing, etc. And another really important thing is to improve the admission data. It's really critical and important that we know where our students are coming from, so we can better curtail the needs of our academic programming to best meet the needs of our Native American students. Again, to build out the academic programming of master's and PhD levels. And another really important thing that I mentioned before is that representation matters. We need more Native staff and faculty. Again, we're more successful when we see people that look like us, that talk like us, that know, or what community is and how important that is to Indigenous peoples. And another opportunity is for more administrative funding and student level support. So throughout this whole process, we really felt as a team, it was really important to include this in it. And just the way in which that we engaged with this research was that we really recognized that this project was really important. And I really want to commend my team for the humility and for the thoughtfulness that they've put on this project, being non-Native researchers. So thank you. We wanted the capstone project to genuinely help the Truth Project by building that relationship and building that trust with our client, meeting back and forth with them, offering questions, getting our questions answered. It was just really important to center the needs of our client as we engaged in this process. And another thing with this project is that, these are really painful, traumatic topics for many of us. Conducting the interviews took a lot of thoughtfulness and patience. And again, really centering that we were guests in their space. And so really being mindful of the cultural sensitivity that needs to take place when working with tribal people and tribal nations. Another really complex thing was the permanent university fund. You guys kind of got a little bit of that about the way in which the University of Minnesota has really generated massive amounts of wealth off of the land grab that took place here. And it's still really difficult to understand, and we're just touching the surface of all of this. There's so much more to know. And again, as Madeline mentioned before, the trends that have been followed from that westward expansion, you can really see that in the institution today. With that, I'd like to thank again the Cura team before us and the rest of the capstone team, Professor Greg Lindsay. Yeah, miigwech.
We did have some questions come in during your presentation, so we will read them off for you, but they're addressing different people. So yeah, whoever wants.
Okay.
Okay, so the first question is for Madison. I don't know if we can switch back to her screen. What will it take to have the real numbers instead of assumptions on some of those financial assessments that you offered earlier?
To get the perfectly accurate real numbers, we would need sort of all of the information on the Moral Act portfolio and exactly what it was invested in going back to the date of the sale. So back towards 1904, and then tracking that year by year. That's going to be a little bit difficult to obtain. The way we could get sort of some more tractable and easier estimates would be if we knew how much of the permanent university fund is currently comprised of the Moral Act portfolio, then we could try to reconstruct things. Or if we had some idea in trends of how things were invested, then we could get a lot better numbers.
And then I guess to add to that response is that, you know, when Danny and I were in the archives and in the documents, you know, this information is hard to find. And so like, that's a huge part of it. Like I remember, you know, we sat there for hours one evening, just like, you know, shuffling through documents online. And another thing is that these documents are so dispersed in various places. So we found some like old pictures of bonds from the Charles Pillsbury papers. And then we were at the Minnesota Historical Society. So that's another part of it, is that, you know, these documents are so widespread and it really takes time to find them. And then to even understand like how to look at the ledgers is another like challenging area. So yeah.
And then along those same lines, this question says, from 1992 to 2020, and those may or may not be the right years, the PUF totals, it disappeared. Yeah. Yeah. To back, okay. Okay, so from 1992 to 2020, the PUF totals were around 500,000. Is there a total figure from 1851 to 1992 that was used for debt reduction?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Shuping.
Oh yeah, I think that information appears in my slides. I didn't check the number, especially the money from 1992 and to now, but also the information is not clear, and yeah, that's also worth some future study on that.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
I'll just add that because the principle of the permanent university fund has to be held in perpetuity, it is only income on investments and stuff like that that can be spent on reducing the debt in that time period. And we would need to have that information that Madison was talking about to be able to really figure out how much was spent on reducing debts for the university.
Okay, thank you. So these questions are for the capstone team. Who were the partners at the other schools who you interviewed? And I don't know if you all want to share names of the folks you interviewed with.
Yeah, so we won't be sharing names for like privacy issues, but they were similar to Tad's position. So as like a director of either a Native American tribal relations office, there were some academic programs. It depended. Basically, we kind of did a deep dive into a university website to find out who the person would be or who would be the best person to answer our questions, and then reached out to them. If universities didn't have an office in particular, either in the president's office or a DEI, like Cornell, for example, it was an academic program. So.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Yes, we're very grateful for our university partners who showed up today to offer support and bear witness to these truths. Maybe you all can just define this term for folks. What does affinity mean when you say affinity-based waiver?
So an affinity-based waiver would be depending on how I would say you identify, but also like a community, a group of people. It's not, it's typically, I would say, a cultural group or so, but it's not based on the need-based versus affinity. What's the need-based is based on annual income or family income, whereas affinity-based is based on your identity. And so like affinity-based would not, it's a full waiver, not based on any income level. Because I don't know if I can add to that a little bit. So like the University of Minnesota, University of Minnesota if your family makes around 70,000 annually, you already are applicable for a lot of federal grants and scholarships, for example, like the Pell Grant. And so it kind of, basically it's a scholarship that most people already get additional funding for and resources for. So how much the University of Minnesota is actually applying that scholarship, I would say is kind of questionable, or how many people are actually able to qualify for that after all of the other additional scholarships and funding from like the federal government, for example, or like FAFSA type stuff.
Yeah, and one of the first questions that we received was about the Native Promise Scholarship. So maybe we'll just address that right now. So for those who don't know, the university announced a short time ago that they were going to offer a Native Promise, which they say essentially allows free tuition for Native students. However, you do have to be an enrolled member of one of the 11 federally recognized tribes who share geography with Minnesota. And as we know from the presentations we've heard so far, that excludes most of the folks whose land was stolen and who were exiled. In addition to that, the Native Promise Scholarship depends on blood quantum, which we know is a tool of genocide and a tool of colonialism. And it does not even meet the US federal government's definition of who qualifies as American Indian under the Indian Education Act, which does allow for first or second degree descendancy to be included in that. So whether your parent or grandparent was. The Native Promise Scholarship, as the capstone team just explained, is more of a need-based scholarship. So you have to make under $70,000, which also excludes a lot of families. And as we've seen from these economic analyses, the university has more than enough resources to offer free tuition for all Indigenous students, regardless of where they live, regardless of where they are enrolled or whether or not they are enrolled. And we hope that one of the actions taken by the university is to extend the Morris waiver, which is a true waiver, across all 5 campuses.
Yeah. Question?
Oh
from the
yeah,
audience?
questions in the audience?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to bring it to you? Oh, thank God. Yeah, thanks.
So Buju, good morning, everybody. I'm going to thank the capstone team. That was awesome. And again, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I understand that. But my question is more of a macro federal question. So you talked about the 1859 land grant and the 1857 Enabling Act grant. So I'm really wondering why just Minnesota only got them that opportunity in other states, if you know that answer.
So we actually, it's very well that other states might have also received similar land grants. The difference between those 2 land grants and the Morrill Act was the Morrill Act was like a federal act that affected all the states and all the universities. And these were just congressional land grants that were offered to Minnesota for the founding of the university. And then when Minnesota gained statehood, the federal government gave them these lands to help with that. And so kind of one important piece of research that I think similar to the High Country News research that needs to be done is looking at these state specific land grants across the country. Because I mean, most of our research had focused on the Morrill lands and things weren't adding up until we realized that there are these other land grants that the state was offered. And that's kind of where all the mineral leasing revenue comes from. So I think each state has probably their own history of state specific land grants. And I encourage anyone to look more into that as well.
And then just to continue to add to Henry's point, the University of Minnesota really maximized on the way in which that they, circulated this wealth through. As Kyle's story map showed, a 25,000% return, and that's just astounding. And then when you look at the numbers from the iron ore royalties, 180 some million. And so the University of Minnesota has done a really astounding job in the way in which that they've generated massive amounts of wealth, and they've done a really good job at kind of like hiding this history. It's not very well known. It was very hard for us to find numbers and all of these things. And so, yeah, Miigwech, for your question.
We do have one more question in the chat here. Is there a space or opportunity for U.S. schools to learn from places where tertiary education is a treaty right, like in Canada? And I'll actually be addressing that later on this afternoon in the 3:30 presentation. We did do an international comparison of the Kansas countries, so Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the US to kind of compare specifically what Canada and New Zealand are doing in terms of what they often refer to in Canada as indigenizing the university. And then there's just a couple of comments that I'll read. So why doesn't the U of M have figures for Native faculty? That's a good question. Staff, students, all of that should be available. And then just another comment, exile pushed 90% of Dakota people out of their homeland of Minnesota Makoche, and Dakotas should be first to receive benefits of reparations based on the 1851 numbers. And we agree with that. Okay, we do have a few more questions. We'll keep going with them. So in response to Adriana and Madison's response about assumptions, are you saying that it will basically take more research, or are there additional barriers or people blocking this process?
I'll jump in really briefly on that. It is going to be a combination of both. Certainly more research is needed to see the extent of exactly what is available. But there are also barriers in that the university is not going to be releasing, or at least doesn't have publicly available information for the last 117 years on their exact investment patterns. So that is something we would really need to push for disclosure from, specifically with respect to the land grants and the Morrill Act.
And then I guess just to add on that, it's the time that it takes to do this research. As a capstone team, we probably spent hundreds of hours easily between just the four of us, and that's not even including, the time before that. And I guess we need funding to do this kind of stuff too, and so that's also a big portion of it as well. This kind of research should be Indigenous led with Indigenous researchers. And humility and all of those good things. So,
yeah, and that's all the time we have questions for. I know there's more in the chat. I'm sorry we didn't get to more questions.
Thank you so much. It's great. So that concludes the portion given by Kira and the RCP. We would now like to move into the Tribal Research Fellow presentations. First, to address our audience today is MIAC President and Chanchayapi Chairman, Robert Larson.
Hame Takiapi. Tatanki Chaptan Talmiado. Itancha Chanshayapi Demie. Itancha Minnesota Indian Affairs Council Demie. Damakota. Wahinkpe Tiwahe. Hello, my relatives. My name is Robert Larson. My Dakota name is very loosely translated Rolling Bull. I'll spare you the details, but it's more than a day's worth of explanation to get the meaning of my name. I am president at Lower Sioux. Chanshayapi is what we call that area where they make the trees red. About a little over 100 miles west and a little south of here. A little less than 2,000 acres is what our land base is. Just to give you a perspective of all the information you've been seeing. First, I just want to say thank you to the Transformation, Minnesota Transform, the Mellon Foundation, and the interns and tribal research fellows that worked on this project. I mean, my head's swimming with all this information that's been shared already, and appreciate the research there. Hope it can continue. Several professors and interns have applied for the funding, and a $325,000 grant was provided to the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council, which was divided up amongst the tribes. And there were some of those tribes that chose not to take the funding. They just wanted to get the research done. So just a little background. The Minnesota Indian Affairs Council is pretty much a state agency, but it's governed and decisions are made by the executive board, which is made up of a spot for each of the 11 tribes in the state, and 10 of which participate at this point. Upper Sioux does not participate in the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council. So the reason it went through the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council, I think, is just because of the ability to touch each of the tribes, to share, to say one spot, where we can go and get the information. Sorry. In the summer of 2020, MIAC passed a series of resolutions, one of which dealt with the failure of the university to repatriate 186 bodies and the funerary objects that have been buried with them. Like Tad shared earlier, these objects were worth anywhere between 150 and $200 million in the underground economy. And they cannot be sold because they're stolen items. The U of M had been in violation of federal law for over 30 years and faced with withholding of federal funds and other federal penalties. The Wiseman Museum displayed these items in the 1990s in violation of federal law as well. A long resolution on creating a better partnership between the tribes and the U requested a number of steps for the university to take. A study of the Great Minnesota Land Grab, where not just the U of M got its land grant endowment, but so did 34 other universities, including MIT and Cornell, which was shared earlier. The partnership resolution included some tribe-specific matters. The Forestry Center, the U operated on lands within the Fond du Lac Reservation, medical matters at Red Lake, and the patenting of wild rice DNA from the Ojibwe tribes and selling this sacred grain. Also in the partnership resolution was the fact that there is no Indian law program at the law school, no PhD program in the American Indian Studies, and no undergraduate degree in Dakota language. This list is not complete of all that was in the partnership, but most important, we wanted professors trained in federal, tribal, and university relations. The state of Minnesota requires state employees to take this training, and MIAC, along with UMD and MnDOT, has trained well over 4,400 state employees at this point. We'd love to train the U of M faculty and staff. The last resolution dealt with naming the American Indian Learning Resource Center after a Native American who recruited and retained students for over 35 years. But this was disallowed because this requires a generous donation from someone. When the U of M attorneys discovered that after 30 years they were out of compliance with federal law, they decided to repatriate the bodies and the funerary objects. This is in process and it is a good step forward. The U has created a scholarship program for enrolled tribal members from the Minnesota tribes, and others can go to the existing program at the former boarding school at the U of M Morris, which is also a good step forward. These resolutions were drafted up to move the relationship between the 11 Indian tribes of Minnesota forward. It bugs me that along with the law school, the business school, and the Humphrey School don't have permanent Native American professors on courses. The university seems afraid to talk about the achievement gap facing Native American families, and they should be trying to train teachers who know American and Minnesota history through the lens of Native Americans. There should be stronger recruitment of Native American students, faculty, and staff. The U has participated in erasure of our lifeways and extraction from our communities to our detriment. For many of those tasked with gathering this information, learning and knowing the history has been infuriating, saddening, and our team of Native scholars have experienced much grief. There needs to be real action on a system-wide level, not just words on performance. Since President Gable came in, for the first time, Minnesota tribes have had regular meetings with the president of the University of Minnesota. And for the first time, a tribal member is an advisor to the president on Indian affairs. For the first time, we're seeing the university look at itself and think about their land grant, about the resources they extracted, the lawyers and business people and women they trained to exploit Native American people. For the first time, the university is looking at the original sins of Minnesota. They hanged innocent people. They drove innocent people out of the state. They exploited and stole land inside the Ojibwe reservations so they could harvest ancient strands of timber. They discriminated at all levels of government, and they made the Native American something less than a second-class citizen. For the first time, the University of Minnesota is discovering how they benefited at each point in the state's history by the exploitation of its Native American citizens. But looking forward, we look forward to collaborating with President Gable and the university on a better time for the tribes of Minnesota and the University of Minnesota. We thank President Gable for seeing us because we've been invisible for far too long. We look forward to a better day. The University of Minnesota can improve our people and our homelands. And we hope that as President Gable, we might be able to teach the university some things about our views of life, learning, and constant optimism about better days ahead. So we just want to wish the university well in the days ahead and years ahead. We see a brighter and better future in this place. We thank you and look forward to being a respectful and honorable partner with the University of Minnesota. So thank you for the time, Pidame Ado. And with the presentations coming up, we know it's going to be some very difficult information. So just think back to the folks that are sharing it, the folks that are collecting it, doing this work. And if you need to, take the time outside. I mean, it's not all sunshine and roses, and it's not all bleak, but I hope that it gets inside. Thank you.
So we've allotted space for each tribe to give a presentation, and some people will be joining us virtually and some people will be joining us here in person. So I'd like to see if Jamie Arsenal from White Earth is ready to present. A number of our tribal research fellows are playing a sort of a dual role for their tribe. They're the Tribal Historic Preservation Office as well. So this is a very busy time for TIPOs. They're usually in the field. So we're just grateful that you're able to present today.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be looking at some notes here, and I'm just very grateful that I've been given this opportunity to speak, and Buju and Miigwech for that. I am the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer up at White Earth, and I wish I could be with you in person today. There's a lot going on up here, and I'm a staff of one, so I appreciate your understanding. I want to say that we've been engaged in this Truth Project for the entirety of this year. We went through a good solid week-long training on research that has already been done, very similar to what we're hearing today, just as a jumping off place. And that for me really became this moment where I could see just how many hours it would take to be in an archive space, that there's additional information that we still need to find. There's boxes, I'm sure, that haven't been digitized and gone through. There's final dollar amounts that have yet to be calculated, but we have a suspicion of kind of where things are going, right? We've heard some of that this morning. And so the approach that I took was a little different in the sense that I spoke more with community rather than looking at the archives themselves, because I really wanted to hear what people were thinking here. And I also did a lot of my own reflections in that I sit as TIPO, and so most people would think that I'm only focused on history. However, I can see how things repeat themselves. I can see how legacies carry on. I can see how a land grab of the past is affecting families today. And so it was a really interesting project for me to be working on this, and the conversations were not easy ones to have, right? These are not easy reflections to have, but they're necessary. And so I want to thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge how painful it, a lot of this has been for those doing the research that are from Indigenous communities. And so it's possible for us to look at land grabs and resource extractions and just overall knowledge grabs and look at how this is affecting tribal nations today, individuals today, the education system today, on the reservations, off the reservations. While at the same time, these endowment funds for the university have continued to grow and professional careers have continued to flourish. So there's a imbalance here. And, my hope is that this work continues after this Truth Project Symposium today concludes, right? So there's still work to be done in the archives. There's a lot of work to be done within future planning within administrations and finance. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of relationships with tribes and with students. And so, my hope is that we continue with all of this. And so I also wanted to say that with that, institutional will would become very necessary, right? It's not enough to just say that we're going to do this project, we're going to allocate these research funds, we're going to conclude in May, and then things are going to be okay after that. So my hope is that, again, we keep doing the providing the funding and the time necessary to continue going through these archives. So in some way, we're able to digitize a lot of this stuff so that community members, tribal representatives who can't physically make it into an archives, they have that access. They can pull something up and be able to look at it. They can use it in the classroom. They can use it in a planning meeting. That there's just greater access overall. And also, who knows the connections that community members are going to make when they have access to the materials themselves. They'll be able to look at this and say, oh, and then there's this other thing, right? That's important. And that's going to also provide us with a fuller story of what took place and where we should go next. So I do want to say that one of the things that did come up in speaking with folks is that tuition waiver piece. It is critical, but beyond need-based and thinking more broadly in terms of who is Native and how enrollment kind of plays a bit of a challenge. Up this way, it is not at all uncommon to have a child who is, fully Indigenous, but have parents with multiple tribes on each side and not enough blood to make enrollment in any particular tribe. And so would this child be excluded, under that particular policy? I think we can think bigger and we can think more broadly. Another piece that came up during our January training was information would be presented in such a way where it would go so far and then it would stop. And it would stop because a comment would be made that, the attorneys for the university, said that this can't be done or this can't be done. And so I would really strongly advise the university to consider consulting with additional attorneys who work really well in Indian country, Native attorneys, because a lot of the context of these conversations that came up, it absolutely can be done. We just need to think differently about how to do that. And, a university attorney, it's very difficult, I'm sure, right? I mean, you have to manage everything, every possible law and outcome. And so it's hard to specialize in any one thing. And so when you come up with a painful topic like this and a situation like this and a legacy that's, over 100 years old, right? It's important to bring in those that have thought about this for a long time. And so attorneys, bringing them in, I think that's critical. becoming familiar with which tribes have IRBs in terms of proposed research. I think that's important, but also knowing that if a tribe doesn't have their own research board, that usually that means that the council is also approving or analyzing, and voting on if they're going to approve a certain research project. So that's important, having that relationship. And it may even be beneficial to have a research review committee within the university comprised of representatives from different tribal nations to look at this, because we have situations where we have some folks within the university that are looking at wild rice and doing their research and doing it in collaboration with tribes. And we have others that have not necessarily followed that same path. How do you police that? A lot of times tribes are the last to know, and the damage may have already been done at that point. So just structuring and involving community from the beginning in that planning process, from the onset, and making sure that you have additional specialists you can consult with that are attorneys that know this world and can think bigger. I think that's important to consider. In addition to the tuition waivers, there was a strong response for support for the wellness of students overall. I mean, especially after the past 2 years, we all value and can see how important mental health is just for everyone across the board. But Native students have long had additional struggles with retention. There's a lot that's pulling at them and not necessarily a lot of support. We recognize that. This has been studied, it's been documented, people have written books about it. So, we could do something about that. Making sure that we have Native representation in terms of faculty, administration, researchers. I think all of that is important, and all of that came up in our conversations. Part of this work would also include addressing the legacy of boarding schools, which would include the Morris campus. And I would like to say a thank you to Dr. Whalen and Acting Chancellor Janet Erickson, because we did engage in conversations throughout this process. And I'm happy to be part of the search for unmarked burials when that time comes. And I think that having that tribal involvement will be critical. The way that I have personally, from my perspective, advised as we move forward is to use non-destructive means such as ground penetrating radar, having spiritual people there to help guide the process, having TIPOs there to help guide the process, but also having a plan. What happens if you find someone? What happens if you don't? Doesn't mean that they're not there, right? How do you protect that space and honor that space? But also, how do you protect the wellness of those who are living right now, the students that are there, the community that hears that news if you do find someone? That wellness system, that really, really matters. We need to have we just need to have the resources in place. And that also includes the communities. So if Morris goes and we do a search and someone is located, how are we also supporting communities when they hear that? So, all of these types of things are linked. They're all important. And that search, finding out and moving through that process, that does need to happen. The fact that there are limited wellness resources shouldn't end that. It should, I guess, prompt us all to look at how we can best support each other and do this work. And so I would be calling on the university to encourage that, to make that available. Let's see, making sure I'm getting all everyone's comments here. Another piece that came up when looking at the permanent university endowment, the funds that were made off of mineral leasing, the fact that we don't have a total dollar amount yet, we have an estimate, right? There was a contrast that kept being noted about how tribes often have to struggle to have their own archive centers, their own cultural centers, their own spaces, right? Like they struggle to keep the doors open. And institutions across the country have large endowments. They have collections of all of these items and materials and sacred things. And so there's a very stark contrast there. And just in talking with communities here, partially with the legacy of boarding schools and partially with this desire to have knowledge home again, we came up with this list, in different conversations. Certainly not everybody. I haven't been able to talk to everybody, but we've come up with this list among different conversations that I've had where, I've said, well, okay, what was disrupted? What happened? What was lost? And, the usual type of items made on the list, right? And people talked about family structures. They talked about language. They talked about their overall wellness and self-esteem and just knowledge of their own family history, all kinds of things like that. Ceremony, access to food, access to be able to gather in gathering places and such, right? And so, just within my own mind here, I took all of that and I started thinking to myself, initially years ago, there was a plan for a museum of some kind, and that's sort of shifted into this concept of an archives and wellness center, an ability, a space that's built for the purpose of community members being able to access so that they can be able to connect with documents or items or sacred things, something that helps them connect more with themselves. So if you want to learn more about enrollment or something that happened within, maybe files for your family that are connected to boarding schools, that you'd be able to do that. But in addition to an archivist and conservationist and folks like that, there would be people who are trained in trauma, who are trained in going through historic trauma and working with you, so that help you be able to locate those documents, even if it's logging in and seeing files that are at the university or elsewhere. You would be being able to sit with somebody and help understand how that affects the family, but also work through what do we do with this knowledge once we have it. Be space for language learning, space for ceremony. And the question that kept coming back at me is, okay, how do you pay for that? How do you pay for that? And then I kept seeing all these endowments, and it's like, man, what if all these different institutions could contribute to these tribal endowments that could keep a space like that open and provide that access for the people, So that's something that's come up in conversation. Looking at all the health research, again, that goes back to wellness, right? So we need to be better about how institutions are allowed to research different communities and without necessarily consent at the very, very beginning, at the initial birth of the idea, right? Social services, we need to look at that. And a lot of that training takes place at universities. So just an overall restructuring. And these are the types of things that kept coming up again and again with the community, is to be able to access this knowledge that's within the archives, to look at the totality of that legacy, to actually have numbers and facts and dates and acreage and all that stuff together. And to be able to apply that, to pick out those patterns that are still persisting today, right? That inequality, all of that. And then to have a plan moving forward that's going to address overall wellness for people. So that, I think these were the themes that kept coming up within the community. So I wanted to share that. And, I'm writing a larger report that will have, details and such in there, but I know that there are other speakers too. So I just wanted to share, what these conversations have been like over the past 5 months. Thank you.
Fellowship took on this work according to their own interests and their own gifts. We really resisted being prescriptive and wanted to just allow for sort of what emerged. And, it was our fellows who were sort of bravely descending into the archives and uncovering painful history and deep emotions. And, as a team, we tried to support each other. So next, I'd like to welcome Lori Harper to give a presentation. Lori is from Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe.
I don't need to share them. To be sure. Yes, we can take a couple minutes and say that. Alrighty.
Yeah, Abby, can you help us with slides?
You okay? Go to the beginning. Probably.
Can you try to take it and move it onto the other sheet? Try to get left or right. There. Yeah.
Oh man, I can't read it then. Down here?
Yeah. Little corner presenter, a little farther to the right. One more.
There?
Oh. Switch screens. Oh, okay. Not seen one of these. No. Oh, oh.
That one, I guess.
Yeah. Fun. I just close and restart.
So you can change that. Man, now would have been a good time to take a stretch. And
We still have time.
yeah, they're still working on it.
Change that slideshow style.
Right there.
It's this one. I'm gonna move over to there. And you can
How do you,
drag it.
this one? I've never seen one of these.
Not fancy.
Mhm.
On my mouse. Here, this is
So,
my
yeah.
work plan. Okay. It's just. Let me go back to small view for a second. This is the mouse. Oh my gosh, this is so fancy. This is the coolest computer I've ever seen. Let's go. That. I don't want to see. Now if we go. Oops, but how do we make it go over here? I can just do it without. No. That contains information. That is not acceptable. We can do better than that. This is the University of Minnesota.
This is the University of Minnesota. We can do it. Hey, I work for the Institute of Advanced Studies. We can make a PowerPoint. If I can learn how to use this mouse, I can make it happen for you. Go, go, go. Why is this not going?
It's going on.
Oh my God.
Oh, I see.
Oh my gosh. It's got so many screens. No clue. How many people does it take?
You're maybe on primary monitor.
Oh, hi. You're over there still.
Come and sit with you and I gotta get my laptop back.
Oh yeah, there we go. The question is, which monitor is it? Okay, my other tech friend was like trying to help us from afar. Can we just mirror the screen on you? I can understand why that's.
Yeah.
Change the. What else sounds like choking? Different view.
Like,
Set up slideshow. We can just make it a really big window.
that's not it.
Whoa.
Fourth dimension.
I'm learning about this computer now. On the bright side, you have the coolest computer I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Not that I'm going to learn how to work it, but it's really cool. Weird with you.
I don't know what I'm getting up there right now.
So when I walked in here, I used to be a student here at Humphrey. I walked in here and went to access my file out there when we got here. And I couldn't even log on to the guest Wi-Fi for the U. Yeah, so I sat and recreated my slides that I worked until 1:45 last night on. So, you know, access to information here at the university really needs to be expanded.
One, duplicate it on 3, and then we'll duplicate it up there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's ever seen a laptop that has a screen right here. There we go. Okay, we might be not at the beginning of your.
No,
slideshow
you're
anymore.
sure not.
We're
And I
so
have
sorry.
no idea how to
Oh,
navigate it from this screen.
where's my, oh, I'm touching your screen, not your. There you go. Let's see, now can we navigate it? It's the. Can we navigate? I don't know why there's no screen right here. Why is there no screen down here? That it doesn't work to touch it. Is it usually a touch screen? Oh, that's cool. Okay, well.
Let's just leave it like that so I can navigate my slides.
I guess that might be our best option.
Yeah.
So at least make it really big. We might have to do that. Otherwise, we're never gonna, oh geez. Let's at least do that.
We're
Oh, we
good.
can navigate.
I got it. Ani Nishnabedug Ogabewa Sequay Indigenous Kaz, Gasagatswa Jamaica and Dunjaba, Gamisquawa Kokag, and Ayan. I am Lori Harper. I am a mother to 4 wonderful sons. I have my eldest sitting in the audience who did receive his master's degree here at the University of Minnesota. How many years ago? 3 years ago. And as a single mom of sons, that's a huge accomplishment for our young American Indian men. And I was just reminded of it because my sister sent me a photo, a memory of the day he graduated and walked and got his hood. And there were all sorts of jokes that we made, of course, about a young Native man getting a hood down here in the cities. So it's really important for me, and this is something that I've taught my own children, is to understand our familial history and where we come from, because we are so tied to our land. What I said earlier was I'm Lori Harper. I am from Leech Lake Reservation. I live in Cass Lake. I am fortunate enough to have purchased a house on North Cass Lake at Leech Lake Reservation. And coming from a mother and father who, I was a first generation college student. While my parents were very active in the field of Indian education, they did not complete their degrees at Northwestern University in Illinois. And my dad had a fellowship, was the first American Indian Fellow awarded through, I believe it was the Ford Foundation. This is information that we learned from our parents after they had passed. So growing up, while education was very important to our family, the choice as Anishinaabe was always left up to us. It was always assumed that we would be making our own choice. I did things a little differently within my household, raising my kids, and switched the conversation up with when you go to school, when you're done with high school, and when you go to school. Recently, I won't say exactly how old my eldest child is, but my youngest is 16. And about 4 years ago, when I was fortunate enough to have all 4 of my sons under the same roof for a meal at the same time, my youngest made some comment about, well, when I graduate high school and if I go to college, blah, blah, blah. It just got quiet at our table. You could hear a pin drop. And he just kept shoveling food in his mouth, not understanding what he said or the reaction. And Tamigabo Keenan said, "Ma, are you just going to let him get away with that?" Because I had raised all of them to have that conversation and that expectation for when you go to school. Now, fast forward to being the tribal education director for Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, working closely with our K-12 settings in the northern tier of the state of Minnesota to include several public schools as well as our tribal school. I now understand that college is not for everyone, and that's okay. We need to be able to make systems and settings available to our students, no matter where their passion lies. But that's one thing that we really lack at tribal communities is asking our people what they want. We think that as directors or as tribally elected leaders that we know what's best for our people, and we become prescriptive too. We learn that very well. So we need to be able to take that step back as community leaders, as directors within our own programs, and have those conversations with our community members and ask them and help them identify where their passions are and what it is they want to be doing. Because ultimately, as Anishinaabe, and this is one of our biggest teachings, is that it is our choice. We have that choice. And there's several cultural teachings in our language that really teach us without telling us this is your choice. And one of them is a woman's teaching when she becomes a woman, and the talk that we are given. So I want to share those bits with you, because as I quickly move through this, but I have the mic, there's areas as I dove into this research, I thought the quick and easy piece would be to definitely look at the wild rice research, because it's been researched so heavily, and because our Department of Resource Management at Leech Lake, some of the majority of the folks there really were angered when and triggered when I told them that we were doing these research projects. Is Tad in here? I love him. Okay, I just want to thank him, but I have to remind him that we weren't all chosen research fellows. For some of us, it kind of fell in our lap, and we answered an email that Tad was so gracious to send out to us saying, hey, if you want to talk with these folks at this tribe or this one, get a hold of so-and-so. And I got one of those emails, and I responded and I said, yes, how can I help you? What can I do? How can I help you navigate this? And then I was included on all these meetings, and I didn't know what was going on. And then all of a sudden I'm doing this research, and anyway. So you'll hear throughout today, like how impactful these researchers have at how they've impacted everything. One of the big pieces within this research project is how oftentimes, I can speak for myself, oftentimes I felt like I was off in a canoe by myself, and there was like mist all around me. And I would get an email very timely from Misty saying, hey, take a look at this. Or from Dave Chang saying, hey, I came across this newspaper article. Or Anne saying, hey, take a look at this article. And then it would bring me back around that, hey, we're not the only ones in this, that we're able to draw on our collective strengths. And that's really different in Indigenous communities. That is something that we need to really push forward, please take note, to continue in any form of research with Indigenous communities that the University of Minnesota partakes in, or whatever, is like you center and you spotlight the Indigenous knowledge systems and the Indigenous knowledge that they bring to the table. And you ensure that there is a team effort of research, because a lot of what we've looked into, even I sitting at dinner and we were trying to have a relaxing dinner last night, and Anne brought up some information and I said, oh man, we sat for, after everybody else left, I think there were 4 of us sitting there until about, was it like 9:45 last night, discussing additional pieces that were coming up. So of course I get back to the hotel room and I'm like, okay, I got to throw this slide deck together. And I start looking up stuff, and I was so angry. I went for a walk twice last night by myself around the University of Minnesota. Like, I left my phone at one point thinking this is the stupidest thing I've ever done. But I needed to like burn off that energy because I was so triggered, literally triggered. Reading old newspaper articles, reading just about the incestuous relationships of the Board of Regents in the founding of the state of Minnesota, in the development of policy, not just for a state, but at a federal level as well. The research that you'll hear about later, and hopefully it's clear, will lay out how these land cessions benefited the settlement of the United States in its totality. It was not just benefiting university systems. Our United States was settled on our lands that we gave up here in this area. So I'm really glad that my son is here, because I haven't really shared with him too much what I've been working on the last couple of months. He works with our office here in the metro area in the field of education as well. So the Treaty of Washington, the 1855 Treaty of Washington, ceded a large portion of land, established Leech Lake and Mille Lacs Reservation. Henry Rice, he was a fur trader who lobbied for the bill to establish the Minnesota Territory. He was also a congressional delegate from March 4th, 1853 to March 4th, 1857. Why is that important? Well, there's Rice Street over in St. Paul. There's like a statue of him at the state buildings. So he supported the 1855 treaty, as he had stated that the Ojibwe owed several thousands of dollars. And what he went on to say was that we were too poor to be able to farm, and that we didn't have the knowledge, and that we owed him money. Rice was invested in the timber industry and profited from logging Ojibwe land. That's important because when we talk about the dams at Leech Lake, the dams were built at Leech Lake not to benefit us, not to benefit the northern tier of Minnesota, but to benefit the St. Paul non-native white owners. It wasn't just for logging and timber, it was for flour mills, it was for Pillsbury, who then became, who did they become after Pillsbury? I just read it at like 4 this morning when I woke up. Yeah. General Mills. Yep. So Henry Rice served as a University of Minnesota Board of Regents 1851 to 1859. He was a United States Commissioner from 1887 to 1888. He continued to negotiate treaties with the Indians. I think you saw this map, or a much clearer one, in one of the presentations earlier today. So that green part, find my mouse. Oh, sorry. I think I just deleted my map, darn it. I did, seriously. I really did. I'm so glad I'm not a student right now. This green session, that indicates like the 1855, 1854, 1837. Those are the Ojibwe pieces, right? But when we look at those dams and how they impact the Mississippi, like my next map is the drainage map of the Mississippi River and its tributaries. Somebody during the MIAC presentation the other day said to me, well, yeah, we down here in the southern part of Minnesota should be concerned about those dams that were built up there at Leech Lake because everything flows south to us, right? And you can bet Henry Rice knew that. The Winnebago-Oshish Dam, Leech Lake Reservoir Dam, and the Pokegama Falls Dam. In 1869, the St. Anthony Falls and present-day metro area nearly collapsed due to excessive water levels and excessive tunneling. In 1881, the construction on Lake Winnebago-Oshish begins. 1882, Leech Lake Reservoir Dam and Pokegama Falls Dam begins. I didn't include my map on this to show you. Pokegama is actually about 10 miles east of Leech Lake Reservation boundaries. And Winnebago-Oshish, of course, is on Leech Lake Reservation. And of course, y'all know where Leech Lake is, just kidding. 1884, the construction of Lake Winnebago-Oshish and Leech Lake Reservoir dams are complete. In 1885, the Pokegama Falls Dam is complete. And again, these dams, what I was trying to explain here is that a lot of what was happening within Indian country to Indians, about Indians during this time period, it was not just a one-off. It was all of these things happening in concert at oftentimes one right after the other. Who controls the narrative? When I was writing that, and I looked at Minipedia this morning at 4 a.m, I was really perturbed because Minipedia is funded through the Minnesota Historical Society, who is funded by the University of Minnesota as well. They do receive funding. And in Minipedia's timeline, it very clearly states in 1886, after years of negotiations, local Ojibwe groups agreed to move to the White Earth Reservation. In the St. Paul Daily Globe, September 9th, 1886, Sturgeon Man, and I just on Monday morning when I was looking at this stuff, I just came across his name, and actually the name that his Indian name does not even translate to sturgeon. I just wanted to put that out. A leader at Leech Lake. So when they talk about this in this time frame, they're talking about a leader who actually lived on on the shores or near the shores of Leech Lake, not just Leech Lake Reservation, is quoted in response to government attempts to remove the Leech Lake Ojibwe to White Earth Reservation. We believe the Great Spirit placed us here to live on this beautiful lake, and we intend to live here. We will not leave here unless the lake is moved with us, and we don't believe the Great Father can move this lake to White Earth. And then he went on to say, we love the country where our fathers' graves are, and we will not leave it. If you ask us 100 times, our answer will be the same. So when these dams were built, when they started running specifically the Leech Lake Dam, what we call the Federal Dam up there, and there's a community called Federal Dam, that washed away burial sites. And you will not find in public files or public photos, pictures of those my ancestors' remains or bones washed up on shore, but I'm quite certain that there are photos that exist, because I did come across one news article that alluded to photos of the shore of bones, human remains scattered on the shore of Leech Lake. I love this name. Maji Gabo, Leech Lake Pillager Band to Rice, and around 1886, we said it in 1886, this was upon the completion of the Pokegama Dam, which was the final one. That is the reason we are compelled to dig snake root, sometimes for subsistence. Do y'all know what snake root is? Some people call it bitter root. Some people, you can find it in the mucky bottoms of the lake or swamps. Anyway, if it had not been for the action of the whites in stopping up the rivers with the reservoirs, we would not be compelled to do that for subsistence. We thought we had arrived at a time when a settlement for those reservoirs should be made, something of a sufficiency to support us. That is the idea we still entertain. And my friend, to Henry Rice, you are the one who told us to keep quiet and live in peace, and that is why we have. But we see that those dams are conquering us. If you had not spoken to us, we would have opened those dams long ago. So in this time frame from 1881 to 1888, there's several newspaper articles that talk about the red man, the Chippewa Indian, that are threatening to stop or to there was one article that said to molest the workers on the dam. And they were expressing their anger that we were never consulted. You impacted our food systems. Our rice beds were flooded out. You washed our ancestors to be scattered on the shores. So it was pointed out to me, thank you, David, that it wasn't the University of Minnesota that did this solely. So how do I place the picture, the bigger picture of the University of Minnesota and the shaping of all Minnesota in a place where Indigenous people are just a part of the past? Because that's what the university wanted for us. That's what the first Board of Regents wanted for us. We were considered the Indian problem. So how did they deal with us? They erased us. And that erasure continues. Somebody talked about, about getting this information into like school settings, K-12 settings. I already said this, the dams impacted our ability to gather manure and destroyed several burial grounds, made our areas that we knew inaccessible. Within my own family, there's a story that my grandpa shared that his grandpa had shared with him about not understanding the landscape when he came out in the spring thaw and having to carry his canoe much further to get to the waterway. And when he talked with other people there, when he finally made it to town and he talked with other folks, he realized that this was a result of these dams. And so the personal impact that has had within our own family in this time frame in the 1880s, my grandpa's grandpa had his own family, was having his own family. He was raising his daughters, so my grandpa's mother, and they got to an age, I think they were like 14, 15, 16, and they decided that they were better off if they moved into town. I currently live in an area where I am 25 minutes away from town proper, Cass Lake, or town proper, Bemidji. And it's very quiet, very beautiful, very much out in the wild. And back in this time frame in the 1880s, there were no roadways, there were no bridges built crossing the Mississippi River. There, it was dirt roads. My grandpa talked about his grandfather having a horse and buggy, and being very strategic, going into town once a month with a list of what they needed. And so it was a big deal when his 13, 14, and 15-year-old children, of which my grandpa's mother was one, decided that they were going to stay in town with their aunt. And he let them go. He felt that they were old enough to make that choice. And being in town was different. What I shared with a couple of folks recently, and what I talked with my cousin about yesterday on my way down in the cities, who was raised by my grandparents, was back in the late 1880s, early 1900s, being Roman Catholic was considered high society for our Indian community at Leech Lake. And if you were Episcopal, you were, you were okay. But if you lived out in the woods, as my grandpa's grandpa continued to do, then you were considered, my grandpa never said heathen, and never said, he said wild, right? You were just considered wild, like untamable. And so his mother chose to become baptized in the Catholic Church. When she went on to start her family, and my grandpa was the youngest of several siblings. I believe there were 13 siblings there, and he was the youngest one. He was recruited, or whatever you want to call it, by the Catholic priest to be sent to Pipestone from Leech Lake up in northern Minnesota to Pipestone boarding school. He ran away. He was very, very young at the first time. He was about 5 years old. He followed the train tracks home. And so this is our story at home. When they talk about needing to also tell the story of boarding school history, we need to keep that in mind, that a lot of our families were impacted by boarding schools, but it wasn't just boarding schools. Again, like I said, there were so many things being thrown at us at once. So he was sent back again to the Pipestone. Again, he ran away home. On his third time, he knew, because his mother was very angry with him the second time and told him, "You cannot be doing this. I'm getting in trouble. You're going to get in trouble. They're telling us that we're going to go to hell." My grandpa didn't know what hell was. He knew that he didn't want to be there. He knew he didn't want to be at Pipestone. So he told me, I likened hell to Pipestone. Accurate. So the third time he ran away from home, he knew just to keep going. And he knew how to get to his grandparents' house out at Buck Lake, which is 25 miles from town proper, Cass Lake. So he kept walking. He got out to his grandparents' house. That's where he learned how to make spoons, make knives, whittling. He also, as he grew older, he would spend a lot of time with his grandfather, and he learned how to cut pulp and wood and whatnot out there. But so the spring thaw comes around, and his mother makes his way out there, and he hides because he is like, I'm not going back. He's about 6, I believe, at this time. And she comes out with the priest, and he said, I saw my mother get out of this carriage, and she's dressed in black, and she's got this veil on, and she looks scary. And he said, my grandpa went out and said, asked him, what's the matter? And his mother replied in English and said, I need you to take me to Pipestone to collect Elvin's body. They assumed like the priest told his mother that he had died at this boarding school. And my grandpa's like hiding out by the woodshed. And he said, I wanted everything in me to jump out and say, I'm alive, I'm here, see me, right? He's a little kid. And the priest is like really giving my grandpa's grandpa hell about, you should have come into town sooner. Like, you know how people do that. They lay blame. They gaslight you. And my grandpa's grandpa was like trying not to laugh at them. And finally he calls my grandpa out. And he said, my grandpa's happy, and he's like laughing at this priest and at his own daughter and telling them that, basically joke's on you. He's here, he's alive. The priest was so mad, left my grandpa's mother, told her, we'll discuss this on Sunday at Mass, but left her out there. And she was like, what? And then she punished my grandpa, and was so mad at her dad, but had to ask him for a ride back into town, got to get back to the kids, and took my grandpa in. And my grandpa said he fought and argued, did not want to be a part of this. Sunday, Mass comes around, and the priest decides to make an example out of my grandpa's mother and family, and excommunicates them from the Catholic Church. And my grandpa, we don't know any of this stuff growing up. We just know that my grandpa will not set foot in a church. He had daughters that got married in churches, and he just flat out, he's like, no, you know what? I'll walk you to the door. I'm not walking you. I'm not going in there. Let's have an outdoor wedding. He tells a lot of his daughters. And you'll see that in the photos of all of his daughters. Like, you don't see him walking down the aisle. I never knew that. I guess my aunts were pretty hurt by it. But anyway, he shared that story with me when he was 86 years old. And he looked at me and he started to cry, and he said, I was the one that brought this on our family. It really hurt my mother. And my mother was never the same with me. She didn't not love me, but she was never the same with me. She only spoke English to me. She only praised me when I brought home good grades from the school that I was. He finally went into a little one-room schoolhouse in Cass Lake, but he said, never hearing the language. And so that internalized grief, that internalized trauma. I did ask him, and when I had to interview him for this project, not this one, but another one, I did ask him, do you have any regrets in your life? And he said, honestly, I've lived my whole life. The only regret that I have is that I never taught my children our language. I never talked to them. And so what we saw within our own family was my parents' generation not modeling our language for us. And I can't say that they weren't, they knew words here and there of our language, miigwech, anin, buju, but they didn't speak the language, and they never knew why. And so my grandpa, being very upset, was like, I should have done more. I should have done more. And I said, you know what? Your mother moved away from her father, was a first speaker herself, moved away because he couldn't afford to feed them. So when we're placing these dams within why they're important on what the University of Minnesota did, it wasn't just to affect or impact the waterways for the benefit of the white people. It was to, again, contribute to that erasure of Indigenous folks and the ties that we have to our lands. Within my own family, I see that, I understand that now. It's been said, and I knew this about 17 years ago when I was able to interview my grandpa, was that the work that we do as researchers, whether it's through this project or not, is really very sacred work. And that is something that I am really hoping and planning to articulate within our reporting process for Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, is that we make research accessible to our community members, that this is our knowledge and our stories are just as important as university westernized research and knowledge. We need to be able to create those spaces to uphold our Indigenous thought systems and to be able to, they're equitable. I don't know how else to say it. So the University of Minnesota, coming back around to this, the dams and the University of Minnesota, they hosted the Army Corps of Engineers at SATFL. The same lab conducted numerous studies for the Corps. Those studies show no evidence that St. Anthony Falls Laboratory ever took evidence that the ever took interest of Leech Lake Ojibwe. Leech Lake Nation was not considered in any of the reports. It's as if we didn't exist. And so understanding language of the day, like we had to do research on Indians, we had to do research on Chippewa, we had to do, like, you had to put yourself into the language use of that day. We weren't considered when they built these, and that's very much evidenced by the field notes that one of our Leech Lake band members, who holds a PhD in history and is currently writing a book on the history at Leech Lake, she came across the field notes and she's sharing them with us. And so another piece that we're looking at is, how do we train our own people to not just get the research and get the information and bring it home, but how do we preserve that information so that it's there and it's not just up on a shelf? They're telling me break for lunch. 1 minute. And but how do they make sure that it's usable information and that we all benefit from the information that they're getting? So we're fortunate enough at Leech Lake that we do have folks that do have some of that training. But the other piece, when I took this out to community members and asked them for their input in how would they want their stories told, several people came back to me and said, we want to be able to tell our own stories through our own lens, not through the lens of academia. And I can appreciate that. I absolutely can appreciate that. So those are bits and pieces that we're looking for, is opportunity for trainings for our community members. And of course, data sovereignty. Like, we are expected as tribes to share our data, demographic information in all forms that we do. But these systems, even the University of Minnesota, does not share that data back to us. I see it in K-12 settings. I see it in grants that we're submitting for at a federal level. So access to our own damn data is what we want. That we share willingly, because we have to jump through their hoops in order to get their money to fund our initiatives, right? So unfettered access. We want, oh, hey, President Gable, we want at Leech Lake, we want let's see, how can I say it? We want no strings attached dollars to be addressing from our point of view at the earliest age possible, whether it's early childhood or in a K-12 setting or at a community level, however we deem fit as Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, how we are going to address our challenges through our own ways of being and knowing. And that's really a high thought out there, but I have community members that are planning on this, and we've already been working through a lot of this through our language programming, through supporting our Indigenous scholars that come back to us from these settings and systems, and supporting them in ways that will allow them to write our stories collectively through our own voice. So, but I noticed that these ladies up here are getting antsy, and maybe Karen Diver's a little bit antsy. She's also over there. No. So those are just a few of the pieces that we are demanding from the University of Minnesota. A lot of this research has been heart-wrenching because we don't get the opportunities necessarily to grieve fully and move through processes. But that was one huge contribution that Misty and Tad and Ann were really able to hear us out on, was make sure that we have cultural community supports available to us as we're moving through this, because we're disturbing our ancestors, and our teaching as Ojibwe people is when they are gone, we're to let them be. We don't disturb them. We feed them every once in a while because we know that they're always watching out for us, but we don't disturb them. And a lot of this has been about disturbing our ancestors. But I think too that they've known that we were coming, that we were going to be doing this, because this project is much larger than any single one of us. So miigwech ma bijaya gnungum.
Miigwech, Lori. Yes, a little antsy. I think people are a little hungry too. We will break shortly for lunch, but U of M President Joan Gable is attending a portion of the symposium today and just has arrived here. So Tad Johnson, the Senior Director of American Indian and Tribal Nations Relations within the U of M system, will introduce her now.
Well, my introduction has gotten shorter and shorter. So I just want to say that since President Gable got here, things have changed so much for the better. And she's exactly what we need in a president, someone who listens and someone who helps out on these types of symposiums. And the fact that she's here demonstrates a lot. So I want a big round of applause for President Joan Gable, who is changing the University of Minnesota for the better for Native American folks. So President Gable.
Thanks, everybody, and thanks
Tad, and I know I'm between you and lunch, so I promise just wanted to say 1 minute of mostly expression of appreciation for all of the work that has gone into our opportunity to be together today, and to learn more, and for the university to deepen its understanding. It's a fundamental commitment of where we are today, that we understand our history so that we can move forward together in a way that makes sense, that's positive, that's a partnership where we learn from each other and therefore get better together. And we know that can't happen if we don't have an understanding and appreciation for what came before. And so here we are. And so I want to thank all of you, because I know not only was this a lot of work, but that it's often very painful to excavate these stories and reflect in this way, as important as it is. And we're grateful for that too. But I have to give special thanks to Karen Diver, who is the university's senior advisor to me and to all of us and to everyone on the work that we're doing, but specifically for the university to get this right, as right as we can under the circumstances. And her office helped sponsor the time we have together today. Tad, who of course has been incredible as a faculty member, as a community member, as a colleague, and who is retiring in just a few weeks. And we will miss working with him formally, but I'm quite sure that the informal work will continue. And we're very grateful for all of that and the momentum that it created. And thanks to him and many of you in this room, we're able to express appreciation to the Mellon Foundation, who gave a lot of support to the Minnesota Transform project, because we know that resources are how we make the wheels turn. And so we're very grateful for their support as well. But I want to personally thank the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council, who have been incredible advocates, but also really functional partners in trying to think about how we think about where we are today, with full acknowledgement and appreciation for our very complicated past, but also with full acknowledgement and appreciation for the opportunities that the future holds, and that those two things can coexist in the way that the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council has come to us, and hopefully feels how we're coming together. That is not the story everywhere, and it can't happen without that kind of collaboration and work. And so I'm very grateful for that too. So this is a really important day, and we're really glad it's happening. And we really look forward to seeing the report and having the next steps emerge from all of this incredible work. So I thank you very much, and I wish you a great day, but more importantly, a really good lunch. So thank you again.
All right, let's, as we break for lunch, we ask elders be served first. Otherwise, let's eat. For virtual attendees, we will be back online at 1 p.m. Hello, welcome back. We're going to start promptly at 1. Just make sure we have enough time for all of our presenters. So thanks for joining again. I would like to welcome Rebecca Crooks-Stratton from Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux Community. Amatakyapi Chante Washte Napechi Zapie. So good to see you all here today. I'm Rebecca Crooks-Stratton. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux Community, and I, like Lori, got one of those emails from Tad. But unlike Lori, I picked out people much more competent than me to work on this project. And unfortunately, those wonderful people who put so much time and energy into this are at our cultural center today, Hochokarati, hosting 100 fifth graders. So on top of doing all this wonderful work, they have their hands full in their daily lives too. So I'm going to apologize in advance to them, Andy Vig, Margot Prescott, Javi Avalos, for hopefully doing this justice, but if I don't, I apologize to them. So when we started talking about this project, we talked about how do we approach it. And I think as Native people, a lot of times the way to approach things is falling back on our Dakota values. And I think they guided some of how the team approached this project. So, this project it's a tough one. It acknowledges that Native people have been erased from the American narrative, and large institutions like the University of Minnesota have contributed to that invisibility. But with this project, the U is acknowledging this, and it acknowledges the past as a land grant institution and what the taking of those lands for the institution to be enriched by directly contributed to the social and economic downfall of Indian people here in Minnesota. But as we heard earlier, other places also. But despite all of that, as Dakota people, we're resilient. And we are moving forward, and we are now in a place where we're working through some things and having these conversations and figuring out, how do we reconcile and move forward. This was touched on earlier too, so the Oshati Shakowin. Many of our Dakota relatives no longer reside here in Minnesota. It's important that we recognize that a lot of the people that were harmed by the land grabs that happened, here in Minnesota, but across the United States, were pushed off their homelands and pushed off their territories. And that Dakota people didn't recognize the colonized borders of Minnesota. And they were exiled in 1862, and a lot of them have never been able to return. Here are some of our relatives of the Seven Council Fires, many of them who are kind of scattered around Minnesota at this point and even up into Canada. So our community, one of our values as a tribal government is to be a good neighbor. So in thinking about participating in this, right, we thought about our relationship with the university and what it means to be a good neighbor and have a positive relationship with those around us. But I also want to acknowledge that this project took a lot of time and resources from tribes, and a lot of tribes don't have the time and resources to put into this sort of project. There was monetary compensation, but they were pulled from other responsibilities to do this. So I really encourage the university that in the future, how do we find more creative ways to have these relationships and talk about these issues and not pull additional resources from tribes? And, as I was thinking about this and thinking, as much as we criticize, I feel like we should also offer up solutions. And if we can get more of our students in this institution, in this university, that maybe they could be doing some of this work in consultation with their tribe as part of their academic requirements, that they could get credit to help move through some of this work. So just a suggestion there. I think a lot of this was touched on earlier, and I know we've got a busy agenda, so I'm going to kind of fly through this a little bit, but to, understand the history of the university, we also have to understand, the name. And Minnesota, it's a Dakota word, Minnesota, which translates to milky or white water. And it's the traditional name for the Minnesota Wakpa, the Minnesota River. The boundaries of Minnesota are really, they're a colonial construct, right? And they were created by land speculators and politicians. And the Dakota people didn't recognize these boundaries, and the name was adopted to, oh, sorry. I don't know how to work this. How do I get my notes to scroll a little? Technology. See, I told you I wasn't going to do justice. How do I get these to scroll? Okay. Maybe I'm not, that's okay, I'll wing it. Oh, you found it. Oh, there we go. So when Minnesota was, being named, when Minnesota was a territory, obviously the Dakota people didn't really have much say in how that was going to happen. But it was said that to show a proper regard for the memory of the great nation whose homes and country our people are now destined soon to possess, we desire that it should be so designated, the state of Minnesota. The Minnesota Territory was formed under the Organic Act of 1849 and then established on March 3rd, kind of cementing that name. A lot of the men on this list, the founding regents, and this was talked about before, were also, part of the federal government. They were the original legislators here for the territorial government here in Minnesota, and then also founding regents. These were men, right? White men who were making decisions not for the greater good of a state or a community. They were making decisions to gain power, to have access to resources, to displace tribes so that they could have those resources. And these are a lot of the names that we see around the state of Minnesota today that, we pay honor to. And from our perspective, there wasn't much honorable in what they did, right? Let's see. So as we were kind of going through, thinking about the university's history, the history with Dakota people, one of the things that came up, and I know this isn't going to be a controversial one because everybody loves their sport teams and their chants and all that stuff, right? But we got to rock the boat a little bit with this one. So as the team dug into the phrase Sky-U-Ma, it was found that in 1884, it was a rugby captain, John W. Adams, that he overheard a Dakota canoe racer at Lake Pepin yell Sky-U. And it's thought that the Ma was added later to complete the chant, rah, rah, Sky-U-Ma. So this phrase was supposedly derived from the Dakota language, and they were thinking it meant victory. There's really no support in the Dakota language that a phrase like that resembles anything close to a phrase that would mean victory in Dakota. And as you can see here, we talk a lot about mascots, right? And making sure we get rid of those harmful mascots that stereotype our Native people. And I think Andy Vig, who's one of our community members and director at Hochokatati and a student of the Dakota language, said this perfectly. He says it's disrespectful to our language and it serves as a misrepresentation of who we are as Dakota people. And seeing a crowd of people chant this word is like hearing a verbal mascot. I thought that was really powerful. And it's one of the things in the opportunities and suggestions is that we challenge the university to look at that and look at its impact and consider maybe moving in a different direction. But currently, I would say the SMSC we have a wonderful relationship with the University of Minnesota. I think we recognize the value in that partnership and the platform, right, that the university provides. You've got this huge institution that can, it garners respect from those in mainstream society. It's looked to as a source of information, and many times, despite what information it's giving out, it's thought to be credible. So, thinking about some of those things, I think it's good for tribes to partner with institutions, but even that partnership and collaboration, a lot of times it falls on the tribes to really push and drive that and try to pull from the university, what they need. And then we're also expected to come to the table with the dollars to fund these initiatives, right? I was just talking out there and I'm like, the university just completed their Driven campaign. It was their fundraising campaign that, went over the last decade. They raised $4 billion, billion with a B. That's a huge amount of money. I mean, imagine what some of those resources could do to improve our tribal communities if we could even get philanthropy to look at us just a little bit. But the partnership with the university it's done good things for Indian country. Our Seeds of Native Health campaign, which was a campaign to raise awareness around nutrition in Indian country and some of the diseases and side effects that come along with poor nutrition. That was a national campaign, and I think it did have a really positive impact on Indian country. One of the things that came out of that campaign was the Native Farm Bill Coalition, and that was really important because that coalition was able to elevate issues in Indian country when the Farm Bill was being renewed. And there were over 69 provisions in that bill that had a directly positive impact on tribes across the country. And that campaign had many partners. The university was one of them. And we still host a nutrition conference as part of that campaign that still goes on. But the Tribal Nations Plaza, when the stadium, then TCF Bank Stadium, now I think it's Huntington Bank Stadium, went up, they, of course, looking for funding, and our then chairman, Stanley Crook, said, this is a good opportunity for us to be able to showcase that there are 11 tribes here in Minnesota, right? Because most people don't even know that. Even here at the university, unless you seek out that information, you're not going to find courses or training or information that readily offers up that information. So that plaza was a huge step in acknowledging that, hey, we're here. We're trying to decrease our invisibility and be at the table in some of these things. And then as part of that project was the endowed scholarship. And I'm excited that there's the tuition waiver that's going to create more opportunity and access to for the SMSC endowed scholarship to further support students. But, as has been stated before, many of our Dakota relatives don't reside within the boundaries of the state of Minnesota. They're not enrolled in a recognized tribe here in Minnesota. So that tuition waiver really needs to be expanded to include everybody. And then the Understand Native Minnesota campaign is SMSC's latest philanthropic campaign, really aimed at K through 12 education. And this is an area where I think the university has so much opportunity to affect how we train our teachers, the information that they can get while they're here at this university that they can take with them into the K through 12 system. And we're starting to work through what that could look like. But yet again, SMSC, has to come to the table with the dollars to do that. So I'm hoping that as we further that partnership and talk about collaboration, that the university will come to the table with those dollars. The research takeaways that the group wanted to point out is, many of the folks that are going to stand up here do have similar stories because the university impacted many of our communities in much the same way.
the university, it has had a huge part in, perpetuating and minimizing perpetuating the invisibility and minimizing tribal voices here in the state. And on this slide here is actually it's a radio show that the university used to have, and it was produced in 1949, and it was almost like a audio skit, and it really articulates at the time of how people felt about Indian people and how their voices were heard or really not heard and kind of shoved away. I'm not going to play it, but I'll make sure that the team has it if you're interested in listening to it. The whole thing is eye-opening, but there's a particular little clip that I'll make sure I send that out. We look around the University of Minnesota, right? And we see somebody commented earlier about wanting to name a building or a facility or a plaza after an Indigenous person. And they were told naming rights come with a sizable donation. Well, tribes and Indian people a lot of times don't have those sizable donations. So what do we see here at the university? Things like Pioneer Hall and other figures that have or were instrumental in kind of the harm that was inflicted upon Indian people. So I challenge the university to look at those naming practices and include us, include our people so that our students here have some representation as they walk around campus. And then, continuing to look at those opportunities for partnerships and collaboration with tribes and stepping up to the plate, not just as a partner in kind that provides a little bit of resources, step up to the plate and fund those initiatives. Don't make tribes and Indian people and Indian organizations always come to the table with their wallets open. The U has pretty deep pockets, so I encourage them to open their wallet a little bit more. So this was a hard undertaking for a lot of people, right? It required you to dig in and do some research and look at some hard facts and hard information. And so I just included here the research team, a couple personal statements about how it felt to walk through this project. And Margot Prescott said, researching the University of Minnesota and the history of how they've treated Dakota people has given me greater understanding of how our language is still being misused by the university for commercial profit. Our director, Andy Vigg, says the University of Minnesota is part of the colonization process that removed us from our lands and sought to strip our culture away from us. And then Javi, colonization is a complete process that encompasses every part of life, and the University of Minnesota was part of making the erasure of Dakota people a reality. So those are some of the hard facts that they had to face as they worked through this project. So some of our recommendations for the university, I know I kind of threw those out already, but the tuition waiver should look something more like the tuition waiver at Morris does, and expand that to all Native students, but in particular our Dakota relatives who don't reside here in Minnesota. They also found that a lot of the information, and that was spoken to earlier, was really hard to find. They had to do a lot of digging and required a lot of help from people who know kind of some of these systems and digital archives a little more. So, expand some of those efforts to make sure they are digitized, and try to find a way to make them more searchable and accessible to Native people. As I said, re-examine the use of Sky-U-Ma, and keep engaging our Native people in research efforts and really, anything that the university has that impacts Native people or involves a Native voice. Do they truly have a Native voice, or do they have an expert on Native people, right? Because a lot of the information that the university puts out is put out by these so-called experts on Indigenous people, but aren't Indigenous people themselves. So I think that's something we have to keep an eye on. And then the university is an institution, right? It's a huge institution, and there are systemic issues across this institution that create barriers for our Native students and people of color. And I think we have to take a really hard look at those systemic barriers that keep our Native people from being able to participate here as students, for, you know, being able to have Native faculty and staff, and, you know, looking at things like transferring from tribal colleges. You know, what does that transfer look like? And how do we break down the barriers so that our students don't lose ground when they come to an institution like this? You know, how do we look at admissions, and not just looking at grades and achievement, but looking at, you know, maybe the lost opportunity some of the students had when they put in their application, and factoring that into, you know, admissions and that sort of stuff. So there's obviously a ton of things that we could focus on here, but these are just a few that our team identified. And I just want to, again, give a huge shout out to our team. They worked really hard on this, in addition to all the other things they do every single day. But Andy Vig, Margot Prescott, Javier Avalos, Leonard Wabasha consulted, SMSC elders were talked to about this project. And then of course, Misty, who held everybody's hands and kept this project moving forward. Obviously, there are a whole bunch of other people like Tad and Anne that helped. So I apologize for not naming everybody's names, but thank you all so much for this work and for hosting the symposium today. And I've already learned a lot. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we are going to hear from Mike Wilson from Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, who is joining us on Zoom. So Mike is also the TIPO at Mille Lacs, and so is in the field today, and we will be directing his slides, and he'll be speaking from the field.
Bonjour. Can you hear me?
Yep. Bonjour, we can hear you.
Bonjour in Dinaway Marganaduk. Such one in the go, dash Margan do dame. Kabakan and Dap and Kazman, dash meanwhile we all pay a Machpea has a meado. It's good to speak to you all today. I'm not the TIPO, but I do work for the TIPO. I don't want to take credit for my boss's good work. I am the archivist and do collections management for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. I'm from Treaty 3. My father's from Nigagunsa-Minneconning and my mom's from Lac Sioux First Nation. I work for the TIPO department in the summertime between ground thaw and ground freeze. So we're looking for William Warren's house today, which seems to be mostly clearing brush. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the university's role in archaeology in the state and the mound and non-mound burials that they have been a part of excavating over the years. It's there we go. I was just going to say next slide. Oh, miigwech. One of the things that there are 11,000 mounds recorded in the state of Minnesota, and those are just the recorded ones. We've done burial recoveries at the Mille Lacs Band, up there especially. Most of them are under 169. They were bulldozed during the 20s and sometimes earlier than that. And whenever they do bridge work or road work, we need to be there to keep an eye on things. Before we came into this time where Native people had control over these kinds of activities, it was typically places like the university that had control over this. I included this quote from The Shining. It's the first thing that turned up when I started looking for quotes about Indian mounds in Minnesota, was actually this quote from The Shining. And it gave me a chuckle that this movie from the 70s gets results before we do. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is a map, and it shows where these 11,000 recorded mounds are in the state of Minnesota. It's all the red dots. I believe the green ones are non-mound burials. You can see a great deal of them are in Dakota territory. You can see where they go along the river even. You can almost tell where the river goes by the mounds. The work that I did was to attempt, not seeing the slides on Zoom, they say. I'm seeing it though, and I'm on Zoom. What we did was go through some of the university's archives and get field notes from the anthropology department. And it turns out a lot of those are at the have been transferred to the Minnesota Historical Society, which we are in the process. Oh, good, she can see them. Which we're in the process of getting access to still. I didn't get as far as I'd like before the archaeology season kicked off, and had some other things that I had to prioritize for the band. But I hope my plan is to continue this. So what we did is we looked at those field notes, and what happened over time in looking at those notes, next slide, please, is that we were able to find out that there are a minimum of 205 incursions into Indigenous burials in Minnesota. Now that 205 is instances. It's not the number of actual burials that have been disturbed. In some of these mounds, there might be one person. Some there might be a few people. And in quite a few of them, there are dozens of our relatives who have been interred into these burials. So what came up really quickly is that the number of individuals on the NAGPRA list doesn't match up with the number of individuals recorded as disturbed in the field notes. And I'm guessing, I haven't finished parsing the data yet, but I'm guessing the grave goods also aren't going to match up. I'm guessing they're also going to be dramatically off. And one of the questions then that I asked myself was, well, where the heck are all our relatives at? And one of the answers that I was given is that remains of a certain condition, like the remains had to be of a certain condition in order for the anthropology department in the 1900s to be interested in retaining them. And so some of those relatives, we don't know what happened, if they went back into the mound, how careful they were when they backfilled, or if they're just in a pile next to the mound somewhere. We don't know what happened to them. There isn't a record so far. Maybe in those field notes that hopefully are at the Historical Society, there might be some more clues. But that's where my research is at this time. Next slide, please. So one of the things that also happens over time is a lot of these mounds get reused. And we were working on some a couple of summers ago, and we were working with archaeologists, and they couldn't understand how there would be Ojibwe mount or Ojibwe grave houses on top of Dakota mounds, and they had a really hard time with it. And one of the things I tried explaining to them, and I think I might have been successful, was how much intermarriage we've had, especially on this western part of our territory. We have an entire clan that was assigned to take in people who had Dakota fathers, and it's the Wolf clan. And that's where people who predominantly who had Dakota fathers, because our clan system is patrilinear. It goes through your father. I mean, mom runs everything, but your clan comes through your father. It's like a concession that the women made a long time ago to us. So that Wolf clan, many of those people are Ojibwe and Dakota. And I used to talk to Dave Matrios when he was alive, and he was a big drum keeper at Mille Lacs. And he said, you know, a long time ago, before we started, this argument started, and we started fighting each other. We really got along well, and we lived like in between each other. Like we had, you know, our homes were truly intermingled, and our families were intermingled to the point where we fluently spoke each other's languages, and were able to perform in each other's ceremonies, and knew each other's songs. And that to me is part of what this is about. And I was trying to explain to those archaeologists, it's like, it's probably a family plot. I was like, that's what I would say about something like this. But it was really difficult for them to accept. It took a year for them to get back to me and say, hey, I thought about what you said. And, you know, it's after, you know, talking to this person and that person and these other Native people, it's starting to make sense to me. So they're really just starting to figure out how our relationships to each other even work, which is pretty amazing because they're supposed to be the experts on all these things, but they're really quite in their infancy, I think, of understanding us or attempting to. Next slide, please. So these four characters here are the lead actors at the U of M, and they were professors and heads of the anthropology department over time. And what you see here is their names: Jenks, Ekholm, Wilford, and Johnson. Jenks was involved in 45 digs, the period between 1932 and 38. Ekholm was really busy in 36. It's the only year he worked at the university, I think. But he went out 13 times. Wilford has 110 between 32 and 57, so he was long term. And Johnson had 43 under his belt in 55 to 69. And not all the earlier ones in the 30s that Jenks and Ekholm were a part of, and Wilford, would have been in part for research purposes. So that's just sort of being curious about what's going on and not wanting to ask anybody what's going on and grabbing a shovel and digging. This practice lessened over time, and by the time like Johnson and Wilford's later career was happening, a lot of it would be things like bones turned up by a plow, by a farmer, erosion. A lot of people are buried along ancient lake boundaries, what they call prehistoric people, but we still know as us. And so they'll find them in gravel pits. Those old beaches are gravel pits now, or they use them as gravel pits. And also, like I stated, road construction. Next slide, please. And then these are just some tag-along fellas who were with. You could see they weren't very active at all, but they're still there. They often assisted some of the major players. Cooper and Leland worked as a team. And they were all over Minnesota, these guys. And before all of these guys, there was a man named Lewis, and then another man named Jacob Browers, and they mapped as many of the mounds in Minnesota as they could find when they were active. And those guys would have been way back, like 1908 and times like that. And when they, at that time, they would be calling it antiquarian investigations, which is, again, just curiosity and probably looting at that time. Next slide, please. So a lot of these are along the riverbanks. So if you get to a place of water, like in the Anishinaabe way, when we talk about it, our burials were placed there because it's designed to mirror the birth process when you're in the womb. And that's how we understand mounds. And the way that we talk about it is you're placed back, you know, into the mound, which is representative of the womb, and it's always near the water because we came from water. And so that's where our journey starts, is in returning to water. That's why we talk about placing the mounds near the water. And that's just Ojibwe people. I can't speak for the other people like the Dakota and the Arapaho who built mounds here, even though they're my relatives. I can't speak for them. It's not my place. Next slide, please. So this covers a little bit. This is the frequency. You can see what decades we're busier, I guess, than others. You know, the 30s was 1930 to 1940 is the big year, and then 1960 to 1970. There are some records that I need to go through, and I need to find the field notes related to them because it's not listed who was there, which is like day one in your field notes. You list everybody who's on the dig or at the site. Like at William Warren, we're not digging, we're scanning, we're using ground penetrating radar and all this electromagnetic stuff, something we call the Devil's Game Boy. It's a good time. Is if you push the wrong button on it, it screws everything up and you have to start all over. It's a great time sink. It's supposed to save time. But you can see really by the 80s it had stopped. But one of the places we're specifically interested in at Mille Lacs was, and my boss and I were trying to figure out who it was, and we haven't been able to find them yet. But there's a oral history where this man used to come up, and he used to come to the big drum there, and he befriended a lot of people. And at some point in time, I don't know why he decided to do it, he came up in the middle of the night and they looted a bunch of graves out of a mound. And we don't know why he decided to do that. They remember he's from the University of Minnesota, and that later he died in a car crash. And so, you know, they say "Mi Asia way buck," which is like, you know, well, this is what happens. It must be how it goes when you do something like that. So we've been specifically looking for those grave goods because there are a lot of them. And we keep coming close, but we keep missing. But hopefully someday we'll be able to locate them and then return them to the earth, which I'll talk a little bit more about down the road here. Next slide, please. So these are the amount of burials that were actually disturbed. 139 of them we know were burials that this is just that the University of Minnesota was involved in. 48, we don't know, the data isn't there, or we haven't found it yet. 9 mounds appear to contain no burials, but there may have been burials there before. It's just by the time they got to them that the relatives have fully gone to earth. And then 2 they think maybe, but they're not 100% sure. And then another 2 just have no data whatsoever. So those are just some of the numbers we're dealing with here. And those aren't individual burials again. Those are also group burials, which can range from 2 to I think the largest one I saw was 36 people. Next slide, please. So this is about, again, related to what I spoke to before, a little bit out of order, but the work we do today. A lot of it is like behind the Amazon building, there's a whole bunch of mounds, and this attitude of can we just sneak it through, or can we go in between mounds, or can we do this and that? And these are our cemeteries. And they just want to, run utilities through them, fiber optics, all kinds of things. And I like this quote from Kenneth, where he says, "No sewer through the Afton effigy mound. Find a different route for your sewer project. Thank you." That was his email, I believe, to the Army Corps engineer. And it's really, really to the point, nice and succinct. I appreciate his style, so I put his quote in there. I don't know him, but I appreciate his style. Next slide, please. So one of the reasons these places are really important is they tie us to where we come from. These places that we were put, these places that we traveled to, these places where our relatives have been for a long time. I know, like, where I'm from, my dad says we never traveled to the East Coast. He's like, we've always been here. And there are mounds up there too, and that's up past Grand Mound and the mounds on the river there, on the Rainy River. And then on either end of that, when the mounds stop, it turns into rock paintings, some of which they've somehow managed to take away. There's one spot where they blasted off an entire huge chunk, like a wall's worth of rock paintings, and they went to the museum in Winnipeg, and when we go and ask about them, they're like, I don't know, we don't know where they went. We must have lost them. I was like, how did you lose, like, 100 feet, 100-foot by 15-foot slab of rock? How did you misplace that? Oh, maybe it's under a carpet somewhere or in the shed. But these places are dearly important to us. And one of the things that also, as I understand it, is when we put them back, our relatives back into the earth, it's an act of restoring balance. It's an act of restoring harmony for our people. And it's also, in a way, an act of reclaiming those lands that once we were allowed to live on freely, without hindrance from the United States, without hindrance from Minnesota, without hindrance from anything. And we were allowed to exercise that harmony with one another. And putting our relatives back is also an exercise of that harmony. And to me, that's why I am doing burial recoveries and things like that. Or like, we worked with a whole bunch of tribes, Arapaho, we worked with Lower Sioux quite a bit, with Deuce's dad. And it was really a pleasure to be able to work with those old men and learn something about about why we're here and why we're doing this. And same with my boss, Terry Kemper. He's really helpful. And the other old man we work with, Jim Cummings, they really help us to understand what we're doing and make a kind of peace with all this, and understand that it's an act of creating harmony, and that the act of harmony will ripple out into the world as people learn of it. Next slide, please. I think there's just one more. Oh no, two more. So what is next? This, I actually know what I want to do. I want to finish collecting this data and comparing it to this table that I already have, and then build a database with a content management system on the front end that our TIPO departments, ours for sure, if anyone else wants in, let me know, because I'm working on the whole state and not just the university. Get in touch with us at Mille Lacs, because we want to help out all our people that are involved in this, and not just Mississauga, Iguaning, it's for everybody that we wanted to do this. And Sorry, I had a message pop up and it distracted me there. I had purpose and then I got distracted. I want to finish putting this together and it be a place where we can put everything that we know as well. And the software that I want to use has granular controls over access, so we could keep certain things just for us, and maybe certain things for like the archaeologists maybe we contract with, or certain things for just our TIPO office or that kind of thing. And it would include field notes from us all the way back to Brower's maps. It could include photos. It could include related oral histories. And so the people who come after us, who have our jobs, don't have to figure this out from nothing. Which I guess is actually kind of part of the fun. But they can have a leg up, and they can be able to go forward easily, efficiently, and confidently, and continue to restore harmony for our relatives. Next one is the last one. So these are our cemeteries, and this again speaks to that harmony. It takes away when you go to these mounds, especially like we've rebuilt some and reinterred people, and there's such a profound sense of peace for me there, having been a part of that process, for knowing what happened, for being able to bring those relatives. They actually never moved far, but being able to take them out from under the highway and to put them back into the earth, where in a way that hopefully they would be more comfortable with, rather than under a road. A lot of times we just try and leave them in place, unless they're under the road or something like that and they get disturbed. We don't like to dig up, we like to put back. In our department anyways. I think it's probably the same for a lot of people. And really that's what we just want to do, is put things back. And so I don't know what kind of role the university wants to play in putting things back, or helping us restore harmony to the world. But we could probably use a hand. And maybe it's training more cultural resource management people. Maybe that's extending that tuition waiver to our relatives who were forcibly removed from the state. That would be, I'd love to see that. I mean, it doesn't affect me at all, but I would so much love to see that. Tahashi, he wouldn't qualify, and he's one of the Dakota language professors there, and it seems like a disharmonious act. I'm talking about harmony a lot, but to me that's what this is putting those things back to get our harmony back. Anyways, I'm gonna stop now before I ramble on too much. Miigwech, everybody, for listening. Miigwech bisandawi. Out.
Miigwech, Mike, thank you also for correcting me. You're the archivist. I'm going to get it right next time. Next, I'd like to introduce Adriana Goodwin. So she has been an RA on our project, a research assistant on our project, has done our capstone. You saw her present earlier about that, and also is a tribal research fellow for the Red Lake Nation.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, well, bonjour again, everybody. Adriana Goodwin, Indigenous cause, Washkuban Asikwe Ninigo, Mayangan Nindudem, Misquagami Wizagani Nindunjaba. Hello, everybody. My colonized name is Adriana Goodwin. I am from the Wolf Clan and I am a citizen of the Red Lake Nation. As Misty mentioned, I take on various roles within this project. And so I apologize that the presentation that I'm going to give today is more of the preliminary findings that I've came across in doing this research. And so the title of my presentation is Towards Recognition in University Tribal Healing, Preliminary Findings of the Interactions with the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe. So some background information on the project. Dr. William Freeman presented to the Red Lake Tribal Council in 2018, making our council aware of some medical research that took place in our community in the 1960s that involved the University of Minnesota conducting a number of kidney biopsies on young children in our community. And so when this information came out, it was a shock to leadership. It was a shock that, you know, something like this, you know, could happen, could take place, you know, in the 1960s. Again, this research really started to take off when the MIAC resolutions were passed in 2020. And then just a quote from, or a little tidbit from Secretary Sam Strong from an article last fall. For example, he said the university conducted what he called inhumane medical research on tribal members in the 1960s that's currently being investigated. And much of the University of Minnesota's land base consists of land that from the perspective of tribes was stolen from them. Kind of taking it back all the way to the Old Crossing Treaty, former Governor Alexander Ramsey and University of Minnesota regent member, he hand delivered our treaty to our people in 1863. And in the year prior, in 1862 was when the Dakota Wars had been happening. That's when the Morrill Land Act was signed. So there was a lot going on within tribal relations of what is now Minnesota. Yeah. And so this isn't necessarily related, but there was some tuberculosis research that was done in 1949. And Ellen, the university archivist, would like to acknowledge her for all of the great work that she's helped with all the tribal research fellows in helping us find information and helping us navigate the complex archival system that's out there. Anyways, she was able to come across some video footage from 1949 when these doctors were within our community. One thing that really stood out to me as I was watching this video footage was that they had an interpreter. They had to have an Ojibwe interpreter for every family that they interacted with. So a lot of our grandparents and the adults were Ojibwe speaking. And so to me, that's telling that, you know, we didn't understand in 1949 the extent of the medical terminology that they were, you know, presenting with us. We didn't understand, you know, these various medical procedures that were taking place. So in 1953 was the first outbreak of the acute glomerulonephritis. And this information on this slide is from the Minnesota Medicine, volume 37, number 7. From this study, the researchers find that an injection of penicillin would cure the disease. And at that time, the medical doctors provided injection of penicillin to 70% of our population, thus stopping the disease from spreading further. This research process was very intricate. They had set up massive testing sites. They flew the samples from Bemidji to Minneapolis for further testing because there wasn't facilities able to conduct this testing in northern Minnesota. And so the procedure of this research was very intricate. So then on September 10th, 1953, there was 22 cases of scarlet fever and 38 cases of nephritis. The last case was seen on November 8th, 1953, marking the 63rd case of acute glomerulonephritis. At that time, a child, the age of 2, died on the 6th day of his illness. And so this next slide after this one, I will be sharing an image that was taken from this journal, Minnesota Medicine. So again, it is maybe more disturbing to some viewers. And so in this image is a 6-year-old boy from our community. And in the image description below, it talks about the different things he was experienced during this disease. So one of the things was that he experienced facial edema. And so his face was swollen as a result of the disease. Another thing that you can notice in the picture is the pyoderma lesions on this young boy's body. You know, I'm not a medical person or anything like that. And so I had to Google what these things were. What is pyoderma? Well, then I found out that, you know, these were painful skin lesions all over the bodies of our babies. And then, you know, our communities are so close knit. And so when I see KS, I can identify, you know, what potential family this young boy came from. And there's no respect, no, nothing for this young boy when they took this image of him in 1953. And so it's just really, really disturbing. It's very traumatic, and I almost just want to cry up here right now, you know, just thinking about the way in which that they dispossessed our little babies' bodies, and they were just nothing less than. And so, yeah, I was hesitant on whether I wanted to share this. I know that when I was reading through all of these things and I came across this image, you know, I stopped my research for that night. I couldn't go forward because it just really, it hurt me that bad for our babies. So now kind of moving forward a little bit to 1964, I came across a contract agreement between the University of Minnesota and the state of Minnesota to conduct some medical research related to nephritis and acute renal cardiac disease. This is just the link to the archival box. I have the image somewhere. And again, you know, I apologize that this isn't a concise presentation right now. But yeah, again, it's just very difficult to research. So in 1964, they were there in our community. So a notable feature of the first outbreak was the presence of pyoderma in a majority of nephritic children. From February 1964 through August 1965, 25 field trips were made in 3-week intervals to both the Red Lake Indian Reservation and the Leech Lake Reservation. The nature, location, and extent of lesions were recorded, and the parent, if available, or the child was specifically questioned regarding hematuria and other manifestations of acute nephritis and also of acute rheumatic fever. If clinical or laboratory findings suggested the existence of acute nephritis, patients were hospitalized at the University of Minnesota hospitals for more thorough evaluation, which usually included percutaneous renal biopsy. So hematuria is the presence of blood in your urine. And so they were, they had a number of urine samples that they were collecting on a weekly basis from all of these children. And so from this one here is that, you know, they were conducting these biopsies with mild hematuria. And at that time in 1966, in the 1960s, the way in which that they conducted renal biopsies was far more invasive than biopsies are conducted today. And so the size of the needles that they were poking and jabbing into these young children, was like this long. And they now today they use ultrasound imaging technology to locate the kidney. In the 1960s, they didn't have this technology. And so you can imagine how many times that they had to poke and prod these babies to get the sample from them. During the 18 months of this study, 270 children and adolescents were enrolled. In 83% of the children, skin lesions were present on their extremities, so their arms and their legs. In 20%, the face and the scalp were involved. And in 11%, lesions were present on the trunk. So now we get to 1966. The University of Minnesota is back in our community. In continuing the research of the two previous studies, a group of healthy preschool children were initiated in July 1966. During the first 2 weeks of July, approximately 100 children between the ages of 3 and 6 attending the Operation Head Start program were given an initial physical examination, including blood pressure determination, was performed on all children. Whenever possible, nephritis suspects were admitted to the University of Minnesota hospitals for examination. During the last week of July, 4 children were admitted to the Red Lake Hospital with clinical manifestations of nephritis. Over the next 5 months, 21 additional children developed nephritis. 9 were from the Head Start program. Despite the relative mildness of hematuria in 15 of 25 cases, renal biopsies were still conducted. The frequency of pyoderma recovery of type 49 streptococci from skin lesions of nephritis patients was striking in both outbreaks. Again, just imagine the pain that our babies were feeling from these skin lesions that were all over their bodies, and the doctors that were meant to treat our illnesses on the reservations ignored what was happening to us. These are just some tables from the 1966 study. And so you can see here, case number 1, male, 1.5 years old. So they did a biopsy on a child 1.5 years old. I apologize that these images aren't that clear, but to the table on the right, you can see in this 4th column or the 5th column here, they talk about how they were treating this. And so as you can see, none. So again, our children were being admitted to the hospital with high blood pressure, with facial swelling, with skin lesions, and their route of therapy was none. And so some things that we're still researching, still looking at some university policies regarding the use of human volunteers, have come across some interesting correspondence. And so, we're still actively researching, and still to this day, consent is unclear. But if I go back to what I mentioned before, just 20 years before this, they had to have an Ojibwe interpreter to explain these things. And so I don't know how much advancement happened in 20 years on whether we understood what was happening or not. And then in 1968, the University of Minnesota was back in our community doing follow-up testing that included 5 families. Some of the things that they did while they were here in 1968, they would collect flies. They would test flies. They would take the bedding of the families and the individuals. And then they would do, again, some of those sampling, the urine sampling, the blood pressure, those kinds of things. And, a lot has been talked about today about the university archives. And so when I first started on this project, we were invited down to where they house all of this information. And it's a cavern underneath and inside the riverbed, like 3 or 4 stories down. And we were just row after row after row of boxes and boxes. And so when we were walking through the rows, there was another lady who was working with our team. And we just so happened to look over and it said on the box, Red Lake Indian Reservation. And then on the top of the file, it said confidential. And so I'll just read a little bit from this that's dated August 22nd, 1974, which would have been 8 years after this happened. But so Dr. Wanamaker was one of the medical researchers, the doctors that was conducting this research in our community. And it says, "Dear Dr. Wanamaker, your invitation for meeting with the Committee Against Racism was discussed thoroughly at our last CAR meeting. It was decided that a meeting in the immediate future is not agreeable. There are several reasons for this. It would be redundant since, as you mentioned, you spoke at length about our research paper with Val Woodward, member health program, etc. at Red Lake are being looked into, and if appropriate, will be corrected." And so kind of going down to the next couple paragraphs. However, we would consider the possibility of an announced public forum with you concerning the research at Red Lake to discuss the issues. The intentions of the health card to stop the racist research by working with the Indian community and to work with them to eliminate the impetigo problems from the children. This illustrates the institutionalization of the racism, because when a volunteer organization has to eliminate a problem that a professional team of investigators has been paid $500,000 to study, something is wrong with the research itself, the granting institutions or the healthcare institutions, etc. This correspondence between, Dr. Wanamaker and this other entity, is concerning. And so again, we're still actively researching some of this correspondence, but I wanted to share this today. Another correspondence between Regent George Rowenhouse at the time. This one's dated again 1974. It says, "We are indeed sorry that events revolving around Red Lake and 2 crises in the medical area made it seem unwise for us to try to meet today. I hope I was clear in saying that we could go ahead with the meeting, But again, this correspondence, brings about larger questions as to what really happened in 1966. It brings about the question of, the way in which the research was conducted. We have correspondence from high university level officials, directly quoting the medical crisis at Red Lake. And so that's highly problematic. And so here's just some guiding principles in the medical field. Let's see if they pull up the Nuremberg Code. And I'll just read a little bit of this. So the first code on the Nuremberg Code is the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. This means that the person involved should have legal capacity to give consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint or coercion. And so if you keep reading down this code, it just kind of gives more background information into, the question of whether this research should have even have taken place. And let me see if I can get back here. And then this next one again is just another, guiding principles of the medical field. For the first one, it is the mission of the physician to safeguard the health of the people. His or her knowledge and conscience are dedicated to the fulfillment of this mission. And so when I mentioned, 1966, there's all this other research that has been coming out lately, one of which is the first report of the boarding schools under the direction of Secretary Deb Haaland. In that report, they're looking at dates from 1801 to 1969. This research study happened in 1966. And I think that's very telling, that at that time, and even still to this day, we as Indigenous peoples aren't valued, aren't seen, aren't heard. We are viewed as less than. These are babies, these are children. I have a child that's 4 years old. I couldn't imagine, putting my child through something like this. And so as I was doing this research, this isn't the only thing that came up with the University of Minnesota involvement in our community. When I was at the archives, one of the last times, we came across documentation from the University of Minnesota Extension Program that was directly involved in the relocation of American Indian families during the 1960s. What we know now about the impacts of relocation is that it was hard for families to be relocated, taken away from the places that they only knew, to be brought here to a big city with no support services, all of these things. And, these are stories that each and every one of us are know about the relocation that took place and about that divide that even we as a people still have on the off and the off reservation. And it's just telling, that the University of Minnesota, again, is at the center of the relocation and dispossession of Indigenous peoples. Also came across some stuff that they identified 5,000 acres of potential land where we could grow and harvest paddy rice. And so I know that other presentations today were talking about the rice and talking about those kinds of things. Well, the University of Minnesota was in correspondence, with us at Red Lake to do this. And so there's so many other connections and all of these things that need to continue to be researched and delved into. And so, my presentation has been pretty short, I feel like, but, my experience with all this has been hard at times, very, very, very hard. I just graduated from this very institution this last weekend, and it's hard for me to stand here and to want to say that I want to send other American Indian students through this very institution that did so much damage to our people. There's so much work that needs to be done. There's so much work that needs to continue to be researched. We're just beginning to understand the depth of the University of Minnesota involvement in that dispossession and that genocide that we as Indigenous people have faced and still continue to face to this day. There's all of these different areas, even when somebody mentioned, blood quantum earlier, Charles Jenks. He was directly involved in the eugenics and the process of blood quantum and the 5 races of man, red and black people being at the bottom. They said that we were incompetent and all of these other things. And when people say, get over it, no, we're talking about like my grandmas, my great grandparents. This isn't that long ago. And another thing too, we have so much focus on, making the university a better place and all of these things, but that's also on the assumption that our people want to get a higher education. The knowledge that I personally seek, I can't get in a classroom. I'm out there in the sugar bush. I'm out there and, ricing with my father and those kinds of things that the University of Minnesota can't teach me. And so I guess one of my recommendations is that, for me personally, seeking collaborations. And if it's not the University of Minnesota collaborating with us as tribal nations, well, then there's going to be some other organization, some other firm that is going to be willing to step in and collaborate with us. You know, we're at this point in time where this truth telling is so imperative. It's so important that people are aware of this history. And also it's about moving beyond the legality of things and more about the morality of things. Genocide took place here. Genocide is still taking place here. And we need meaningful action to bring us into the future. And so our children don't have to continue to experience these things. And so my children don't have to continue to experience the secondary trauma that this very institution has inflicted on our people. And so I'm looking forward to writing this up, and you know, I'll have more concise things, more solid things in that written report that'll be coming out next month. Just wanted to say, miigwech miu bizendawieg. Thank you for listening to me. Aho.
Thank you for sharing, Adriana. We have a couple more presentations from the Tribal Research Fellows. It's also a longer session, so again, feel free to take breaks if you need to. There'll be snacks set out in the commons area if people need. But we're gonna keep pushing through. One thing Adriana also mentioned that I wanted to lift up is that the libraries, U of M libraries, were a great help for us during this project. So Ellen Hope Burley and Eric Moore and others helped us get into the archives and find the pieces that we needed to find. So Samantha Odegaard is up next. I just also wanted to see if Chairman Duby from Fond du Lac wanted to say a few words. And you weren't set up as an official presenter yet, so I just wanted to see if you wanted to address. Okay. Abby is getting you set up to be able to speak on Zoom. So 1 second. All clear, Abby? Oh, okay. So, yep, if you want to make a few remarks or address our audiences, Chairman Dupuy, you should have the mic now. Okay, Cami is going to speak actually. Abby, if you find Cami Diver.
Bonjour, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, Anin. Bonjour, Cam using the college, Jaganashimong, Wasiasi Nico Indigenous Raz, Lindigo, Nagachuanang, Nindun Jaban, Nagachuanang, and Wawasasi, Nindun Dame. So, my name is Cami Diver. I represent Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. I sit as the tribal chairman's assistant. For the past 7 months, I have been doing research on our local forestry center. I know that Misty, I wasn't sure if I was going to present today, but I am prepared if you want me to go over this briefly or how in depth you want me to get. I know that you mentioned Karen Diver being in the audience. I hope she knows that I use a lot of her research, so I'm pretty much just piggybacking on what was already presented. I don't know if I'm capable of sharing my screen, but I do have a PowerPoint. I can either go over that with you guys, or I can just give you guys pretty much the abstract of my findings over the last 7 months.
One sec. Abby, do you think you can set up screen share? Oh, you should be set for screen share. So they're working on it now. Cami, maybe while we're waiting for the slides to get set up, would you maybe talk broadly about your project? Cami, I see you're still online, but we cannot hear you. So I think you might be muted.
How's it now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, so I just went over the School of Agriculture, how it started, the year. I'm kind of just jumping in right now to Professor Samuel B. Green, who essentially set the point in the start of the Cloquet Forestry Center as a whole. I know that there was a lot of parties involved, including the state senate. There was the lumber king himself, Frederick Weyerhaeuser. I know that there was a lot of lumber companies and the St. Louis Mercantile Company that played a huge part in this land grab here on Fond du Lac. Professor Green wanted to move the agricultural school to Cloquet because of the sawmills, because the history of Cloquet is paper mill and sawmill foundations. So he scouted the area, and
I have a map of 1904 of what the Cloquet Forestry looked like prior to the land grab and the 8 allotments that he requested after the Northwestern Paper Company retrieved the majority of it. In his claims to the government and to the state, because it didn't create a parallel or functional parcel outline. He demanded 8 more allotments that at the time were a native trust to Native Americans. So they were bought out, and that created the full structure of the Forestry Center. And he negotiated with the Northern Minnesota Paper Company and the St. Louis Mercantile Company to essentially gain all access to the timber rights and everything that came out of the forestry. And they sold our allotments for $1.25 per acre. Moving on to my next slide, the Cloquet Forest. So those who are not familiar with the Cloquet Forestry Center, it is located here on the Fond du Lac Reservation. It's literally down the road from where I work. And it went by a lot of names throughout history, starting back from 1909 to the present day. It went through 2, 4, 6, 7 different names, which made it incredibly difficult to find research on every station. However, moving along. So the allotments were approved in 1908. Congress passed the act that permitted the sale of 2,135 acres of land on the Fond du Lac Reservation to the University of Minnesota for the Cloquet Forestry. Fond du Lac opposed the sale, so Congress relied on the plenary power under Lone Wolf to pass the act, which went against a treaty of 1854 in the process. So the Cloquet Forest consists now of 2,953 acres of banned land. And that includes the 8 allotments that Congress essentially sold directly to the state or gave right to the state. I have the original mapping of the Cloquet Forest Station in 1910 with the permanent, or I'm sorry, the Native Americans' names and how many acres they had in their allotment and what they were paid for them. I have a lot of collaboration between the men I mentioned before. So Samuel Green, Fred Vibert, Weyhauser, Henry C. Horby, and all the Weyhauser family pretty much. And then with Congress and the state and the University of Minnesota. So when these allotments were finally taken over, that was when the sawmill and the paper mill it completely boomed in Cloquet. So they were getting paid for all their timber, lumber, paper, everything that was coming out of the Forestry Center. I have documentation back in 2009 from Karen Diver writing to the University of Minnesota. She also wrote to representatives stating that this goes against our sovereignty and that the Forestry Center itself falls in with the boundaries of the Fond du Lac Reservation. And we want to move forward to getting our land back. Unfortunately, when the university responded, they requested that we did a 99-year lease. And we had to reassure them that their experiments that have been going on will be completely taken care of. And they requested that would be something that we would have to, validate and make sure it happened before they would even sit down with us to talk about us getting our land back. What I found to be ironic in this research is the University of Minnesota acknowledges that Fond du Lac is the owner of the Cloquet Forestry Center. And it acknowledges the Treaty of La Pointe in 1854. This is directly off their website. And then it has a backstory of this Samuel Green and how he used not only the Morrill Act, but the Nelson and Dawes Act also played effect in this. And that's how our land pretty much got overturned to the university. There is a statement here on a brochure that they still have recently at the Forestry Center that reads, the CFC is located within the reservation of the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa on the traditional and ancestral and contemporary land of Indigenous people. We are building upon this acknowledgement with an open access land policy, active support of developing projects with Fond du Lac collaborators and incorporating Ojibwe perspectives into land stewardship decisions. That is a statement that is made on their brochure front page. And it shows that 3,471 acres are now the region of the forestry sitting on Fond du Lac. Unfortunately, Fond du Lac band members are not allowed to exercise their sovereignty or our treaty rights. Well, we're not allowed to hunt, fish, or gather within our own boundaries. Last year, September 9th, we found an arborglyph that was cut within the Fond du Lac boundaries within, the Forestry Center in 1960. And this artifact dates back from 1883, between 1883 and 1889. What is unfortunate is Fond du Lac was not aware of this until last year when we got a phone call and our cultural specialist went over there. And this carving is an ancestral artifact and it is extremely rare. We were able to get it put in our name. However, it sat on the campus or in the campus for over 60 years, knowing Fond du Lac Reservation is literally down the road. And, when we retrieved this, obviously we had it put in our museum. We're not sure where they stored this exactly, but we were told by the forestry staff that it has been in their possession since 1960. Next slide. Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior. Yes.
Sorry, we are not seeing your slides for some reason. Did you share screen or?
Let's see if this works.
Thank you. Yep, we see it.
Okay, so just going over, we'll just start from the top here. Like I said, these historical maps show our boundary lines and, over time, how they were taken from us. This map right now is the 8 allotments that he requested that was trusted in Native names. They wanted that to make sure that the Forestry Center was parallel and it had adjacent sidings. So this is the historical map right now, dated back in 1910 on one of the original maps of the Forestry Center. The outlined red, again, is the 8 allotments. In the corner are the names of the natives that live there, how many acres of land they had, and what they were paid for them. This is just the startup of the Cloquet Forest Experimental Station. Like I said, the forestry went by a lot of different names throughout history, which made it very, very difficult for me to find all the research. So these are the boundaries now. This is how they sectored off the forestry center. The abroglyph that we found was located between section 29 and 30, right by the Otter Creek on the far right. We are still in the process of finding the direct location of that. So these are the documents that were handed in, like I said, from 2009 when Karen Diver was the sitting chairwoman. She wrote letters, like I said, to the university and to representatives, going over our sovereignty rights and how they have tried to undermine us with potlatch. They wanted to put a buffer between the sales of the timber. They wanted it to operate and outgrow, add additions to the forestry center without our consent. This is a document here that shows the amount of acres that Fond du Lac sits on as a whole, how many of those acres were taken from the government and the university, and what they were paid for. This map I found right off the website. So they do acknowledge that these A allotments were there. Again, this is just more information that came straight off the website, indicating their collaboration and their understanding of our tradition and that they sit on ceded territory. This is the abroglyph that we have in our possession now. Like I said, we didn't retrieve this until September of 2021. It's been sitting in the possession of the Forestry Center since 1960. So our objective as Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa, all land owned by the University of Minnesota within the past present day boundaries of the Fond du Lac Band be immediately returned to the tribe. Fond du Lac Band has the resources and advanced forestry departments that are capable of managing our original ancestral lands. Fond du Lac Band shall exercise the Treaty of 1854 and establish the land promised with the right to preserve and protect our sovereignty as Indigenous people within our ceded boundaries. Fond du Lac Band believes the true truth and recognition can only happen if the University of Minnesota recognizes the atrocities that happened after the Moral Act. Fond du Lac Band believes the university is obligated, especially now, to come forward with their own reports of all the documentations, records, acknowledgement that they have had all these years. We have paid with our land, we have paid with our blood, and we have paid with our children. And that's all I have for you, Misty.
Miigwech, Kimmy. Sorry for our technical issues. I'm glad we got it working at the end. Really great slides that you have. So next, our next virtual presenter will be Samantha Odegaard from Pejuta Zizi Oyate.
I'm back to watch day. Can everyone hear me all right? I'm assuming that's good. All right. Hamidakiapi, Oshinchu ya Samantha Odegaard, Emakiapi, Pajutu Zizik Api Adwati. Sorry. My name is Samantha Odegaard. I'm a citizen of Pajutazizi Copy, or the place where they dig the yellow medicine, now known as Upper Sioux Community in West Central Minnesota near the town of Granite Falls. I currently serve as the community's Tribal Historic Preservation Officer and have been in this position for the past 5 years. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is that there's kind of a lack of knowledge of the 11 communities or tribes within Minnesota. So I'm going to take a few minutes to give a brief history. Pajutazizi Api, as I said, translates to the place they did the yellow medicine. And the history of our community is the same as other Dakota people for thousands of years. Minnesota Makoche is part of our homeland, and our creation stories are from this place. And we are part of the Ocheti Shakoi. And the term Upper Sioux comes in after the 1851 treaty, when the upper half of the Dakota reservation was assigned to the Sisseton and Wakaktima bands. And our people were those that were imprisoned, put on trial, executed, exiled, and exterminated after the US Dakota War. About 25 years after that, in about 1888, our ancestors missed their home and started to move back to places along the Minnesota River. And specifically in this area, it's to the location that was just a few miles up from the upper agency in what is now Yellow Medicine County. Over the years, more relatives started to return and lived here for 50 years before we became a federally recognized tribe under the Indian Reorganization Act. And it's at that time that we became known as, to the government anyway, as the new Upper Sioux community. After starting with less than 20 families, we now have more than 550 citizens. And one of the things I think is ironic or important to note is that about 2/3 of the land that we now have is land that we've purchased ourselves. And some of the properties that we bought back within the last few years are parcels that were actually given to the University of Louisiana as part of the land grant university system. So it is in my position as the THPO that I became involved with the Truth Project. And as you can see, my presentation and my tribe's involvement is a little bit different than the others, but I still wanted to speak with you today to show support for the relatives and the work that's being done, and to add our voice to theirs in truth telling and reiterating the need for change. Upper Sioux became part of the project, I think, later than others, and honestly due to a lack of consultation and consideration. So when my council asked me if I'd be interested in participating on behalf of the tribe, it was with the understanding that it was with whatever time I had available and could commit. So after that, and learning about the history of how we came to be involved with the project, and after attending the initial trainings, I knew that others would be focusing on the history and could do that much better than I. So instead, I had questions that started to develop for me that were more along the lines of what's going on now and what needs to change now and what will come of all this work. Specifically, it was my intention to focus on Upper Sioux's relationship with the University of Minnesota, both as a federally recognized tribe within the state and individuals' experiences, meaning for our tribal members. Sorry, I got distracted by reading chat. So that the individual experiences of our tribal members. And I wanted to learn the good and the bad so that when conversations continue in the future about the change that needs to take place, that they would be guided by those shared firsthand accounts and experiences. Unfortunately, as I'm sure most of you that work in this field know, sometimes our responsibilities as THPO take precedence, and I was not able to commit the time that I'd hoped to conduct formal interviews. But I was able to at least visit with some of our tribal members and talk about the experience and history they had with the university to develop a preliminary perspective. what has come of my conversations is that the U of M is one of the main higher education options for our tribal members, including or specifically the Twin Cities campus, Morris, and Duluth. We also have tribal members, their spouses, or extended family that are part of the university system beyond that. Some that continue on for their master's or doctoral programs or become part of the faculty and staff and sit on advisory committees. Others, like myself, were not regular students, but attended specifically for the Dakota language program. And those are some of the biggest draws for our tribal members, but also the Native community that was formed at the student and faculty level. At some of the campuses and under some administrations, that has been supported at the higher levels, but the overall feeling is that it is something that dedicated Native faculty and students have developed and created for ourselves over the last 3 to 4 decades. That this project and the event here today is an example of that hard work, and that is that at times made the U of M a leader when it comes to Native American initiatives. However, despite the strong Indigenous community at the U of M, there are issues higher up within the university structure. Something that has been shown, I think, by the research that has been initiated, something that the researchers have shown that has been ingrained in the university from its conception and continues to this day. And the hard work I mentioned earlier that has taken place as part of the Truth Project and is a current example of how the university continues to benefit from our Native people. For example, one of the things I learned during the process is the details about the tuition waiver. It made headlines that shine the U of M in a good light. And I believe the headline for their news release was the U of M establishes a nation-leading tuition assistance program for Native American students. But when you read the fine print, it can be an empty gesture in many ways, as stated previously multiple times. It excludes thousands of descendants of people, members of the First Board of Regents, exiled and attempted to exterminate, an action that the U of M still benefits from financially. But the eligibility requirements potentially exclude the majority of Dakotas from Minnesota tribes that are at least diminishes the benefits because of the way that the family income limits are calculated. And also the fact that Minnesota Dakota tribes don't have tribal colleges that we can transfer to the U of M from. These are things that were either intentionally ignored or could have been pointed out in a simple conversation that could take 5 minutes if they had the right people at the table. In my conversations since then, I've learned that this isn't the first time the university has developed a program that on the surface uplifts Native Americans or recruits Native faculty, but then the rules or requirements exclude the very people it's supposed to benefit. Another recurring topic that came in my conversations was that actions taken by higher levels within the university can create hard feelings between Native people. Oddly enough, although the tuition waiver excludes anyone not from Minnesota, and other initiatives are hiring choices, it is believed that the U of M has a preference for Native Americans from other states or even from other tribal nations that don't have a tie to Minnesota. And unfortunately, it also includes actions that create hard feelings between the tribes within the state as well. And I know these examples are vague, but that's intentional because the people I've spoken with, they still have ties to the community or the university. And while I value their input, I don't want to put them on the spot or put them on blast. So those are just a couple examples of the institutional level changes that need to take place. And my ideals for what is next is that I truly hope to have those hard conversations at the highest levels of the university and open those discussions up to the most critical voices. But I know that whatever change is to come, that will be the result of the continued hard work and dedication from tribal people that have become part of the university. And I know many of whom are sitting in that room today. And with that, I'll close and just say Pinamayaya.
Thank you, Samantha. Next, our presenter will be virtual. Suzelle Sandoval Bellinger from Tinta Wita.
Can everybody hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Suzelle Sandoval Bellinger, Imakiapie, Damakota, Titawita, Hemataha, Oyate Mitawa. Hello, my name is Suzelle Sandoval Bellinger. I'm Dakota. Prairie Island is my home. I'm a Prairie Island descendant and a Fond du Lac descendant through my mother, and through my father, I'm a White Earth and Bois Forte descendant. I'm interested in this research because of my family. I grew up learning about my local history, and I understood that this was an important opportunity to share that history. In my training for this project, a lot of what I learned was very eye-opening to me, and collectively and individually, these reports are empowering and inspiring. So I'd like to thank MIAC and the University of Minnesota for collaborating on this project. And I'm really thankful to be a part of it. My hope is that the university can learn from our reports and change how they go about their future endeavors with us as tribes. I'd also like to thank Misty Blue and my fellow tribal research fellows. I appreciate you allowing me to learn from you all. I'd like to thank my tribal council at Titawita for their support, and the elders of my community, as well as my ancestors for guiding me in this work. And then a really big thank you to my TIPO office and their support. I greatly appreciate you all. So our research focuses on burial mounds. Prairie Island and our surrounding area has a high population of burial mounds. Coming into this project, I didn't really know a lot about this topic besides what my family taught me. So I reached out to my tribe's TIPO office and I started working with Frankie Jackson. He's very knowledgeable about burial mounds and the research surrounding them. Working with him, I've learned a lot from him. So I'm going to hand it over to him to present our PowerPoint. Thank you. Pita Tonka.
Pidamia Suzelle. And before I get started, I wanted to say thank you to Prairie Island Tribal Council, to Misty and to MIAC for allowing me to play just a small role in this project. And I want to say a special thank you to the fellow researchers from the various tribes who are conducting this really important research. When Suzelle approached our office, it allowed us to have a conversation with her about burial mound reclamation and what that looks like for many tribes today. And I think surprising to Suzelle and to myself was that up until 1985, the university was actively participating in burial mound excavations. And in the late 1980s, the university transferred their archaeological collection over to the Minnesota Historical Society. And so some of our research allowed us to work to focus on those collections that were transferred over to the Minnesota Historical Society. And we're going to offer up recommendations on how the university can help resolve some of the lingering issues that plague tribes in our communities today when it comes to reclamation of burial mounds and burial items that were taken from excavations in the past. And so with that, we'll move into our PowerPoint presentation, and we'll talk a little bit about what is a burial mound, NAGPRA, why it's important, NAGPRA past and current issues as appropriate to Prairie Island. We'll talk about some steps beyond NAGPRA, and we'll introduce you guys to the Dakota Homeland Mapping Project. But before we move on, I think it's important for us to understand a little better how some of this archaeological work gets permitted. So right now, today, there's no set of standards for burial mound assessment work being done in Minnesota. So if I'm an archaeologist and I get hired to do a burial mound assessment on private property, I apply for my archaeological permit, I get that permit, but there are no standards that I have to follow. And so that's problematic on a bunch of levels, but for the TIPOs who have to review these reports as they come in, we see that there's no uniformity and no, I guess, consistency because of the lack of standards. And so we will talk a little bit about how we are approaching that in our Dakota Homeland Mapping Project. And so I don't have control of the slides, but if we can go to slide 3. Burial mounds, how do we explain them? Digging up, and I really like this slide. This is a slide that Suzelle found. Digging up sacred native cultural sites would be the same as digging up Arlington National Cemetery. I mean, we can't explain it any better than that. And so we'll go down to slide 6. Some of the issues we face here at Prairie Island, majority of the issues have to do with protecting burial mounds. As you'll see from this map, there were over 500 burial mounds mapped in the Red Wing area alone. And this map comes from 1913. And to give you guys kind of an idea of the attitude that a lot of settlers had when it came to our burial mound sites, I'm going to share an excerpt with you from a diary entry taken in 1869. Red Wing, an Indian chief, is buried on one of the bluffs here in the city, was named after him. There is as much as 100 of their graves up here on a bluff, and I have been up there and found the ribs of Indians and all sorts of bones. Last spring, the Red Wing boys dug into the chief's grave and found a silver medal given by Harrison to the chief, and they sold it for $75. And then they dug them up, most of them, for things, and took their skulls and put them on bushes and played ball with them till the city authorities ordered them to put the bones all back. And to cover them up, they found beads and scalps and lots of trinkets buried with them. But I could cover dozens of sheets with such stuff. That provides a little insight on the attitude of non-settlers when it comes to our burial sites. Going down to slide 13. When we started examining the archaeological record that is now at the Minnesota Historical Society, we uncovered a couple of different things. There's some really good work being done by staff at the Minnesota Historical Society to reconcile some of these archaeological collections. And I tip my hat to the Lower Sioux Indian community who worked tirelessly the past 2 years on reclamation of burial mounds that were excavated along the Minnesota River. I think that took them a little over 2 years. They may still be in the process. But again, this is something that faces all tribes today. And so we offer that the university should consider funding a position, and we would hope that it could be a fellowship position for a Native American to work with staff at the Minnesota Historical Society to go through these collections and to make them priority. And so moving down, we'll talk a little bit about how we as a tribe are addressing burial mound assessment work today. And we'll introduce you to the Traditional Homelands Mapping Project, where we're merging technology, oral history, and literature. Our project vision is to take a new look at an ancient land. Dakota people and historical records agree that the Dakota traditional homelands expand far beyond today's boundaries. Various kinds of records exist, but have never been collected, compared, and assembled into a comprehensive geographic information system. The resulting GIS will be ground truth, and the results formalized in state record systems. Our project team consists of the Prairie Island Indian Communities Tribal Historic Preservation Office, the Earth Systems Research Lab with the Minnesota State University at Mankato, and this is a 10-year partnership that started in 2020. The Dakota Traditional Homeland Mapping Project is a focus on the archaeological site known as the Bell Creek site, located along the Cannon River in the Cannon Valley in southeast Minnesota. And our fieldwork started in 2020. And again, what we are doing here is we are utilizing 5 non-invasive techniques. And we are hoping to collect data in a 5-year period, which justifies why non-invasive techniques should be the first methods used when evaluating burial mounds. And so we'll move down to slide 19. And the first method that we always utilize is LiDAR. And for those of you who work with this imagery, you'll know that in the last 2 years, the technology has really improved, especially with some of the LiDAR coverage here in Minnesota, allowing us to visually see the landscape in ways that was just previously that we couldn't do previously. So LiDAR is used to compare the surveyed locations of the mounds with the actual locations. Original Lewis maps shown in red, uncorrected. The mounds in the open field, as you can see, are not visible to the naked eye, but using our non-invasive techniques, we were able to relocate these burial mounds with precision, and we'll talk about how we did that. So again, the second technique that we utilize are drones and photography. Drones are used to create high resolution aerial photographs of our work area, as well as high resolution DMs. And we do flyovers in the summer and in the fall as well. And so the third technique that we use, and it's one of the most famous that you guys hear out there, is ground penetrating radar. And again, this is a non-invasive geophysical technique that sends radio waves into the ground between 50 megahertz and 1 gigahertz, and allows us to understand some of the anomalies that are underground. And you'll see in the photo there are some of the graduate students applying that technique at one of our sites or at our Bell Creek site. And then we'll talk a little bit about magnetometry. This again is another non-invasive geophysical technique that measures the influence of subsurface materials that they have on local magnetic field of the earth. And again, in the picture, you'll see one of our students applying this technique. And the fifth methodology that we use is electrical resistance. Again, electrical resistance is a non-invasive way of measuring soil types and transitions, as well as allowing us to understand, again, some of the anomalies that we're seeing below ground and truth telling them with actual maps. Today is actually our first day of field school for year 3 of collecting data utilizing these 5 methodologies. Again, we are hoping to collect enough data at the end of year 5 to make a strong bid to the state to put in place standards on how burial mounds are assessed. And we would hope that the university would support the good work that's coming from all of these tribal communities when it comes to this. I think we heard other presenters talk about burial mounds. So that's a pressing issue that we all face today. And again, by our research and utilizing these techniques, we hope to set standards that will pave the way for better stewardship of these areas. So with that, I say thank you again. And thank you for allowing us to share just a little bit of the data and some of the good work we're doing down here in Southeast Minnesota. Pedamiado.
Thank you. So with that, we have just one final presentation from the Tribal Research Fellows. Jalen Strong is actually going to present on behalf of both Bois Forte Band of Chippewa and Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior Chippewa.
Oh, God. Jalen, remind me which presentation was yours. That's not yours. There it is. This is the thing. Right.
Buju and Dinaway Magani Dog, Anishinaabe Dog, Chmukwanug, Magasha Gakinawea, Gaye, Ninsa Beba Mashan Indigu, Adekindu Dam, speaking Azagi Gana Dunjba, Nui Tajandan, Wa Guayako Yang, Asian Akadig, Majid Hadam. So my name is Jalen Strong. I am representing Grand Portage and Bois Forte today. Within this presentation, I'd like to give a big thanks to Anne and Tad and Misty for putting up with me ghosting them for a little bit. I had experienced a lot of life this year, so it's been a journey, and I'm happy to be kind of at the end of it, and hopefully we can kind of get started. And I think, I guess, more introduction about myself. Don't be afraid to laugh. I'm kind of a little awkward with presentations, but we'll get through it. So a little bit about me again. I'm from Nett Lake, part of the Bois Forte tribe. Bois Forte, as Anne will kind of talk about a little bit later, we have two separate sectors of that make up Bois Forte. So one side is Vermilion, and then one side is Nett Lake. Traditionally, those are we had 16 separate villages, and eventually through a variety of treaties and other instances, we kind of became two main communities. And we're a small community, so that's our entire, Nett Lake Village. So that includes the whole lake itself and, our school, elementary school, tribal government, everything. I graduated from the U of M Twin Cities in 2019, and then I did the MTech program at UMD in 2021. And so we wanted to talk a little bit about the treaty and the policy history that directly impact Bois Forte. And we'll get into it a little bit more later on. The main takeaway is that one of the border regions at the time of 1865 they had found some fool's gold up towards our reservation. And after the 1854 treaty, we kind of loosely established a reservation around Boys Fort, around the Lake Vermilion side of the eastern side of the lake. And then after they found some of this fool's gold, they really started to push in. And one of the regents was kind of a big proponent of displacing our band members. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, do you want me to say?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So as Jalen was talking about, this again goes back to Henry Sibley, whose name we've heard a few times, who was the president of the Minnesota Gold Company. The university's geologists are the ones who misidentified the fool's gold on the shores of Lake Vermilion, and Sibley and Alexander Ramsey, along with John Sargent Pillsbury, were involved in negotiating the 1866 treaty that attempted to remove Boys Fort from Lake Vermilion to the Nut Lake Reservation. In addition to that, during my time in the archives, I located many receipts from the Board of Regents buying up plots of land around Lake Vermilion. And we know from our research on our core team here that they then turned around and sold those plots of land to basically to the highest bidder. In addition to this, the university, as the Cura Fellows mentioned earlier this morning, still is collecting royalties off of mining interests in our 1854 treaty territory. And the last connection that we found to Boys Fort was a very personal one. In 1958, the University of Minnesota Extension ran a relocation program and relocated 36 families from Boys Fort to the Twin Cities. And my grandma was one of them. And so thinking about the generational loss of connection to land, connection to culture that occurred after that relocation was, as some of our research fellows have alluded to, is very difficult to find. And that was kind of like my last trip to the archives. So everything that I'll talk about later is before that. But this is why the university has a moral obligation to providing Indigenous communities with the resources that they need to determine how they want to revitalize what has been attempted to be taken through these genocidal acts. And Jalen, is very modest, but he has put in a lot of effort into this work and will be looking very forward thinking as to what the university can do.
Yeah, so my biggest portion of the project was kind of looking towards what the university is currently doing and what they can be doing in the future to help improve our relationships as tribal nations. And so kind of the student experience is a big factor in that. And to me, that is nation building and building that relationship, because within this picture, there's 12 different tribal nations that are represented. Some of them are in Minnesota, some of them aren't. And I think, a lot of them have a specific effect that they bring back with their community. And there's a different path that they have to go through that we all kind of have to manage through. And I think that's one of the main things that I wanted to talk about, was that the university system as a whole does not have the structure in place to support Indigenous students at all levels. So that's including, high school and undergrad, graduate, and PhD programs, as well as some of the other, programs offered. They also don't respect a lot of our tribal knowledge, history, and culture. Obviously, that's why we're kind of here. But a lot of the thesis and dissertations that I've read kind of showcase that. So for Grand Portage, they were doing a lot of surveying up around the reservation, only focusing mostly on like where the settlers were, where like the specific writing was as to where a lot of their tribal villages maintained. With Nut Lake, for example, somebody did a dissertation or about the Net Lake Dam and whether or not that was a good use of BIA funds whenever setting that up. And a lot of times they included things like water levels, sulfate levels, different chemicals that go into the lake. They talked about the university trying to force a wild rice expert onto our within this project to help determine what the best route for growth would be for our wild rice. Our tribal council at that time, at least, turned them down and basically was under the trying to get the university to understand how can an expert know more about this specific lake than our own people do who have been here for hundreds of years. And so that was kind of one of the major issues that I found. And then again, just like the U of M loves to only highlight a lot of the good Native programs that are going on, including, something like, they might talk about this program, they might talk about the medical programs that they offer at UMD within here, but they never talk about, like, even on the website, they have how the university started, but it's more just kind of like poof, it's there, rather than like what actually happened to make this university possible. And so in this picture here, I have whenever they used to paint the bridge on the Washington Bridge, that was one that when I was here as a student, they decided to do, which includes the American Indian Student Cultural Center, the American Indian Cultural House, Circle of Indigenous Nations and American Indian Studies. And I kind of thought it was kind of interesting. A lot of times we always had to combine into kind of one or two different programs instead of having individual panels. So we had to fit it within two, like squeeze us down to two little spaces. And this is one of the things that come up, and that's kind of a common theme, at least my time here as a student, and what I've heard from the students that I've talked to is that they're still trying to force either isolate or force different Native programs into falling under the will of our oppressors. So my experience, again, give a shout out to my tribal radio, KBFT, but for these pictures. So the one on the left, that's, again, I wanted to talk about like where I'm from. I didn't want to include my family necessarily because I think that my identity stems more than just my family, but the village that I grew up in. And so on the left there, that's all wild rice on the lake. And so pretty much like where the water is, that's kind of like the deeper portion of the lake. That's still only like 5 feet deep, so it's not too big. But then it goes all the way around. This is on the right side, features the Sampson brothers. But this is from my high school that I graduated from. It's kind of interesting. You can see on the left side, those are all the elementary kids. And then when you become more of an adult, the colors change up to the right side. So it's all black on that side. But this was kind of an example of kind of the first step in our like colonization, I guess. A lot of times as this work that I do now with our museum, a lot of the schools around us try to kind of fulfill the bare minimum for some of their standards that Minnesota education has set for them. And so they end up doing something like this. And I think it's really cool to have the Sampson brothers up, but it only happens 1 or 2 times a year. It's never really like introduced within our curriculum throughout the year. And for us, for Net Lake, we only have up till 6th grade. And then after 6th grade, we go to Northwoods here. And so the population at Northwoods is about 40 to 50% Native. Within my class, we had a big class. About the graduating size of our class was 45 students. And I think we had 14 or 15 Native students. Of those 14 or 15 students, 4 of us went to higher education, including a 2-year or to get our AA. And unfortunately, I'm the only one that has graduated so far. My cousin, she has 1 semester left. She just chooses not to do it. So I'm trying to get her on that. But I guess one thing I wanted to highlight was that's the entire school, including down to our kindergarten. So our kindergarten all the way to the left, going all the way to our high school, graduating seniors there. then I come to the university and we did the Pride and Spirit the first week, right? And so then I'm in this little, like a little speck in the big M there. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight with that is just like the big change in like environment, going from the reservation, having 500 people in the village of Nett Lake, and then coming right to a general chemistry class and having 500 people in the seats there. So it's a big culture shock. And I try to tell people that are going to college that you really are going to have to figure out who you are as a person and where your identities are as an Indigenous person. A lot of times, like the university as a whole, for me, felt as though I had to check that identity. There's a lot of schools or a lot of classes that I took and papers that I was trying to write that wouldn't accept, traditional knowledge as credible sources. So I thank Vince for having some of the books there, because a lot of times I'd be searching for a credible source, and then I remember Vince had something in his one of his classes where I'd just go find like the most obscure quote to relate it to my thing, just to have a credible source. And a lot of times it worked out. And so like this was something that happened a lot. Even, I think a lot of our AIS classes offered that, and same thing at MTAG. Whenever I was there, it was taught by either Indigenous teachers or people that were truly allies. And there was just little pockets of areas that you could feel comfortable in. One such was being part of the AISCC at our spring powwow, and kind of being able to deal with that. And even within those spaces, I always kind of felt a little out of place just being from the res. There's a lot of Native people that come here, but there's also a lot of urban Indians. And not to say that that's like necessarily a bad thing, but sometimes it's a little bit easier to resonate with the rugged people. So I think whenever we talk about like what the university can do, this is the last slide. I'm trying to kind of hurry up because I know we're a little running back on time. But I think the university does a pretty not good job of making us feel safe and making us feel welcome. So there's a couple of things that I when I asked a lot of our students that currently go to any of the university systems, but also talk to the students that I know are currently still going, some of the faculty, some of the staff that are going. A lot of this stuff kind of fit within 4 main categories. One is respect, not just for our culture, not just for our people. So I try to put it all in. So there's a couple of things that are on there. Obviously respecting the family dynamics. One of the biggest things that I had a hard time with when I was here is whenever somebody would pass, they wouldn't really meet the university's requirements for like an immediate family member to get the time off from classes. And like a lot of professors would be willing to push it back, but you had to send a picture of the obituary or a picture of the pamphlet that they give out. And I always had an issue with that, mainly because at least back then you had to be in class for participation points. And a lot of these, what they don't understand is that a lot of these ceremonies, whenever we have somebody pass, takes 8 days. So there's 4 days where you're watching the spirit fire, the day they pass, and then you have 4 days until you can have the funeral. And then a lot of times they would have another 4 days of which you were still supposed to feast those family members. Sorry. And it's always hard to cram for that and understand that like there's still an obligation that you need to have for this, because whenever you come to these spaces, a lot of our tribal council and a lot of our tribal communities put pressure on us, and not in like a bad way, but you feel the weight, right? Because they tell you to go get educated and then come back, go get educated and then come back. But then you're here and you don't know if you're supposed to be here. You don't like, I think that somebody made a mistake, that, my knowledge isn't valid. I don't see any like other Native people unless I'm in those Native spaces. And even in some of the American Indian Studies courses, you're still one of the only Native people in there. And I think that that kind of leads us into like representation and everything. I guess I forgot to count like the cultural patrimony, caring for our ancestors and our items that are culturally sensitive in the way that we want to, right? So like, we talked about the university being out of compliance with NAGPRA, but even for the objects that they would argue wouldn't count towards like a NAGPRA, should be taken care of in the way that we would as tribal nations. It could be something as simple as feasting them at the change of every season. It could be putting tobacco with them or cedar with them. One thing that Anne had talked about a little bit is with Adriana's project is that the university was fighting to get like the data and stuff. And for us, like as Native people, I think a lot of us have been in situations where we've been learning from a knowledge keeper. And there's sometimes where you're taking a notes or whatever, and they just say, put down the notes, put down the recorder, like this part can't be recorded. And this is something that the university, at least in my experience, has disregarded. They've come to Net Lake before in the 50s. They did two studies that I guess I'll talk about quick. One was basically the acculturation of the Native people at Net Lake, basically how colonized are we, how white do we act. The second one was to record our Atazukan. And for people that may not know what that is, it's kind of these stories and these teachings that when we talk about them in the language, they get talked about as if they were a living being. And to me, at least, the understanding of that is basically that these stories and these lessons, every time you hear it, you get something different from it. And so you can be told this story, and oftentimes you are told these stories hundreds of times. And the importance of that, again, going back to just respecting the fact that our traditional knowledge is credible knowledge. These stories can be fact-checked over decades, over each time they're told. They get told in different variations, so in different communities. And so you think about it from a logical standpoint. If my grandpa is telling me something, that knowledge is at least 72 years old. And if his grandpa was the one that was telling him that, you're adding another 60 years at least onto that. So you're at 130 years of knowledge there. And again, that person, and you just can keep going further and further back as to where this knowledge is being passed down. And so at least for us, for Boyce Fort and Grand Portage, we don't agree with the fact that that the university doesn't accept this knowledge as credible, unless it's put into a text. I guess that's the only way that they recognize it as credible. Sorry to get off on a tangent. So I guess I would try to move it down to representation. So we prefer, and we would hope that the university can hire staff that's not confined to American Indian Studies. We want staff to teach things like gaming, federal Indian law, just tribal governments in general, ICWA, tribal businesses and finance, and then just like tribal history in general. Again, and this doesn't have to be necessarily just for Native students. This could be in like the business schools, law schools within UMD, Carlson, or at the Labovitz or Carlson within the public affairs, and then the continuing education, higher development. We want teachers, not necessarily that are Native, but just teachers in general, to know some of this knowledge, to know how to interact with Native people, so that we don't get asked to do the Native thing 1 or 2 times a year to fulfill those. We want them to be able to have the power, have the means to ask us on a regular basis to come into their classrooms or to to help them with their curriculum so that we get to a point where eventually we don't need to go into the classrooms once a year. Different other representations. One thing that UMD does that I wish that the U of M would do is they have a drum group at their graduation. So they have it for opening and closing. It can get a little echoey, but I think like having like a good PA system, we'd be able to figure it out. Having different tribal flags on campus is something that, you know, I heard out there about the tribal flags not being placed up there. And that in itself is such a small thing to do, but would represent so much as to what the university actually sees tribal nations as. I'll kind of skip the rest of representation because I think you guys can see it, but I think, you know, the main thing, last thing I'd like to highlight is just the importance that the university has as such a big university to help, you know, closing this achievement gap, you know, having Native students not knowing, you know, what to do after graduation or not having an emphasis on why it's important to have that education. And so we kind of struggle a lot of times with graduating our class. I think they can do a lot more with visiting the students there. I know whenever I was here, I'd have Louisa would have calling nights. So we call out to all these people that were interested in coming to the U of M, and I'd spend pretty much the whole time. I'd go to every one of them. I'd spend the whole time like flipping through the pages to find the Native students that were in areas that were near reservations, kind of not necessarily to forget about the urban Native people, but just to let the people that are near reservations or on reservations that it's possible. You know, there's people here that come from reservations, and if I can do it, then I think you have a chance to do it as well. And so I always kind of struggled with that, and trying to give people hope to show them that the possibility of coming to the university isn't impossible. So once they get here, that's the whole process in itself. Finding the tools, finding the capabilities to get here. You know, I every year I try to bring students down here, and each time at least half or more would be first generation students. So a lot of them don't have the knowledge on how to go to college, what's the steps to that. And I try as best as I can to answer any questions, or whenever we're here, ask them questions to show just the amount of options. But once they get here, at least a lot of times, that's when the tribal governments feel like their students are being taken care of. And that's where the university should start to take care of them. In ways that can happen is having permanent spaces for students. Like within Kaufman, on the second floor, they have the AISCC, but every year they always get not in trouble, but they always get harassed by the people that run the spaces there, because we're not open enough, but we don't have nearly the amount of students to have it open as much as the other places. And then at UMD, their multicultural spaces are probably about the size of that little area. Like it's kind of frustrating and sad, because they have a circular table, and then the door barely fits open, and then you have a little couch, and you have to suck in to squeeze into that couch, and then the couch is hard, super hard. So it's not a good time. But I think UMD, the university itself can improve on these spaces, have a permanent space for our students, and build a retention center. Bemidji State has, within their main American Indian building, they have a retention center / division for Native students. And what that kind of looks like is just seeing if people are where they're falling behind, if they need help, what that help looks like to these Native students. If that means catching a ride to go home, like you could find something like with the tribe, maybe like they could reach us out there. Because if a student comes down here from Grand Portage, it's 6 hours going up there. And it's once you get, past Silver Bay, it's pretty lonely. But it's like, and then it just it can be isolating to come down here by yourself and know that you're the only Bois Forte or Grand Portage person. For most of my career, at least, I didn't really meet too many Bois Forters down here, and especially whenever I did, it was always really cool to like meet them, talk about like where our relations are, and now, especially on this, it's kind of interesting because on this project there's a bunch of Bois Forters. Last thing, knowledge and training. There's a lot more that I could talk about, but I can tell that I'm running late. But the knowledge and training portion of it, again, just having the resources to look at these studies holistically. So not when you think about the dam paper, they talked about the sulfate levels and bringing in like the expert for that, but they never really took into account like the traditional knowledge of what the beaver do for the lake, what the ducks and the muskrat and all these different animals that intersect with the lake, and what with the rice worms, what they do to help the health of our rice, to kind of keep it going. They're not necessarily worried about that, and a lot of times with like the appraisal of the land, whenever they buy this land, one thing that's oftentimes forgotten about, and something that we struggle with as THPOs, is getting non-native people to understand the importance of this land. So if we're talking about cultural properties in the form of a maple tree, that maple tree has one specific value that is assigned to them, that's maybe $4 a cord or whatever. For native people, if that is able to be a sugar bush, that tree can provide so much resources year after year after year, and then within those, the syrup and the sugar that can come from that, those are used as gifts. Those are used to be sold and those can also be used in ceremony a lot of times. So how can you place a value on like these resources that to us are invaluable? So, although we have a lot of these numbers for what the land was bought at, just understand that land is a lot more priceless or than what they were bought for. I think the last thing that I kind of want to talk about is just having like the ability to teach students, faculty, and staff that work with Native students or Native people or Native tribes about like the modern times, like what are we doing today? There's a lot of times when I'm on campus here where I meet somebody and they're like, oh, well, if you don't mind me asking, like, what are you? Like you always get that question. And then you talk about like, oh, well, I'm Native American, I'm from Bois Forte, and they're like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, okay. And then so you talk about that, and then the next question is usually something along the lines of, oh, do you speak Indian, or what's your blood quantum? Or not even that, but like what percentage are you, right? And so I wish I could just like have like a URL or like a video and be like, just watch this. I'm like, I don't want to explain this. So I think like something like that, or having our faculty and staff take the tribal state relations classes taught by the people at UMD to learn about this. I think that's kind of it. And I keep saying the last thing I'll talk about, but the last thing I'll talk about is basically to understand that, like, we do see the work that you guys are putting in. Like we did this over the course of this semester, but this isn't the end of it. Like a lot of our research fellows and a lot of people that worked in this project have kids. And I talked about this yesterday, but they're teaching those kids how to work within the system, to fight the system, to change the system. And I I have two kind of kids, but we're going to be teaching them to fight the system as well. So it's not going to be over in a long time. Thanks for putting up with my awkwardness. That's it.
10 minutes short break for snacks, and then we'll come back for the last presentation. Sorry, Misty, I didn't know you were there.
It's okay. No worries. We have one final presentation. So as you probably realized, one of the themes today and over the course of the project we've had is growth. So many people have resonated with our work, and there's been a lot to uncover regarding tribal university relations. We initially started off by interrogating just the Moral Act of 1862, but we're soon led to the discovery that 1851, when the university started, was a more suitable launching point, given what we have learned about the founding Board of Regents. So Anne Gargiola is the mother of 3 and descendant of the Boys Fort Band of Chippewa. She holds an associate's degree from Century College, bachelor's degree in sociology and women's studies from Hamline University, a master's in public policy from the Humphrey School of Public Affairs, and is currently pursuing a PhD in American Studies at University of Minnesota. Her poetry, research, and activism are reflections of her lived experience as a mixed race Anishinaabe, trained in creative writing and policy analysis. Anne's work is interdisciplinary, rooted in Indigenous feminisms, and in the belief that healing happens in relationality with ourselves, others, and the land. Broadly, she uses Indigenous research methods, analyses, and modes of communication via cultural literary production to interrogate how colonial policies and ideologies attempt to control through suppression and ethnic cleansing Indigenous histories, voices, and knowledges. As a research assistant with Truth, Anne works as a project manager and archival researcher. Prior to coming to the University of Minnesota, Anne worked on policy projects related to campus resource reallocation, increasing the representation of Indigenous students in higher education, and making college a more equitable experience. She is passionate about designing plans which help systems become more equitable, sustainable, and accessible for people whose institutions continue to marginalize. Anne's research today looks into the connections early regents had to anti-Indigenous policies.
Miigwech, Misty. You can go to the next slide, yeah. So I just wanted to take a moment to take a breath, because I hate talking in front of people, but also just to center ourselves and come back to ourselves. There's been a lot of information today surrounding difficult topics. So I just want to take a moment for you all to acknowledge what you're feeling, honor it, and breathe into it. I want to express some gratitude to a whole bunch of folks. So to my family and friends, my sons are here somewhere, they disappeared. And my friends have taken care of them a lot while I've been working on this project. So I really appreciate everybody who has stepped up to do that. I want to thank Tad. He has been an excellent mentor throughout this entire process, and I'm so grateful to have learned from him and to have worked with him. To Misty, who has been, we couldn't have done any of this without her. She's organized so much of this. To my fellow RAs, Adriana, Angel, I have had a lot of late night conversations cussing out the early regents about this, to Adriana particularly, so Miigwech, to Dean Squires and Bochwe. So as a student here at the Humphrey School, I think one of the important things to mention to folks is, as a policy school, this school is training our future oppressors. They're training the people who will take over running the colonial government. And so it's been difficult here at times in this school particularly. But when Dean Bochwe and Dean Squires, Associate Dean Squires came in, even just the air quality has changed here. And it's really noticeable. This is the third event that we've had here within a month, centered around Indigenous voices. And that has made all of the difference. To Minty, Kevin, Jigna, Tracy, and Denise for being so nimble and willing to work with us, and all of our demands. We really appreciate it. To Kira, Sarah, and Mike, the capstone students, the RCP fellows, the faculty members of the task force who mentored all of our tribal research fellows, to all of our sponsors who helped generously host this event. So we didn't have funding to host this event, and we actually sent emails to every department that we found dirt on in the archives and asked them to fund this symposium. So we appreciate them. Huge miigwech to Mayak, Shannon Gishik, tribal council members and community members who have invested time and energy that they didn't need to into this university and this project. I just really want to acknowledge that. We've heard that from a few of the different research fellows, that this should have been the university doing this project and not tribes. And then to the librarians, Ellen, Kat, and Eric, who have helped us access the archives and to open them up to community, and have also begun the process of digitizing a lot of the archives related to our tribal nations. And then finally, I'd like to thank our spiritual advisors. Very soon into this project, we realized the emotional toll that it was taking on our research fellows. And so we went back to Minty, again, thank you, and asked for funds to support culturally specific counseling. So we have set that up and we really appreciate that. It's really helped folks. So yeah, next slide. Okay, so now I'll do an introduction. Buju and Dinaway Magadag, An Indignakas, Asabagoni Zagagan and Dunjaba, Imanishiska and Dundaziz, Withrow and Da. Hello, my relatives. My name is Anne. I come from the Boys Fort Band at Chippewa, Nut Lake, where my mom and grandma are enrolled. However, I was born and raised here on Dakota homelands, Imanishiska, St. Paul, and I currently live in Withrow with my sons Jacopo and Atreyu, who are there. In this picture is 3 generations of my family. So my mom, my grandma, my sister, and myself. And I just want to really center Indigenous women in this presentation and families. And I want to also acknowledge that the university, as Jalen said, is not currently a place where Indigenous students thrive. We are at a critical juncture with many wicked problems, as Dean Bochwe would say, facing us. So how can we make long-term systemic changes with the next 7 generations in mind? So a lot of institutions make 5-year plans, 10-year plans. I'm talking like a 175-year plan. Like, what are you going to do to make sure that there's redress happening for as many generations as have had violence inflicted on them by the university? So I'm honored to share this space with you all today. I'm going to talk about my time in the archives and share some of my research with you. As Misty said, that focuses on the region's role in the dispossession and genocide of Indigenous people. And if you all have questions as we go, please ask. I'd much rather have a conversation than just sit here and lecture at you all. Yeah, next one. Okay, so I just want to situate the space that we're in. This map was created by a Dakota artist, Marlena Miles, and it locates the spaces that we know in the Twin Cities through the original people's lens. The University of Minnesota Twin Cities sits in the urbanization of what was once a lush river valley, approximately midway between two places central to Dakota cosmology, Owamni, colonially known as St. Anthony Falls, and Bedote, the place of Dakota creation. Dr. Jim Rock explains that what is now known as the Mississippi River is called Hahawakpa or Wakpatonka in Dakota language. It is the spirit road and it is the earthly manifestation of the Milky Way. It is also where this world and the spirit world intersect. To build upon that, Dakota author and educator Ramona Kiddo Stately wrote Pazahayayuwin, the story of Bedote. Through this story, we learn that Bedote, the confluence of the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers, was a place that Dakota women traveled to give birth. The water, herbs, and plants found near the islands here aid in birthing and healing processes, and with the help of these medicines, they brought their children into the world at their place of genesis, Bedote. And so just acknowledging that traditionally the university says that it sits on ceded territory. I do want to state that by 1858, the United States had made 12 treaties with the Dakota people, often through coercive and violent means, seizing more and more land with each negotiation. And all of these treaties were eventually broken by the United States. Other U of M campuses are situated on lands taken through coercive treaties with Anishinaabe peoples. The Anishinaabe people trace our roots to the East Coast near the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. The many bands of Anishinaabe began to move westward due to a prophecy telling them to travel until they came upon lands where food grew on water. The migration inland took place over many centuries and encompassed several stops along the way. These stops required bands to separate, reconnect, and in the process, settle in various areas such as modern-day Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. I say all of this as a reminder that we had thriving communities before European settlement, and because it shows that it was an intentional act of genocide on part of the early regents to situate the university at this space. Next slide, please. So you've heard this many times, so I'll just go through it really quickly here. In order to situate this research, I'll first explain the Truth Project. Truth is a Native organized, Native-led, community-driven research project that began in the spring of 2020 with the resolutions released by the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council. Truth has a braided methodology that looks into the past, present, and future of university tribal relations. There are 11 recognized tribal nations with whom Minnesota shares geography and many more who have been displaced for the benefit of the state. As a land-grant institution that was created through and continues to profit from the genocide, coercion, theft, and forced displacement of Dakota, Anishinaabe, Ho-Chunk, and Cheyenne peoples, the University of Minnesota has an obligation to recognize and counter the historical and contemporary injustices that continue to shape our environment. The university can begin by acknowledging the ongoing debt that is owed to the region's tribal nations, respecting tribal sovereignty, and striving to build trust through mutually beneficial education, partnerships, research, policies, and practices that center indigeneity. Methods specific to this paper were inductive archival research. I did not really have any plans going into the archives. I didn't know what I was going to find. Really, the one thing that I was looking for was the script receipt from the first piece of land that the university sold to fund the Permanent University Fund, or the PUF Fund. I did not find that. And instead, this sent me on multiple trips to both the MNHS and the University of Minnesota archives over 6 months. But this was just one small part, right, of a 2.5-year-long community-led participatory research project with the 11 tribal nations of Minnesota. Yeah, next slide, please. So I wanted to include this quote from Audra Simpson, a Mohawk scholar of anthropology. She offers critiques of what she refers to as liberal political performances of reconciliation and recognition in so-called Canada. And this is what I've been researching for my master's thesis. In this quote, she talks about calling up the past because it is assumed that all people depart from the same history. But what happens when that history has been twisted? So this says that the past does not form a departure for Indigenous peoples in the same way that it does for settlers, because our present collapses their past. It calls up the past as we contort still to make way for everybody else's present and future. And I think about this quote a lot when I'm in the archives, because there it was more apparent than anywhere else, reading in the Regent's own handwriting, the will to what they refer to on multiple occasions as, quote, dealing with the Indian problem. As Simpson goes on to discuss in her lecture on the folly of reconciliation in so-called Canada, we were not meant to still be here, fighting the very institutions they built, not only to keep us out, but in an attempt to wipe us out. So to me, this quote is a reminder of their failure and the power we hold by being in these spaces and refusing to contort or make ourselves smaller to make way for their perception of what should be. Next slide, please. So we heard a little bit about the first Board of Regents, but what I located in the archives, there's actually 3 founding boards of regents. The first under the Territorial University from 1851 to 1860. Then in 1860, the university closed down. And in 1863, an emergency board was appointed by the Minnesota legislature. And they served until 1867 when the university reopened. In 1868, they brought in a new board of regents, and that university then opened as the state institution. The university enjoys constitutional autonomy. This is a law that was created by the men who would go on to name themselves as the Board of Regents. And what this means is that the board alone is empowered to manage the university, but also the legislature made a condition that says judicial relief is available if the regents abuse the management powers granted by the state constitution. The legislature may place conditions on university appropriations if the conditions do not violate the university's autonomy. The university is still subject to general lawmaking power so far as it does not impede the regent's ability to manage the university. So what we see here is a very twisted set of rules. On one hand, it says that the state has the ability to kind of rein the regents in, but then there's also that caveat, right? So long as it doesn't interfere with their duties. So what this tells me is that our energy needs to be spent on advocating for legislative change that forces the Board of Regents to cede some of their power. Next slide, please. So this is just a general timeline of events. The university was never separated from actions of land grabs. Rather, the Board of Regents were often the instigators. The university likes to kind of tell a story that it inherited its lands from the federal government through political acts that are separate and distinct from the university. However, we know this to be untrue, and it is time to reclaim the narrative of how the university truly came into existence and that it was methodically planned and executed by the founders of this institution. So when I went first into the archives at MNHS, with the help of Sophie Hunt, who worked on this project initially through Minnesota Transform, and looking for that receipt for that first piece of land. Instead, what we found was a box of what were land claim disputes that went through the land management office. And I started to notice that the names that were signing on behalf of the university were some of the names that we know have problematic history with Indigenous peoples on this land. So Henry Sibley, Alexander Ramsey, Henry Rice, Pillsbury. So finding these names was a huge step. And I went from MNHS archives to the university archives, and there, with the help of Ellen Holt-Whirl, I was able to look through the Daniel Sprague papers. Mr. Sprague was an accountant and recorder of the experimental station from 1887 to 1890. And Ellen flagged this box because it contained Mr. Sprague's report titled "A History of the University Land Grants." This report was most insightful into the minds of how the first Board of Regents worked. Many major actors in the colonial political sphere appear on the list that I shared on the previous slide. Thus, if one of our goals of this report, and I think it should be, is to show the intent by the university to commit genocide and steal land, that Mr. Sprague's report is a huge step towards that end. His report shows coordination between the members of the Board of Regents, state and federal governments, and industry officials, such as the timber, mining, and railroad industry, to lie, cheat, displace, murder, and steal native lands. It also illuminates the formation of the quasi-governmental body that is the university. The board was the government and the government was the board. And they made sure through a charter that when Minnesota became a state in 1858, that the university was granted that constitutional autonomy, allowing it for self-governance from the state, even though it still gets a lot of funding from the state. So just to go through the timeline quick, 1851 is when the Territorial University first opened. This was the first land grab by the University of Minnesota. And we often think of the Morrill Act as the land grab, but the university had multiple land grabs. In 1857, the Enabling Act was written and Minnesota became a state. And that is when they were able to access the first 46,000 acres of land from the federal government. In 1860, the university closed due to financial mismanagement of the funds that they made off the sale of those lands. An emergency board was appointed by the legislature. Henry Rice was asked at that time to use his influence to allow Minnesota to gain more lands through the Morrill Act. And that was due to what they considered Minnesota's unique situation of going from a territory to a territorial institution to a state institution. In 1862, the Board of Regents advocated for many anti-Indigenous policies. They have correspondence in their meeting minutes and in their archival records of advocating for the Railroad Act, the Homestead Act, the Morrill Act, and also for the US Dakota War. And in 1868, the university reopened as a state institution. Okay, next slide, please. So, as I just said, the same folks who were responsible for the US Dakota War, which ended in the Dakota genocide and exile, were also the men who created this institution through a series of violence-backed land cessions, treaties, and wars. And that means that every single person at the University of Minnesota is a benefactor of these policies written more than 150 years ago. The Dakota are the original peoples of this land where the Twin Cities campus has settled, and here where we sit today. And as I said earlier, I believe that this was a choice on behalf of the original Board of Regents to locate the university so close to Dakota people's place of creation and other sacred sites, and was just one of several strategic political maneuvers taken by members of the founding Board of Regents that together equate to ethnic cleansing. And nobody, not even Native folks, truly understood the extent of these land grabs and what they meant contemporarily. until 2020, when Robert Lee and Tristan Atone published their article in High Country News titled Land Grab Universities. And we still don't have all of the information. Our research is very surface level. We had a small team, and there's a lot of materials in the archive. So if this was what we were able to access just in our brief time there, I can only imagine what else lives down in the archives. Again, the university has long claimed to be this benevolent benefactor of land gifted by the federal government. This stance, however, fails to acknowledge the violence, genocide, and dispossession enacted by the university agents through institutional, state, and federal policies. Because of the university's position as a regional and worldly preeminent institution of higher education, that narrative has been accepted by the public at large. However, my research shows that the university was established as a type of shell corporation, one method among many used by these high-ranking colonial politicians to funnel land into the university and out to industry officials as a means of laundering monies made from the dispossession and genocide of Minnesota Makoche's Indigenous peoples. Next slide, please. So just to take a step back here and talk about some of the definitions that I am working on. Ethnic cleansing and genocide both come from the United Nations conventions. So ethnic cleansing is not actually considered against the law or against international law. However, a UN commission of experts founded after the Bosnian War came up with this definition, that ethnic cleansing is a purposeful policy designed by one ethnic or religious group to remove by violent and terror-inspiring means the civilian population of another ethnic or religious group from certain geographic areas. Next slide, please. So the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide states that genocide is a law, an international law that the US has signed on to. This is essentially a treaty, and it is called a treaty that is also a moral obligation towards humanity. It was created on December 9th of 1948, and the US ratified this in 1988. So Article 2 of this convention states that the following actions equate to genocide: killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. So I guess the first hard question that I have is why hasn't the Board of Regents been charged with the crime of genocide? Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, there's been multiple land grabs by the university for a total so far that we have tracked down 186,791 acres. This just includes lands that were given to the university by the federal government. It does not include lands that the University Board of Regents have purchased. Since its founding in 1851, U of M has been the beneficiary of multiple land grabs, which provided the university with nearly 200,000 acres of land through the dispossession of Indigenous nations. In 1851, Regent Henry Sibley successfully lobbied the federal government for land to found the university. Congress authorized the Department of Interior to set apart and reserve from sale out of any of the public lands within the territory of Minnesota to which Indian title has been or may be extinguished and not otherwise appropriated a quantity of land not exceeding 2 entire townships for use and support of a university in said territory. The land that the regents had scouted, however, and inventoried for resources, and then decided that they wanted, was and remains Dakota land. And just 6 months after this act was written, Henry Sibley, Alexander Ramsey, and several other founding regents were present at Mendota for the deceptive signing of the 1851 Treaty of Traverse des Sioux. This treaty left the Dakota uncompensated for more than 100,000 acres of land. A decade later, after the Board of Regents had mismanaged the profits they made from the sale of the 46,000 acres they received during this land grab in 1851, the Morrill Act of 1862 presented a rich solution to U of M's financial catastrophe. Passed just 6 months before the Dakota War, in the midst of sustained starvation, rape, murder, and exile of many Dakota, Cheyenne, and Ho-Chunk peoples, authorized by Governor and Regent Alexander Ramsey, and enforced by Brigadier General and Regent Henry Sibley, the regents were able to use the Morrill Act to obtain and sell Dakota lands to create what Lee and Atone refer to as the Minnesota windfall. The expropriated Dakota lands provided more than 830,000 acres, and this is more land used to fund more universities than any other land grab that contributed to the Morrill Act. From the sale of Dakota lands, as we heard earlier from the Cura Fellows, obtained through the Morrill Act of 1862, the university's return on investment was 25,000%. Not only was that more than any other university, but we can't find a comparable profit anywhere in history. Even if we think of like the .com sell-off and bubble, that only had a profit of 100% return on investment. So this was a large sum, and we weren't sure at first how the regents were able to make such a profit. And adding to that confusion was the fact that as I was digging through all of their archival records, there appeared to be little division between the state, the business of the state, and the business of the university. However, Danny from the Capstone team made the discovery doing the forensic financial analysis of the university's PUF funds that the university bonded out the profits that they made from the sale of these lands from the PUF fund to every municipality in the state of Minnesota, and basically developed the entire state off of the sale of Indigenous lands. The way they were able to do this is when we were down in the archives, Ellen gave us a tour, as Adriana mentioned earlier. We came across some small metal boxes. And in these boxes were dozens of small leather-bound field note journals. And it turns out that those were written by a geologist by the name of Winchell. And what he did was essentially develop the geological survey system. And in these ledgers that he created was basically an inventory of every more than human being that lived on that land. And then the regents would get correspondence from industry officials saying stuff like, okay, I'm looking for a section of land that has tall white pines, close to a stream where we can float them down. And the regents would flip through these books, find one that matched, and they would write back stuff like, we have this section available with 6,000 feet of lumber. So it was no longer a living tree, even though it was still living on the land. It was already commodified. So again, the founding regents and subsequent boards strategically selected lands based on what resources existed there, and they did so using Winchell's field notes, and they used any means necessary to remove Indigenous peoples from them. They then sold those lands to the highest bidder, often their friends and relatives in the timber, mining, and railroad industries. And we know this because of the correspondence back and forth between these men. And in urban areas, like the areas that surround the university now, the regents were able to sell these lands to individuals who purchased the land through bonds that were also offered by the regents at rates of 7%. So the early regents made their fortunes through a series of trades, basically. And they continue to profit off of these lands. As we mentioned during Jalen's presentation, through the Treaty of 1854 and the expropriation of Anishinaabe King or Ojibwe lands, U of M gained mineral rights from which it still collects mining royalties today. And in 1866, the university displaced the Bois Forte Band when the university's geologists thought they discovered gold on the shores of Lake Vermilion and placed us on a much smaller land base at Nett Lake. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so my research ultimately came to focus on 4 of the regents: Henry Sibley, Alexander Ramsey, Henry Rice, and John Sargent Pillsbury. And I'm just going to take a moment to talk about one, Henry Sibley, because just from what I find in the archives, he seemed to have the most power out of any of the founding regents. So Sibley was a fur trader who became the first congressional delegate for the territory of Minnesota. In this capacity, he introduced a bill that would become the first land grant. And on February 13th, 1851, just 3 days after Congress passed the land grant memorial, the state legislature passed the university's first charter, stating that the institution was to be located at or near the Falls of St. Anthony, which is what they were calling Owamiami. And again, this connection to Dakota communities and knowledge is important because it makes those actions by the regents all the more insidious. But this was not the first time that Sibley stole native lands. In 1834, he was appointed the regional manager of the American Fur Company, Sioux outfit, and made his headquarters at Mendota. The AFC departments were sold to partners who included Sibley, and their business strategy became one of reorganization, and they changed from fur trading to treaty making. In 1837, the Dakota and Pine treaties coincided with the collapse of the fur trade. Sibley and other new owners of AFC used their political connections to ensure that treaty monies would first go to fur traders to pay off debts incurred, because AFC had created a debt cycle for the indigenous people who were coming back with furs. So this was in effect a government bailout for the fur trade on the backs of Native people. In 1838, Sibley was appointed the first justice of the peace west of the Mississippi. And 1 year later, in 1839, in a Dakota ceremony, he married a Dakota woman by the name of Tashina Ohindewe, also known as Red Blanket Woman. And she comes from Black Dogs Village. They had a daughter who is often referred to only by her English name of Helen Hastings. However, she was raised by missionaries in a missionary school, because in 1842, Sibley left Red Blanket Woman, and we don't know why or what happened, but she died the following year, and Helen was left without a mother. And instead of raising her, Sibley decided to send her off to a mission school. That same year, AFC went bankrupt amid the dying fur trade. In 1843, Sibley married a woman by the name of Sarah Jane Steele, who is the sister of Franklin Steele, a business associate of his and also one of the founding regents. In 1848, Sibley was elected as the first delegate to US Congress from the Wisconsin Territory, which includes much of present-day Minnesota east of the Mississippi River. He advocated for the creation of a Minnesota Territory from a portion of the Wisconsin Territory and an additional tract west of the Mississippi. In 1849, with the help of Sibley's advocacy in Congress, Minnesota became a territory. And he was then selected to represent what they referred to at the time as mixed blood people, because he had a daughter with a Dakota woman. Because of his connections with Dakota communities in Minnesota, Sibley played important roles in many treaty negotiations. However, we see from the type of negotiations that he was making, he was using the knowledge that he had gleaned from living in Dakota communities to take lands. From 1849 to 53, he served as that territorial delegate to Congress, representing the fur traders' interest in the treaties of Traverse des Sioux and Mendota. So at that time, he was representing the university's interests, the fur traders' interests, and this resulted in 24 million acres of land being open to European settlement. He also wrote the statute, as we said earlier, of where the University of Minnesota was to be established. And just for me personally, knowing that he at one point had a Dakota wife, he has a Dakota daughter, he knew the importance of this place to Dakota reproductive systems and Dakota families. And I don't know how we can view that as anything other than an act of genocide. So by 1853, Sibley retired from the fur trade. He liquidated all of his holdings and he began investing in the very lands that he had negotiated in treaties at Traverse des Sioux, Mendota, Hastings, and St. Anthony Falls. In 1857, he helped to write the Enabling Act, which allowed voters to decide whether Minnesota would become a state. And it did. In 1858, Minnesota became a state. And he was elected the first governor of Minnesota State. Just 2 years afterwards, in 1860, and 2 years before the Dakota War, the university was in extreme debt. The total debts owed by the institution totaled more than $120,000 in their monies. And today that would be equivalent to the purchasing power of approximately $4 million. We learned from the Sprague papers that the regents also agitated the matter of a new land grant, as it then seemed inevitable that the entire grant would be sacrificed to pay off this indebtedness. Because the governor at the time, Alexander Ramsey, who was also a member of the Board of Regents, recommended that the remaining lands that the university had not yet sold be turned over to the university's creditors. And I believe Ramsey did this because most of the university's creditors were the Board of Regents. So they had funded that themselves. And he wanted to make sure that they were getting their money back if the university closed. Finally, in 1864, through the influence of John Sargent Pillsbury, the mill guy, the flour guy, Pillsbury Doughboy, the legislature appointed a new board of 3 regents and made Pillsbury the new chairman. He was then authorized to and empowered to sell the lands, the remaining lands, which totaled 14,000 acres from that first land grab in 1851. And he then processed and arranged, compromise, settle, and paid off all claims and damages that were incurred by the university, because several of their creditors had already taken them to court to try to get these funds back. So a senator at that time, Henry Rice, was requested to, and I quote from the regent's report to the state legislature in 1862, Henry Rice was requested to use his influences to obtain more lands in addition to those in the Enabling Act, which was the first land grab for the territorial institution. The second, he argued, would be for a state institution. The language used is in the future tense in the Enabling Act, and authorizes the federal government to set apart 72 sections of land that were separate and distinct from the 46,000 that they had originally received in the 1851 land grab. And Senator Rice, who again was also a founding board member, was successful and advocated for the 1862 land grab. The US Congress agreed with him that the law that they wrote stipulated that the first land grab was for a territorial institution, and that Minnesota as a state was now eligible for another land grab. So by now the regents had learned that they could hoard vast wealth through land dispossession. And if we recall from Leanna Tone's article, they write, if we consider the wider significance of the cession of 1851, so that's the Treaty of Traverse des Sioux, and its grim aftermath to the National Land Grant University system, no other Indigenous cession provided land to more universities. Nearly 830,000 acres from this treaty, an area more than 3 times the size of Los Angeles, would help fund the endowment of 35 land grant universities. Minnesota Makoche furnished 1 out of every 13 acres redistributed under the Morrill Act. And as we've seen from Kyle's map earlier, that, the universities were all over the country. Ramsey claimed this as Minnesota's windfall. A mere 5 weeks after the largest mass execution in US history, with the hanging of 38 Dakota men in Mankato, Minnesota on December 26, 1862. Next slide, please. After the High Country News article came out, NISA, or the Native American and Indigenous Studies Association Journal, wrote a series of articles, or published a series of articles, and one of them was written by Randall Akey. And this is a socioeconomic analysis of the impacts and specifically access to housing Indigenous peoples have. Just over 1 mile from here, there's hundreds of houseless relatives camped out in parks along the highway, because as Native people, we experience more homelessness per capita than any other group. This is an intergenerational impact of land theft on Indigenous families. As I mentioned earlier, in 1958, the University of Minnesota Extension facilitated the relocation of Boys Fort band members once again. 36 families were removed from their homelands and sent to Minneapolis, cut off from resources, family, and their traditional kinship networks. One of the people relocated was my grandma, Irene Weiss. My grandma always wanted to go to college to be a nurse. Instead, she was funneled into a training program where she would never earn a degree. They made her cut her hair, and this has catapulted my family for 3 generations into a cycle of poverty and violence. And this is an echo of the original violence enacted by the founding regents. However, this cycle stops with me. As a first generation student, I have my kids here with me. They learn right along with me, so they know the histories and the truths that I did not know growing up. And they're actually doing a report on this and taking it back to the kids at their school and teaching kids in their generation about these truths, so we can try to stop these cycles. Okay, next slide, please. So where do we go from here? I believe the University of Minnesota has a moral responsibility to Indigenous peoples. In documentation of meetings, correspondence, and other materials in the university archives, we read information that makes us believe the university has a greater obligation to Indigenous peoples than other land grant institutions because of the actions taken by the Board of Regents when the university closed due to financial mismanagement of the first land grab. This obligation is based on the federal trust responsibility due to the university's founding as a territorial institution. And in one of their reports written by John Sargent Pillsbury, as one of the emergency board members put in place by the Minnesota legislature, the regents accepted full legal indebtedness of the territorial institution. And I believe that that also applies to them inheriting the federal trust responsibility. And broadly speaking, the trust responsibility is a moral obligation that a government entity has to support tribal sovereignty, self-governance, economic prosperity, to protect lands and the rights to use those lands, along with responsibilities to medical, dental, education, housing, and other social services. The University of Minnesota, as a quasi-governmental body and former federal institution, has never upheld this responsibility, despite inheriting all the lands and financial resources associated with the territorial institution. Instead, the university has done everything to acquire more lands, more of our knowledge, ancestors, and artifacts to feed its insatiable need to accumulate wealth at the expense of Indigenous peoples. This responsibility is constructed, the trust responsibility is constructed by treaties, statutes, and precedents set by prior conduct. It transcends specific treaty promises and imposes a duty to promote tribal sovereignty and economic self-sufficiency. This means that at the bare minimum, the University of Minnesota has an obligation to consult and partner with tribal governments to ensure tribal sovereignty and the trust are upheld. Rather than meet its moral obligations, the founding regents and subsequent boards have made themselves and the university perpetually wealthy through the expropriation of Indigenous lands. Next slide, please. So in more recent times, violent acts by the University of Minnesota against Indigenous peoples have continued. As we heard from Adriana, medical research on young children of the Red Lake Nation happened in the 1960s for a disease that was easily treated with penicillin. We also found in the archives reports on, and I quote, the abnormally high birth rate of Indian babies, written by the University Extension in the 1970s. As we know, this was around the time that Indigenous women and many women of color were subject to forced sterilization. We have not uncovered any proof that the University of Minnesota committed any of these procedures. However, the fact alone that they were contributing to this intellectual conversation is highly disturbing. Relocation programs were also managed by the Extension throughout the 20th century. They removed Indigenous peoples from their lands into urban settings without access to resources, housing, community, and kinship networks that had sustained our tribes for generations. The theft of ancestral remains, sacred items, knowledge, and culture continues to this day, excuse me. The silencing of this true history for a whitewashed version of land-grant universities has also been perpetrated by the University of Minnesota. And finally, the invisibility of Indigenous students, staff, faculty, narratives, history, culture, land, along with the undervaluation of oral stories, epistemologies, ontologies, methodologies, and community knowledge systems has also and continues to harm Indigenous peoples. And we could go on. The university has a lot of work to do, beginning with an honest accounting of its past, present, and commitment to making lasting systemic changes towards a better future. Next slide, please. I did an international comparison, as I mentioned earlier, of the Kansas countries, particularly focusing on New Zealand and Canada. And New Zealand in particular offers models that the University of Minnesota could follow, such as intergenerational learning centers where community members are welcome to teach, with the understanding that this data is not being collected for the use of the university. Most of my findings on that actually mirror what Jalen presented. And I think that it's important that even when we're looking towards international models, that we're centering tribal specific actions for each of the 11 nations that we share geography with. Next slide, please. So today the university continues to root itself in the violent epistemical hierarchy of Western knowledge, especially when it comes to who gets to access, learn, know, write about, and hold knowledge. Throughout this project, we have had to code switch, or in essence, balance multiple different modes of knowing to protect ourselves while striving to center Indigenous epistemologies, cognizant of how academia undervalues this type of knowledge. These Indigenous knowledge systems that we speak of have been passed down from generation to generation. And as a couple of folks have alluded to, there's stories that are only shared at specific times that contain guiding principles that the Indigenous peoples are intended to protect. However, throughout time, this knowledge has been extracted by colonial institutions. Our protocols are not honored, and we often do not get the recognition that we deserve for what we have and continue to contribute to society. So over and over again, I heard a theme from the fellows' presentations that tribes themselves are investing in the reclamation and revitalization of their traditional lifeways. But any criminal has to pay restitution. So why isn't the university footing the bill for these programs and these initiatives? In addition, I believe many people in the university still view tribal communities as poor, uneducated, and incapable of handling our daily affairs, let alone research. But our nations are and always have been strong, wealthy, and fully capable. The epistemologies, or Western epistemologies, I believe, just lack the ability to understand that. So, for example, the university continues to maintain ties to research that is in direct conflict with the sovereignty of tribal nations, and it has no formal research protocol or policies for working with Indigenous communities. Karen has come on and is working with Vice President of Research to begin to formulate some of those. However, at this moment, there is no guarantee that when research is being conducted in community, that tribes maintain data sovereignty. And data sovereignty is the right tribal nations have to govern the collection, ownership, and application of their own data. It derives from the tribe's inherent right to govern their peoples, lands, and resources. And those are policy briefs that were set out by the Native Nations Institute. MIAC and the tribal nations made contracts specifically to protect the data sovereignty in this project. The University of Minnesota has taken enough from tribal nations, and we were very intentional in the design of this project to ensure that this was not university data. However, at times it felt as though our time and energy was being spent asserting data sovereignty rights of the tribes and protecting the tribal research fellows' knowledge. Excuse me. So on multiple occasions and from multiple directions, we were forced to fight to uphold the very contracts, legally binding documents that stipulated the relationship between MIAC, the tribes, and the university in this project. There is nothing in these contracts that would require a tribal research fellow to work with the university, to share data with the university, or to work with the university or its external partners in any way, or in any other way make known to the university the scope and contents of its research. Of particular importance in these contracts are 2 points. One says that as appropriate, the grantee or the tribe will make materials available to a joint task force. A task force consists of the core university team here, the tribal research fellows, and the task force members, the faculty task force members. And I think it's important to say as appropriate, right? Because then it's up to the tribes to determine what is appropriate and what is not. So we're honoring their sovereignty through that. The second section that's related to data sovereignty grants full intellectual property to the tribe. This is the data sovereignty piece I referenced. We knew the university would want to extract the knowledge and data. It's what they do. However, this protects the tribes and more specifically the tribal research fellows. So what we need is actionable and measurable systems change. The university has vast repositories of knowledge from many different tribal communities across Turtle Island, not just those who had homelands in Minnesota Makoche. We sifted through but a fraction of this information. And through the university libraries, we have worked to open access, as I mentioned earlier, to these databases. This is our history and our knowledge. The university has generated an exceptional amount of wealth off of traditional Indigenous knowledges while simultaneously denying us access to them. This is at the heart of the data sovereignty discussion. And these are just 2 small steps that can be taken by any researcher at the University of Minnesota in their research process to mitigate harm caused when working in community. Because there are often power imbalances that exist between institutional researchers and community members that result in us not being able to ask our own questions, seek our own answers, tell our own narratives, and there is often misalignment between community needs, researcher agenda, and institutional image. Institutional research policies have oftentimes not respected tribal sovereignty or even considered data sovereignty. And because of this, we have had to dedicate more time to making these processes. So rather than going to an internal review board or an institutional review board, why aren't university researchers like those at the University of Oregon going to tribes to get permission to do the research and working together with the community members to design ways to collect, analyze, access, and store data that they collect, which honors and upholds data sovereignty at all points in a research project. As the region's preeminent, as one of the region's preeminent research facilities and renowned worldwide, the University of Minnesota can begin to support Indigenous-led research through public support and allocation of funding for Indigenous communities to make research and innovation pathways more stable and abundant for Indigenous people. Temporal and spatial resources and networks can be reallocated to better support the reclamation and restoration of Indigenous epistemologies, perspectives, and language revitalization. It also means we must continue to push to decolonize educational settings by incorporating Indigenous curriculum, history, and worldviews across all departments. And this means that the university would take a completely different approach to research than what we are used to. This institution, its community members would accept that not all knowledge is for them, though they can still facilitate the learning for Indigenous folks in other ways. This would mean also that the U of M finally stops trying to expropriate our lands, knowledges, and cultures. Yeah, so I think I'll end there. I think that the last thing that I'll say about this slide, this is my final slide, is I think everybody expects us to have answers, but we've barely scratched the surface. So instead of answers, I want to leave you with this slide of questions that I pose to the entire university community. And these questions include, what moral obligations does the university have to Indigenous people? How does the university meet these obligations? When is the University of Minnesota going to use the wealth it continues to generate from the genocide of Indigenous people to stop these violations of human rights? When will the university shift institutional paradigms to uplift Indigenous peoples? And one question that has been on my mind since the beginning of this project is, when an entire institution is built on stolen wealth, land dispossession, and genocide, can it reflect and change deeply enough to truly serve as a site of healing? And how do we get to that point when we have yet to come to a place of shared truth? Miigwech.
Miigwech Ann. My intention today and through this entire process has been to center Indigenous voices and perspectives. And we used all the minutes, and I think there's still even more to say. My hope is that the university will center Indigenous voices and perspectives in its systems change work. This is a symposium closing, but it's also an opening to real change. Our team will send out links and ways to continue to follow our work to the audience, to all of the audience, all registrants. So thank you so much for listening. Miigwech Bizindawyeg.